Chapter 1156. Xuanji, I can only sneak in. I don't know what will happen, so I'll leave it to fate. Long Chen did not say anything more after whispering. He turned around and left. Behind him, Shangguanba looked at the crowd with an arrogant expression. Just when Long Chen turned around, two people just happened to walk in from outside the camp. It was a young man and a young woman. The young man walked in front. He wore long, golden robes and held a folding fan. His long hair was tied up, and he was covered in expensive clothing. An elegant sword hung from his waist, and his face was covered in makeup. Long Chen could tell with a single glance that the young man's strength was similar to Shangguanba's. He had also just reached the 6th layer of the God Martial Realm. Long Chen did not pay much attention to the young man, but the woman behind him made Long Chen shudder. She seemed to be shrouded in mist and could not be seen clearly. She had red lips and white teeth, so she should be a rare beauty. She had a cold bearing similar to Li Xuanji. She should not be more than 100 years old, but she should have surpassed the 6th layer of the God Martial Realm. The young woman made Long Chen feel a sense of dread. The young man's face was plastered with a smile as he welcomed the young lady. When they entered the camp, Shangguanba and the others saw them. They ran over and bowed in front of the young man. Among them, Shangguanba took a step forward and said, "Young Master Ye has finally arrived. And this? It's actually the legendary Lady Qin Shi, the personal disciple of the World Emperor of 9 Serenities." Shangguanba was stunned when he saw the young woman. "Oh, it's Shangguanba. Get out of the way with your people. Don't block the way and offend this beauty," the young man referred to as Master Ye waved his fan and said gently and elegantly. "Yes, yes." Shangguanba hurriedly nodded with a fawning expression. He called for everyone to stand up and move to one side. He constantly nodded at Master Ye and the young woman called Qin Shi with a silly smile. He seemed like a pug, which was quite a funny sight. Shangguanya was extremely satisfied. She said to the girl beside her, "Lady Qin Shi, please. You can enter the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain from here. With Lady Qin Shi's terrifying strength, the saint's fruit this time will definitely be yours." Qin Shi didn't say much. She just looked at Shangguanya and said flatly, "Young Master Shangguan, thank you." After saying that, she walked in front. Shangguanya was overjoyed that the beauty was talking to her. She hurriedly followed Qin Shi's footsteps. The two of them passed through the crowd and headed in the direction of the 9 secluded Demon Mountain. Shangguanba and the others did not say a word. They just nodded and bowed as they watched them leave. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen was in a state of being neglected. After Shangguanya and the others passed by him, Long Chen smiled coldly and followed them. Shangguanba had spoken so righteously before, but he became like a puppy as soon as Shangguanya arrived. What he had done before was just to prove his might. Before true nobles, what he had said before was basically bullshit. He had even asked Long Chen to step over his corpse. There were plenty of people like him everywhere. If it were not for the importance of the mission, Long Chen definitely would have beaten him up so badly that even his mother would not be able to recognize him. At this moment, Long Chen took advantage of the time when Shangguanya and Qin Shi entered to follow them. He wanted to see what Shangguanba would say now. Long Chen had underestimated Shangguanba's relentless character. Seeing that Long Chen was trying to bluff his way through, he glared at him and rushed forward. He stood in front of Long Chen and looked angrily at Long Chen. He said, "Brat, didn't you hear what I said just now? I asked you to get out of here. Do you want to eat my fist? If they can go in, why can't I?" Long Chen looked at him with a faint smile. Shangguanya's eyes revealed a brutal killing intent. She was completely convinced by this ignorant youth. If she did not teach Long Chen a lesson, Long Chen would not understand that there was such a thing as status in this world. In front of people with status, fairness and rules were just a joke. How can you compare to them? They are genius warriors, while you are trash. Even if you go in, you will be killed immediately. I am trying to save you, do you understand? Shangguanba threatened. I am not strong enough. Long Chen suddenly laughed. His ruthlessness and decisiveness were unparalleled. At this moment, Long Chen actually exceeded everyone's expectations. He punched the corner of Shangguanba's mouth and sent him flying. Shangguanba flew into the sky and fiercely smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. This movement immediately attracted the attention of many people, including Shangguanya and Qinshi. They turned their heads and looked at the youth, Long Chen. As for the others, they were all stunned. Not to mention how powerful Long Chen was, he actually dared to hit Long Chen in this place. Almost no one would have thought that Long Chen would be so daring. The warriors who had just pleaded for Long Chen were all stunned as they looked at Long Chen, who seemed to have suddenly changed. Bastard! Shangguanba's mouth was full of blood and his body was covered in mud. He climbed up in a sorry state and looked at Long Chen like a wild beast. He roared, "How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? I will kill you and tear you into pieces." Long Chen quietly watched him go crazy without any expression. His calmness immediately made the others look at him in a new light. As Long Chen expected, Shangguanya could not stand it anymore. When Shangguanba was about to attack Long Chen crazily, he snorted and said, "Shangguanba, if you want to embarrass yourself, get lost." Hearing Shangguanya's words, Shangguanba shuddered and said, "Master Ya, this guy actually dared to hit me. This is my Shangguan clan's territory. How dare you beat up one of my clansmen? You're courting death. Do as you see fit. But, don't do it after I leave, don't offend my beauty." Shangguanya said angrily. Yes. Shangguanba was scared. He looked at Long Chen fiercely and nodded. Shangguanya quickly turned around and went to please Qinshi. Once they left, Long Chen would definitely not have a good ending. However, at this moment, Long Chen did not feel any pressure at all. He shouted, "We are both late, but they can swagger their way in, while I have to endure this idiot's humiliation." It seems that the so-called 9 great clans and the disciple of the world emperor are only at this level. His words made the crowd tremble. No one expected that Long Chen would be so bold as to say such words in the Shangguan family's territory and in front of the world emperor's disciple. "Let him in." Qinshi glanced at Long Chen, then turned around and left. Shangguanya was startled. Long Chen's words were directed at both of them. He really wanted to kill Long Chen in front of the beauty, but he never expected Qinshi to take the initiative to let Long Chen in. Everything was under Long Chen's control. He made a gesture of cutting his neck at Shangguanba, then smiled. After that, he turned around and rushed towards the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain, leaving Shangguanya and the others behind. Sigh. Shangguanya felt a little awkward after Qinshi and Long Chen left. The others didn't know what to do. Since the beauty had left, Shangguanya didn't care about it anymore and quickly followed Qinshi. As for the rest of the people, they could only look at Shangguanba, whose teeth had been knocked out. They couldn't laugh even if they wanted to. Damn it, this guy's name is Jiang Yunfan, right? If I catch him again, I'll tear him into 1,000 pieces. Shangguanba was extremely furious. He immediately rushed out of the Shangguan family's camp and started practicing his fist techniques. He had been fooled by Long Chen today. Long Chen's punch had caused him quite a bit of pain. As for Shangguanya, after Long Chen had gone far away, he carefully asked, Miss Qinshi, why did you help that nameless guy just now?" Qinshi glanced at him coldly and didn't say anything. What Shangguanya didn't know was that he had been despised by this girl. It was such a simple question, but as a disciple of one of the 9 super clans, he couldn't figure it out, and he even went to ask Qin Shi. He deserved to be despised. Compared to Long Chen's intelligence, this Shangguanya was a joke. Although he was well-dressed, it was nothing. A man's personality depended on what he wore inside. On the other side, Long Chen had successfully entered the Nine Serenities Demon Mountain. There was a lush forest below. Some trees were hundreds of meters tall, and there were many vines and shrubs beneath them. There were very few gaps that allowed the moonlight to shine through, so the forest was completely dark. The reasoning was very simple. Long Chen knew that Qin Shi was a prideful person. Long Chen had pointed out that she used her power and status to break the rules, so she could only let Long Chen enjoy the same treatment as her. Only then would it show that she had true power, and not someone who relied on status. Poor Shangguanya. She didn't even know what was going on. I'm already in. Next, we'll fight for the saint's fruit with everything we have. You have to hold on, Long Chen said to Li Xuanji in the Taishu realm. Good luck. These two simple words expressed her support for Long Chen. These two words gave Long Chen a great amount of inner strength. He knew that there was a girl like that waiting for him. Her hope was the undefeatable inner strength of Long Chen. Long Chen had flourishing faith. This was the faith that would lead him to success. Now, it was time to witness a miracle. Tossing aside all his thoughts, Long Chen charged into the clouds. He stood on the crown of the 100-meter-tall tree and looked at the Nine Serenities Demon Mountain several hundred kilometers away. From his position, he could truly observe the vastness and strangeness of the mountain in detail. Chapter 1157. An incomparably huge mountain could be seen. It was like the edge of a sword that pierced through the clouds. The top half of the mountain pierced through the thick, ink-black clouds, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. This was only the normal part. The most terrifying thing was that there was a net of purple lightning that firmly covered the surface of the Nine Serenity Demon Mountain, enveloping the entire mountain. The crazy and violent purple lightning roared in the clouds like dragons. Under the stirring of the purple lightning, the ferocious face of the Nine Serenity Demon Mountain could occasionally be seen in the clouds. That lightning net should be the lightning shackles that Li Xuanji was talking about. This was a magical thing formed naturally by the heavens and earth. On the surface of the Nine Secluded Demon Mountain, there were lightning shackles everywhere. Therefore, cultivators couldn't soar too high in the sky, otherwise, they would naturally attract lightning and split them into pieces. Everyone could only obediently climb to the top step by step. This was where the holy tree of heaven and earth was located. If one wanted to reach the top from the sky, they would have to break the lightning shackles. Judging from how long the lightning shackles had existed, this was clearly impossible. Ever since it was formed, it had never been broken. From this place, the entire Nine Serenity Demon Mountain was like a demon trapped in a dense mass of purple lightning. Although it was very far away, Long Chen could still feel that the purple lightning of the Nine Serenity Demon Mountain made his skin feel numb. It was even more obvious when he got closer. Furthermore, the lightning on the lightning shackles would strike down from time to time. If one was unlucky, even a genius cultivator could only die. Long Chen was deeply aware that this trip would not be so smooth. He would risk his life. At the same time, countless people were staring at the Nine Serenity Demon Mountain in a daze. Only those who had broken through their mental barriers would dare to continue forward. Some people had already stopped in their tracks in fright when they saw the ferocious face of the Nine Serenity Demon Mountain. Long Chen only sized it up for a while, then came down from the treetop and disappeared into the bushes, rushing at full speed. He was already 2 hours behind, and at this time, everyone who could go up to the Nine Secluded Demon Mountain had probably already gone up. Even the foot of the Nine Netherworld Demon Mountain was covered in mist. At the same time, the Soulstone's power was terrifying. After 15 minutes, Long Chen arrived at the foot of the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain. Here, he could not use his divine sense. Fortunately, the soul stone didn't have much of an effect on his soul eyes. At this moment, Long Chen had a huge advantage over others. The layout of the people within a kilometer was very clear in his mind. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, the 9 Netherworld Demon Mountain could no longer be seen. In front of them was a nearly vertical wall that stretched for countless miles. Dense fog descended, and even the naked eye could not see very far into the distance. There were very few people in this place. Long Chen looked around and saw that the surroundings were shrouded in clouds and mist. It was incomparably gloomy. In the sky, the rumbling of thunder and lightning could be heard. Roughly 100 meters above the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was the range of the lightning shackles. Looking up, those purple lightning bolts seemed to be rumbling above his head. Apart from the flashes of lightning, there was nothing else in the surroundings. Without saying anything, Long Chen charged up the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. At the moment, the mist was only a little thicker. With his eyesight, he could only see a few hundred meters around him. Ordinary people might only be able to see 10 meters around them. His soul eyes could only see souls, and some unknown dangers couldn't be so simple. Long Chen had to pay full attention and advance quickly. Even his breathing had quieted down. 100 meters was nothing for Long Chen. At this point, the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain wasn't as steep as he had imagined. There were forests everywhere, and these tenacious plants weren't affected by the power of the lightning at all. Every time the purple lightning flashed, it would light up Long Chen's vision. At this point, Long Chen could already see that there was an incomparably huge lightning net about 100 meters above him. Each huge bolt of purple lightning was several meters thick. Countless of these purple lightning bolts formed an overwhelming net. Between the holes in the net, there were countless tiny purple lightning bolts that looked like spider webs swimming around, almost sealing off all routes to enter or escape from the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain from the sky. The lightning came from heaven and earth, and it had a terrifying power. In any case, even Long Chen didn't dare to resist it. The lightning flashed, and the hair on his body stood on end. Long Chen didn't think about the huge threat in the sky and advanced calmly. Very soon, he felt that the mist around him became denser, and his vision decreased again. He was already quite a distance away from the ground, but for the entire 9 Serenity Demon Mountain, this was just the beginning. Long Chen advanced very quickly, and after about a quarter of an hour, he caught up to the last group of people. Within the range of his soul eye, more than 10 people appeared. They stopped in place, and it was unknown what they were doing. Coincidentally, they were within Long Chen's path, so Long Chen increased his speed, and shuttled through the dense black fog. Very soon, he was very close to those people. Long Chen stood on the branch of a huge ancient tree, which was flashing with lightning, and Long Chen was looking at them. These people were all young boys and girls, and at this time, they were calling others to surround a person in the middle. The person in the middle was very strange. All the people who could come to the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain were young, but this young man, who was surrounded, had blood-red eyes, and a crazy look on his face. From time to time, he would let out an incomprehensible cry, like a wild beast. At this time, he was attacking the people who surrounded him, and his attacks were very fierce, and several people had already been injured. He has already gone crazy, and there is no hope for him. Everyone, kill him, otherwise, others will die in his hands. A calm man's voice came from the other side. Hearing this, the crowd attacked fiercely. More than 10 people were fighting against a young warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm, and very soon, his life was taken away. Long Chen noticed that the crazy young man was holding a fingernail-sized purple crystal in his hand, which was faintly emitting lightning. When the crowd attacked the young man, one of the young men secretly snatched the crazy young man's thing, put it in his storage ring, and then disappeared into the crowd. After killing this young man, the other young men looked at each other in dismay, and many of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. In their families, they were still children, and this was probably the first time they had faced such a terrifying competition. The environment of the 9 Serenity Demon Mountain was too terrifying for them. After calming down, Long Chen noticed that the young man who had secretly snatched the purple crystal had appeared again. He said in a clear voice, "Brothers and sisters, today, we came here with the great hopes of our families and elders to change our destinies. But 2 hours have passed, and we are still wandering at the foot of the mountain. How can we face our ancestors? If you are a man, follow me into the turbulence." The so-called turbulence. Long Chen raised his head and saw that in front of the group of young men, there seemed to be a clear boundary line leading to the top of the mountain. Behind that boundary line, the fog was 10 times denser, and even the speed of the air flow had increased a lot. Behind that boundary line, there seemed to be a fierce gale that was whistling. It should not be easy to stand firm and move forward. But that guy came out of that turbulence. "He must have gone crazy because of that turbulence," said a young girl, trembling with fear. The young man who had snatched the purple crystal had very short hair, and he had the demeanor of a leader. He said, "But among the 100,000 people, there are more people who have passed through the turbulence, and they might have gone to a higher place. We can't stay behind. Today, if you retreat, it will be the failure of your entire life. If you don't move forward today, 10 years later, 100 years later, when you are abandoned by your families, you will definitely regret it. But by then, you won't have a chance." Under his fanning, many young men had resolute looks in their eyes, and one after another, they agreed. Even some of the more timid people had no choice but to agree. "Don't worry, the 14 of us will form a team. If anyone is in trouble, the others will immediately come to our rescue. I, Yu Hongdao, promise that as long as I am alive, I will make sure that each and every one of my brothers and sisters will live." This short-haired young man, Yu Hongdao, was the only one in the 4th level of the divine martial realm. The strength of the others was between the 2nd and 3rd level of the divine martial realm. To be honest, among the 100,000 people, not everyone had the hot-bloodedness to change their fate. Many people had been chosen by their families, and their families had high hopes for them. But the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain was too difficult for them. After everyone made their decision, under Yu Hongdao's lead, they were about to rush into the turbulence. At this time, Long Chen was also preparing to go in. He didn't think too much about it, but Yu Hongdao and the others noticed him. They were very vigilant at first, but when they saw that Long Chen was also a young man, Yu Hongdao's eyes lit up, and he said, "Brother, I am Yu Hongdao. It's too dangerous ahead, so we formed a small team in order to pass through this turbulence. Would you like to come with us?" Long Chen rolled his eyes at him, and didn't bother to pay attention to him. He directly rushed into the turbulence. He didn't have time to fool around with this group of kids. But Long Chen could see that this Yu Hongdao had some tricks up his sleeve. From the way he had secretly taken the purple crystal, this guy wasn't a good person. Chapter 1158. 100,000 young men and women, each with their own lives and deaths. Long Chen didn't have the time to care about that. Right now, he couldn't even protect Li Xuanji's life. After Long Chen went in, the others looked at each other in dismay. One of the girls said angrily, "This person is so rude. Brother Yu invited him out of goodwill, but he actually ignored him. How dare he? Yes, Brother Yu did it for his own good. He asked him to join us, but he didn't appreciate it. Not only did he not appreciate it, but he's also so rude. This kind of person deserves to go crazy in there and kill himself." While they were cursing each other, Long Chen had already entered the so-called turbulence. There were no trees in this area, and the ground was dry. The wind was very violent, and even Long Chen had to spend a lot of effort to stand firmly on the ground. The most troublesome thing was that this gale could change direction at any time. Long Chen had to follow the force of the gale and use different forces to resist it. So even if it was him, walking in this turbulence would cause him to sway left and right. In particular, although it was empty inside, the fog was even thicker. Under the wind, Long Chen could only see things within 50 meters of him. The others were probably even worse off. They could only see about 10 meters around them. Fortunately, with his soul eyes, Long Chen could grasp the distance between him and everyone. In this place, Long Chen didn't dare to move too fast. This 9 netherworld demon mountain was formed naturally, and there were many unpredictable dangers. Within the range of his soul eye, the dozen or so people behind him had also entered the turbulence. Just as Long Chen had expected, the moment they entered, they immediately swayed left and right. A few of them were almost unable to adapt to the changes and were directly swept away. Fortunately, they were able to stabilize themselves by holding on to each other. Long Chen didn't care about them. They were just strangers who met by chance, so he quickly moved forward. After walking about 100 meters, the surrounding wind and fog became denser. Long Chen started to see the existence of others with his soul eyes. Just as he was wondering why one of the people within the range of his soul eyes was behaving strangely, suddenly, there was a trace of a string sound in the whistling wind. This was probably the sound of a zither. It was very soft and almost inaudible, but it was fresh and natural. Long Chen only heard a small part of it, but he immediately felt refreshed. How can there be zither music in this turbulence? Long Chen was very curious. This zither music was mixed with the sound of the wind. Could it be the sound of the wind? Zither music. Long Chen found it strange that he could actually hear the zither music in this place. Suddenly, he thought of what had happened just now. According to them, that youth who was surrounded and killed had escaped from this turbulence. His crazed state must have something to do with what happened in the turbulence. Could it be related to this zither music? Furthermore, within the range of Long Chen's soul eyes, there seemed to be someone in a crazed state, crazily wandering in this turbulence. Long Chen hurriedly covered his ears. Indeed, this zither music had nothing to do with his ears. It was completely used on his god-martial soul. No wonder when he suddenly heard this zither music, Long Chen suddenly felt refreshed. Generally speaking, when such beautiful and invigorating zither music is heard, most people will subconsciously be confused by it and enter a state of confusion. Long Chen guessed that this should be a natural phenomenon in the 9 netherworld demon mountain. At the same time, to these youths, this zither music was a test of the firmness of a martial artist's mind. There was nothing else in the heart. The further they went, the more zither music mixed with the sound of the wind. Fortunately, Long Chen was on guard, so the zither music didn't affect him too much for the time being. However, Long Chen had seen many illusions caused by the zither music, so he was very resistant to it. The zither music had reached the god-martial soul, but Long Chen's god-martial soul was even higher than the mysterious dragon jade. It would be strange if these natural zither music could confuse him. In terms of mind, Long Chen was many times more stable than most people. After all, among the martial artists under 100 years old, Long Chen had probably experienced the most trials. His 7 years were much more exciting than anyone else's. These geniuses of the 9 netherworld demon domain probably didn't even know that there was such a low-level place like the Myriad Kingdoms domain in this world. As they continued forward, the zither music became louder and louder until it lingered in their ears. Long Chen's mind was firm, at least for now, he wasn't affected. However, because of the zither music, he didn't dare to move too fast. Otherwise, his mind might be affected. In fact, any expert who came here would also slow down. A few miles away from where Long Chen was, Shangguanya and the mysterious Qin Shi were advancing at the same speed as Long Chen. Qin Shi gradually left Shangguanya behind, which made Shangguanya's expression extremely ugly. Bitch, she actually left me behind here. Shangwanya was extremely sullen, but after all, the other party was stronger than her. That's right, I heard that in this illusory turbulence, there are many thunderbolt divine crystals that fall from the sky. If the thunderbolt divine crystals are integrated into the body, it will have a huge effect on body tempering. The more thunderbolt divine crystals you integrate, the stronger your body will be. In the end, it will even be equivalent to an 8th grade body tempering divine skill. I brought this treasure with me, so I must collect as many thunderbolt divine crystals as possible. With Qin Shi gone, it will be easier for me to collect them. Because Shangwanya was a few miles away from Long Chen, he naturally didn't know what was happening on Shangwanya's side. At this moment, Long Chen was picking up a purple crystal the size of a fingernail from the ground. This purple crystal had no regular shape and was very small, but it contained a terrifying amount of energy. Streaks of purple lightning flowed within the crystal. This purple crystal should be the crystallization of the thunderbolt shackles in the sky. When it condenses to a sufficient size, it will fall. Just now, that Yu Hongdao also obtained this thing. It seems that if this thing is integrated into the body, it will have some effect on body tempering. A long time ago, Long Chen had fused with the Thunder Flame crystal and formed the Thunder Flame battle physique. However, that Thunder Flame crystal and this purple crystal were worlds apart. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Long Chen easily integrated the tiny crystal into his body. With his current body that was equivalent to an 8th grade body tempering divine skill, this Thunderflame crystal no longer had much effect. Long Chen didn't pay too much attention to this thing. But at this moment, he suddenly sensed that the dozen or so little fellows behind him were very excited. Long Chen wasn't far from them. At this moment, listening carefully, other than the sound of the zither, there were also their cheers in the wind. It seems that I've found a place with many Thunderflame divine crystals. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. He had also passed by that place just now, but his attention had been on the zither and he hadn't paid attention to his feet, allowing those little fellows to take advantage of it. The dozen or so of them all began to move. Yu Hongdao was a very capable commander, and he had most likely already discussed the rules for the distribution of the divine lightning crystals. Faced with the large number of divine lightning crystals, they didn't fight over them. Instead, they put them into their storage rings. Then, they continued to advance in high spirits. Long Chen discovered that there were quite a few tiny Thunderflame divine crystals, but Long Chen wasn't interested in them, so he didn't take them. Wherever he passed, the dozen or so cultivators seemed to have picked up magic treasures. They were all in high spirits and collected quite a few Thunderflame divine crystals along the way. However, because of the influence of the zither, some of them actually went crazy. Yu Hongdao made a prompt decision. With the combined strength of everyone, they killed these people and then took their storage rings, agreeing to redistribute the crystals. The deeper they went, the more Thunderflame divine crystals they obtained. Because there were so many of them, they basically won every battle. However, because more and more people were bewitched by the zither, more and more of them were killed by their own people. Soon, there were only 6 people left. A large number of Thunderflame divine crystals were distributed among 6 people, which was already very good. Since there weren't many of them, they didn't dare to be as ostentatious as before. Instead, they didn't move too much and advanced slowly, resisting the temptation of the zither that they were gradually unable to resist. Long Chen estimated that he would be able to walk out of this turbulent area. At this moment, about 100 meters behind him, Yu Hongdao seemed to have gone crazy. His eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly took out a saber and slashed at his companions beside him. In a short period of time, he actually killed 2 people. Big Brother Yu has gone crazy. Heavens! Let's kill him. No, we can't beat him. Let's run first. The remaining 3 people hurriedly prepared to run, but Yu Hongdao seemed to treat them as enemies and pursued them desperately. He's actually pretending to be crazy in order to obtain all the Thunderflame Divine Crystals. Long Chen laughed. He had been paying attention to Yu Hongdao from the very beginning. This guy was quite scheming. At the beginning, he had gathered everyone to form a large force and obtained a lot of Thunderflame Divine Crystals in this turbulent area. Now that the time had come, he had pretended to be crazy and slaughtered his companions. His goal was obviously to obtain all the Thunderflame Divine Crystals. Although Long Chen hadn't been with them, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. He despised people who cheated others' feelings from the bottom of his heart. When Yu Hongdao began his massacre, Long Chen decisively turned back. At this moment, Yu Hongdao was madly chasing after the remaining 3 people. A figure gradually appeared from the thick fog behind him. Yu Hongdao abruptly turned around when he sensed a stranger's aura. The instant he saw Long Chen, a look of astonishment flashed across his blood-red eyes. From this, it could be seen that his crazed state was completely an act. He glanced at Long Chen and no longer hesitated. He continued to chase after the remaining 3 people. Given his speed, he would be able to kill them very quickly. When that happened, all the Thunderflame Divine Crystals would be his. Chapter 1159. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was already in front of Yu Hongdao. Yu Hongdao still didn't understand how this kid in the 3rd level of the Divine Martial Realm could catch up with him. Because of Long Chen's delay, the 3 targets he wanted to kill had disappeared in a short time. In this misty turbulence, as long as they were 10 meters away from his line of sight, they would disappear in a short time. Yu Hongdao had meticulously planned for such a long time, but Long Chen had unexpectedly ruined it. Naturally, he was so angry that he wanted to kill Long Chen. From Yu Hongdao's ferocious expression, it could be seen that he would actually do such a thing. Long Chen didn't have the time to talk to him, so he directly attacked. Who are you? You're courting death. Seeing that Long Chen had attacked before him, Yu Hongdao no longer hesitated. He slashed his murderous blade at Long Chen. He had just reached the 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm, which was about the same level as Long Chen. Even his divine energy was far inferior to Long Chen's. Long Chen took out the blood-scarlet blade and slashed at him. The blood-scarlet blade instantly cut off his head and swept across his neck. Divine Martial Realm experts had strong vitality. Even though he only had a head left, Yu Hongdao wasn't dead yet. At that moment, his head was flying in the air, and his mind was blank. Finally, he saw the mysterious man below him. At that moment, the tip of the blood-scarlet blade was pointing at his head. Don't kill me. Yu Hongdao finally reacted with his remaining head and shouted in horror. Long Chen didn't move. He didn't want to waste time on this guy. Yu Hongdao had already admitted that he had met an opponent he couldn't resist. At this moment of life and death, he said anxiously, "Look at my hand, what's in it? As long as you promise not to kill me, it's yours." In your hand. Long Chen was puzzled for a moment. He glanced sideways and sure enough, there was a purple metal needle about 10 centimeters long in the hand of the body. While Long Chen was observing the purple metal needle, Yu Hongdao fled in a hurry. He was confident that as long as he was 10 meters away from Long Chen would not be able to find him. Although only his head was left, as long as he returned to his family, there was still a chance for him to live. You want to escape just like that? Long Chen possessed the spirit-devouring demonic eyes. This was something that Yu Hongdao could never have imagined. At that moment, the sword in Long Chen's hand flashed and a red sword beam shot out, directly destroying Yu Hongdao's head. The living lived and the dead died. This was fate. Yu Hongdao had plotted against his companion, only to be discovered by Long Chen. What is this? Long Chen took out the purple metal needle. It was slightly similar to Li Xuanji's soul-shattering needle, but it did not have the same effect. He played around with the needle in his hand, but he could not see anything special about it. Suddenly, the needle moved by itself. Like a compass, it spun around in Long Chen's hand before stopping and pointing in a certain direction. Long Chen changed his position, but the needle still pointed in the same direction. The saint's fruit shouldn't be completely ripe right now, so there's no need to rush to the very front. The needle is clearly pointing at something. I'd like to see where it's pointing. After staying here for a long time, Long Chen had developed a strong resistance to the sound of the zither. He could basically ignore the sound of the zither. He sped up and headed towards the direction of the metal needle. After a dozen breaths, Long Chen saw more than a dozen Thunderbolt Divine Crystals on the ground. When he placed the Thunderbolt Divine Crystals into the Great Void Realm, the metal needle no longer pointed. I see. This needle can find lightning divine crystals. However, I have the body of a dragon. As long as I absorb more ancestral dragon essence blood, my body will become more and more powerful. I've almost reached the level of an 8th grade body refining battle skill, so these lightning divine crystals are useless to me. Thinking of this, Long Chen was just about to put away the purple metal needle and rush forward as fast as he could. Suddenly, the purple metal needle began to move. It spun rapidly, trembled, and then pointed in a certain direction. What a great disturbance! Long Chen threw it to the ground. After spinning a few times, the needle pointed in the same direction as before. It was very human-like, as if it was very excited. That direction was also the direction Long Chen was heading in. Since it's on the way, I'll go take a look. What's this? Thousands of lightning divine crystals. If that was the case, it would be a great fortune. Even if Long Chen had no use for it, he could still give it to someone else after returning to the true Martial Emperor Palace. After putting away the metal needle, Long Chen was like a gust of wind as he traversed the misty and rugged mountain path. The gust of wind caused his clothes to flutter in the wind. Wind and thick fog, these two contradictory things, actually combined perfectly at this time. This was the 9 secluded demon mountain. As he advanced, the zither music continued to ring in his ears. The metal needle in his hand trembled more and more violently. Very soon, Long Chen discovered that he had entered a narrow valley. The metal needle in his hand suddenly became scorching hot. When Long Chen stepped on a large boulder, the metal needle actually left his hand and nailed itself onto the boulder before exploding. What a huge reaction! Long Chen also vaguely sensed that there seemed to be a very powerful lightning fluctuation under the boulder. Generally speaking, many people would directly pass through this area. This valley was strange and narrow. Basically, no one was willing to come here. Long Chen was lucky to be here. Since he was already here, he wouldn't be polite. Although he had no use for the lightning divine crystal, the thing inside might really give him a surprise. Using brute force, Long Chen moved the boulder. It turned out to be a space isolated from the mist and wind. After Long Chen moved the boulder, a few lightning bolts actually erupted from the cave. Long Chen was almost hit by the purple lightning. This purple lightning was similar to the lightning shackles in the sky. If he was hit, it would take a while for Long Chen to recover even with his current body. After flashing through the lightning, Long Chen immediately rushed into the cave. This was a hollow cave that looked like a sphere with a diameter of about 20 meters. The space wasn't big, but after Long Chen entered, he was immediately attracted by the thing in the middle. It was a regular rhombus-shaped crystal that was purple and transparent. It should be a type of lightning divine crystal, but its color was slightly darker than normal lightning divine crystals. More importantly, this crystal was larger than 2 human heads. In this cave, Long Chen couldn't describe the beauty of this purple crystal. The whole cave was filled with purple brilliance, like a dream. The purple crystal rotated gently in the middle of this cave. There seemed to be a total of 9 purple lightning flashing inside, like a long snake. This crystal should be a lightning divine crystal, but it was at least 10 times more solid than a lightning divine crystal. More importantly, compared to a fingernail-sized lightning divine crystal, it was simply too big. This is a lightning heart. It's very difficult to produce. Ordinary lightning divine crystals, if you fuse 1,000 of them, it can almost be equivalent to an 8th grade body refining divine skill. But this lightning heart, if you fuse one, it can almost be equivalent to a 9th grade body refining divine skill. At this time, Li Xuanji seemed to be a little sober. She forced her eyes open and said, "A 9th grade body refining divine skill." Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. His luck was really too good. He just killed a random person and he had this opportunity. He had now absorbed 30% of the ancestral dragon essence blood, and the strength of his body was equivalent to a 7th grade body refining divine skill. He estimated that he would need to absorb half of the ancestral dragon essence blood for the strength of his body to reach the level of a 9th grade body refining divine skill. In the 3 regions and 9 worlds, any kind of 9th grade body refining divine skill was a treasure. At this moment, if the lightning heart was successfully fused, it could become a 9th grade body refining divine skill. It was definitely a great treasure, and also a great wealth. However, Long Chen didn't plan to use it himself. At this moment, the lightning heart in front of him was spinning like a dream. "This thing is a gift for you." Long Chen walked closer to the lightning heart and continued, "I don't need this thing. When I was about the 5th tier of the divine martial realm, I could form a body of this strength. This lightning heart is useless to me." It was a very beautiful crystal core. It was perfect for giving to others. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Li Xuanji's mouth. Although she was no longer beautiful, she was still very moving. She said, "I cultivate a 9th grade body refining divine skill, and I just happen to lack a lightning heart. If I succeed, it will definitely surpass the body formed by fusing with the lightning heart. However, it depends on whether I can survive or not. I'll accept your gift." He didn't think it would be so coincidental. This was just an unexpected fortune, but he didn't think it would be so suitable for Li Xuanji. No wonder she was already very weak, but she still woke up for this lightning heart. To be able to give something to her, Long Chen was naturally very happy. Only things that he obtained were his. At this moment, without saying anything, Long Chen arrived in front of the lightning heart and extended his hand to touch it. A bolt of lightning struck. It was extremely fast, but Long Chen was even faster. He had already expected that the lightning heart would not be easy to deal with, so he was already prepared. At this moment, Long Chen opened his left hand, and a golden lightning dragon rushed out from his hand. It wrapped around the lightning heart, and Long Chen opened the Taishu realm and swallowed it. Successfully obtained. Chapter 1160. After putting away the thunder core, Long Chen raised his head and cast the soul sight technique. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, there was only one person, and no one within a 1-mile radius had any intention of approaching him. In this way, he just needed to focus on killing this man in front of him. Long Chen snuck in here, so he couldn't attract anyone's attention because of the thunder core. It could be said that everything in the 9 underworld demon mountain was the common property of the 9 underworld demon region, including this thunder core. What a coincidence, it's you. When he saw the aggressive man, Long Chen almost laughed out loud, because the man in front of him was dressed in gorgeous brocade clothes and had a powdered face. It was Shengguanya, whom he had met in the Shengguan campsite. Shengguanya was glaring at Long Chen angrily. Long Chen noticed that he was also holding a metal needle in his hand. When the thunder core was taken away by Long Chen, the metal needle lost its ability to guide him. Shengguanya was extremely excited when the metal needle made such a big noise, so he rushed here immediately. However, he didn't expect that someone else would be one step ahead of him, and it was this guy. I've seen you before. Oh right, just now. Young Master Shengguan was a person with a short memory. After a while, he finally remembered where he had seen Long Chen. He was a disciple of the 9 underworld demon region's Shengguan clan, while Long Chen wasn't some country bumpkin. Their status and identity were worlds apart. Normally, Shengguanya wouldn't even bother to talk to such a lowly person. So, he stretched out his hand and said, "Give me that purple crystal. It was placed here by a senior from my Shengguan clan, and he asked me to come and retrieve it. Don't ruin my Shengguan clan's business. As a reward, I'll give you 3,000 divine crystals." As Shengguanya spoke, she counted 3,000 divine crystals from her storage ring and poured them onto the ground. "Come and take it. Hurry up and give me that purple crystal." Seeing that Long Chen didn't move, he was a little impatient. This kid is too dull and ignorant. In Shengguanya's knowledge, a nobody like Long Chen probably has never seen 3,000 divine gems in his life. He didn't say that the purple crystal was the thunder core because he felt that even if he did, Long Chen wouldn't understand. What annoyed Shengguanya was that Long Chen actually looked at her and smiled, but did not move. Shengguanya was infuriated. She stretched out her leg and kicked. 3,000 divine gems scattered on the ground. She pointed at Long Chen and said angrily, "Boy, are you deaf? Hurry up and give it to me. Otherwise, let alone 3,000 divine gems, I won't even give you a single hair. You want to send me away with 3,000 divine gems?" Long Chen said very calmly. Shengguanya was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. She fanned herself a few times with her folding fan and said, "A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant." Sure enough, people's greed is endless. But have you ever heard of the saying that men die for wealth, while birds die for food? Now I have decided, let alone 3,000 divine gems, don't even think about taking a hair from me. Just hand over the thunder core obediently, and I will spare your life. As she spoke, Shengguanya released the aura that belonged to the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. The terrifying power filled the narrow cave and suppressed Long Chen, leaving Long Chen with no way to escape. What if I don't? This is a good thing that can help me practice a 9th grade body refining skill. Without enough bargaining chips, you want me to hand it over? Long Chen said in a joking manner. Shengguanya didn't expect Long Chen to know the function of the thunder core. In order to prevent Long Chen from shouting and revealing it, he quickly said with a nervous expression, "I didn't expect you to know about the thunder core. You're quite knowledgeable. I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want? As long as you tell me, my Shengguan clan won't mistreat you. But if you go too far, my Shengguan clan will make you and your clan have nowhere to run." Seeing Shengguanya suddenly become so nervous, Long Chen smiled and said, "Actually, my request is very simple. I just need to trouble young Master Shengguan. That is, please take off your pants, then flick your little brother 10,000 times, then I'll give you the thunder core. How about that?" "What?" When Shengguanya heard this, his face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. Of course, he understood that Long Chen was insulting him. "Bastard, if I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think I'm a fool?" Shengguanya roared in anger. He couldn't hold it in any longer and made his move. But at this moment, Long Chen was faster than him. Devouring blood whirled. The blood-colored space instantly filled the air, blurring Shengguanya's vision. When he saw this blood-colored space, Shengguanya's expression changed. As a disciple of the Shengguan clan, he had received all kinds of training since he was young. Although he had a strong sense of superiority that disciples of big clans had, but at this moment, this guy who came out of nowhere actually dared to make fun of him and even made a move on him. At least he had some strength. Shengguanya's expression was solemn. Finally, at this moment, he put away his contempt. But, it was already too late. Long Chen had already killed many warriors of his level. At this moment, the god-murdering sword formation had already formed beneath Shangguanya's feet. The terrifying sword energy condensed into a blood-colored divine dragon, and in this narrow space, it immediately pierced through Shangguanya's body. Shangguanya let out a blood-curdling scream. Looking down, he saw that the lower half of his body had almost been destroyed by Long Chen. Although he had put away his contempt towards Long Chen, he never would have thought that Long Chen would actually be strong to such an extent. The sword formation just now was at least a 6th-grade divine skill. Even he, Shangguanya, had only learned one type of 6th-grade divine skill. He only thought that it would be good if he could use that 6th-grade divine skill, but he didn't expect that this little brat who came out of nowhere would be able to do it so easily. In an instant, there was only half of his body left. This meant that if Long Chen did it again, Shangguanya's only ending would be death. Growing up to this age, Shangguanya never thought that he would die at this moment. Suddenly, a gray cloud shrouded him. The aura of death was so close, his mind was blank, and he was so scared that tears and snot crawled out of his eyes. At this moment, Long Chen's ghost-like figure appeared in front of him. "Spare me, spare me. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want." Shangguanya looked nervous and immediately screamed. Long Chen's face was expressionless. He pointed the blood-red wilderness in his hand at the tip of Shangguanya's nose. "Don't kill me, I'll promise you anything. I'll steal the 8th-grade divine skill from my family and give it to you, okay? My younger sister is very beautiful, and she's also in the 9 secluded demon mountain. I'll give her to you, okay? My younger sister is an outstanding beauty, and there are many people in the 9 super clans who have their eyes on her. As long as I make a move, I'll definitely be able to trick her to come here. You can do whatever you want, okay?" The difference between his current appearance and his previous demeanor was like the difference between heaven and earth. Shangguanya never thought that he would have such a day. The cold and fierce tip of the blood-red wilderness made Shangguanya tremble all over. He looked at Long Chen nervously. At this moment, Long Chen said slowly, "When I was still 17 years old, I knew that if I didn't kill the person who wanted to kill me, that person would definitely kill me in the near future. So, you can only blame your bad luck, young Master Shangguan." "No." His silence did not cause Long Chen to hesitate at all. This was Long Chen's rule. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself, especially in the 9 secluded demon mountain. There were many experts of the Shangguan clan nearby, so if the news of Long Chen injuring Shangguanya and obtaining the lightning heart was leaked, he would definitely die a horrible death. After dealing with Shangguanya, the lightning heart gradually approached Li Xuanji in the void realm under Long Chen's control. It flickered above her, causing the surroundings to be bathed in violet light. "It's so beautiful." Li Xuanji opened her murky eyes and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. However, Long Chen was not at ease. He knew that under normal circumstances, Li Xuanji would not have accepted something as precious as the lightning heart. She only realized that her life was about to end, so she did not have much hope for Long Chen to obtain the saint's fruit. That was why she accepted the lightning heart so easily. To be able to open her eyes and look at such a magnificent gift before her death was a very beautiful thing to her. After she passed away, the lightning heart would still belong to Long Chen. Although she did not say it out loud, Long Chen knew what she was thinking. He was rather angry. After leaving the cave, Long Chen said unhappily, "Don't underestimate me." "I don't mean to underestimate you." From Long Chen's words, Li Xuanji realized that Long Chen was a sensitive person. He must have guessed what she was thinking from her emotions. "No matter what, hold on for as long as you can. If you give up now, you're letting me down," Long Chen said through gritted teeth. He sped up and headed in the direction of the mist. Li Xuanji's eyes were a little dazed. Vaguely, a hint of tears flickered in her eyes. She looked at the lightning heart that flickered with light above her head, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on her lips. He had persisted so much, and he was working hard for her. Li Xuanji knew that if she gave up first and was disappointed, she would really be letting him down. After obtaining the lightning heart by chance and wasting some time, Long Chen no longer hesitated. His resistance to the zither music exceeded everyone's imaginations. After surpassing everyone, Long Chen finally charged out of the range of the zither music after around 2 hours. Chapter 1161. Apart from the thick fog, everything in front of Yi Shiwen became a bit clearer. He was no longer at the foot of the 9 secluded demon mountain, but at the mountainside. Looking up, he could see a vast sea of clouds. The purple lightning shackles were still flickering with terrifying lightning bolts. In front of him was a lush and verdant forest. The trees were densely packed, towering into the sky. Some were tall, some were short. The tallest tree was over 100 meters tall, and these trees had a diameter of more than 10 meters. Under these trees, there was a thick layer of fallen leaves. Obviously, no one had been here for a long time. There was a strange feeling coming from this forest. Long Chen naturally understood that the strange zither music wasn't the only obstacle in the 9 secluded demon mountain. According to Li Xuanji, there were many ferocious beasts here, and there were even real beasts from the demon race. There were also some ancient beasts that had terrifying lethality. Fortunately, as long as they were alive, Long Chen was able to locate them in advance. This forest was very big, and it probably surrounded the entire 9 secluded demon mountain. Hundreds of thousands of young warriors were coming from all directions. The direction where Long Chen was going was mainly occupied by the Shengguan clan, one of the 9 great clans. Of course, there were also warriors from other clans who might have deviated from their original route. The higher they went, the more people from different clans would gradually converge. All the warriors of the 9 secluded demon realm had gathered here. This was the grandest disciple competition in the entire 9 secluded demon realm. There were still people within 500 meters of Long Chen. These people were carefully sneaking into the depths of the forest. Long Chen estimated that he had already traveled 1/5 of the way to the peak. Without any hesitation, he turned into a bolt of golden lightning. His speed was much faster than anyone else's. As expected, there were many ferocious beasts in this forest. Most of the ferocious beasts in the 9 Netherworld Devil Mountain were poisonous beasts. On the way here, Long Chen had seen spiders, scorpions, and venomous snakes. Even large ferocious beasts rarely felt pain. These poisonous beasts might not be very high in rank, but because of their poison, they had terrifying killing power. Long Chen had seen a kind of poisonous beast called steel spider on the way. They were only the size of a thumb, but there were tens of millions of them. These steel spiders covered a towering tree, and their color was similar to that of the tree. If an ordinary person's eyes were not sharp, it would be hard for him to see clearly that there were so many steel needles on the tree. As long as he approached, thousands of steel spiders would rush at him, but their venom could kill all the warriors above the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Poisonous beasts like this were densely packed. For the time being, Long Chen called this forest a poisonous beast forest. He was sure that a large number of warriors would die in this poisonous beast forest. After all, among the ferocious beasts, poisonous beasts were more terrifying. Many poisonous beasts had poisons that even the divine martial arts realm warriors could not resist. Because Long Chen's speed was too fast, and he could clearly see the layout of the poisonous beasts with his soul eyes, his journey was basically unimpeded. After 2 hours, he had already traveled a long distance. He estimated that he had traveled 1/5 of the way, which was almost half of the way to the 9 Netherworld Devil Mountain. At this point, those terrifying poisonous beasts gradually decreased. Long Chen still had a lingering fear in his heart. He had seen with his own eyes that millions of thumb-sized ants had invaded a small team of warriors and turned them into skeletons in a flash. This was the rule of competition. Only by surviving in countless competitions could it be possible to create a peak warrior. It didn't matter if there were only 50,000 people left out of these 100,000, as long as there was a real expert among these 50,000 people. After arriving at the position in front of Long Chen, the number of poisonous beasts had decreased a lot. He slightly slowed down his pace. According to his estimation, the further he went, the more terrifying the danger would be. If there were fewer poisonous beasts here, then there would definitely be other threats. At this time, a teenager suddenly rushed into the range of his soul-devouring demon pupil. This teenager staggered and fled, his face was pale. Very soon, he met Long Chen face to face. This teenager was not old, and his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm, the same as Long Chen. From this teenager's expression and movements, Long Chen could see that he had fallen into extreme fear. It was definitely because there was a terrifying crisis in front of him that he could not resist. Run quickly. As soon as he saw Long Chen, he quickly shouted in a mournful voice. What's going on? Long Chen stopped his steps. The teenager's face was full of horror. He seemed to have been scared to death. At this time, he was more like murmuring to himself. He said in front of Long Chen, "It's too terrifying. I don't know what that thing is. It's really too terrifying. As long as its spores drill into your body, it will immediately absorb all the nutrients in your body. It will grow out of your body, grow out. Ah, so many people have died like this. So many people are trapped in this place and can't go up." The first danger was the enchanted zither music in the fog, and the second danger was the forest full of poisonous beasts. From this teenager's words, it could be heard that the third danger was in front of them, and many people were trapped in this place. "What the hell is that thing?" Long Chen asked in a deep voice. I don't know. The sky is full of its vines, full of barbs. It's simply a terrifying monster. Oh my God, how did I come to this place?" With that, he no longer cared about Long Chen and directly ran off. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and continued to move forward without saying a word. When he reached this place, there were clearly more people in front of him. Very quickly, Long Chen joined their group. Most of these people looked like young boys and girls. At this moment, their faces were filled with fear. One by one, they gathered together in small groups and looked ahead nervously. When they reached this place, Long Chen discovered that the surrounding ground was actually shaking violently. There must have been some kind of shocking creature up ahead. This monster should be the species of antiquity that the patriarch mentioned. It's so big. It's really rare. Yeah, how are we supposed to find the saint's fruit with it blocking our way? Sure enough, only supreme geniuses have the opportunity to compete for the saint's fruit. Species of antiquity. Under everyone's disdainful gazes, Long Chen did not stop at all and quickly moved forward. Soon, a cliff appeared in front of him. The commotion here was already very big. The ground Long Chen was standing on right now was trembling to such an extent that it was enough to cause an expert to fall. Looking down from the cliff, Long Chen finally managed to see what it was. There were thick, densely packed vines in the forest below, directly piercing through the ground. They covered a radius of at least a kilometer, and it was impossible to tell just how many there were. They were like tentacles, waving about in all directions. It was impossible to see where they ended. Long Chen felt that it was very likely that the vines had wrapped around the entire 9 Serenity Demon Mountain. What shocked Long Chen even more was that the countless vines were a single entity. The creature's body was hidden in the depths of the ground, and the vines were actually part of its tentacles or claws. There were already several thousand of them, so if the vines had wrapped around the entire mountain, the monster would have several 100,000 tentacles at the very least. It was these rattan-like tentacles covered in barbs that blocked their path forward. When Long Chen first saw the monster, he also saw many people trying to rush through the rattan. However, although the rattan looked cumbersome, it was actually very flexible. The speed and strength of its twitching were amazing. A casual twitch of the rattan was equivalent to a peak move of a warrior at the 4th tier of the divine martial arts realm. As a matter of fact, when a few of them gathered together, they were equivalent to a full-powered strike from a 5th-layer god's martial arts cultivator. As long as the cultivators charged in, they would immediately become embroiled in battle with the countless vines. It was quite a chaotic scene. If that was the case, these vines would not be enough to frighten so many people. They had two other abilities. First, they were immortal. The vines that were cut off could regrow from the ground in a very short period of time. Second, as long as the vines hit someone, countless plant spores would drill out of the barbs. If one was not prepared and the spores drilled into one's body, a horrible scene would happen. Those spores took root in one's body, as if they had plunged into incomparably fertile land. Using the flesh and blood of the body as resources, they began to grow crazily in a short period of time. The sharp young vines directly pierced through one's internal organs and even reached into one's head. No matter how strong the cultivator was, he seemed to have no resistance against this kind of thing. In a very short period of time, he died miserably while howling miserably. Those young vines pierced through his body densely. Until the cultivator's body was sucked dry, a creature that looked like a sea urchin would appear and immediately turn into the ground. Long Chen also felt a little frightened. He could see that these countless vines actually came from an enlarged version of the sea urchin-like creature. Sure enough, it's different from ordinary evil beasts and ominous beasts. It can't be regarded as a plant-type demon clan. This kind of creature is called an ancient exotic species, just like the Nine Hells fantasy butterfly. From the Nine Hells fantasy butterfly, he thought of Lingxi again. Unconsciously, he seemed to miss her a little. Every time he thought of her, he always had a sweet feeling. But now, it was still the time to fight desperately. Long Chen wanted to dig this thing out from the ground and have a look, but there was no time. He chose to directly rush over and ignore the others. Everyone had their own destiny, and Long Chen couldn't care less about so many people. But he was very curious. This thing had no eyes. How on earth did it see so many people? Did it rely on smell or something similar to divine awareness? Chapter 1162. At a glance, at least within the range of Long Chen's senses, there were several thousand people who were blocked by the strange vine. They did not dare to advance any further. From their conversations, Long Chen heard the monster's name, the myriad evil vine. It was said that it could create billions of clones. Its terror was self-evident. Some of these ancient beasts were powerful, while others were weak. However, since they were able to survive to this day and age, they all possessed a frightening life-saving technique. If an ordinary cultivator was struck by the vine, their flesh would probably split open, not to mention the strange spores that could live inside a person's body and suck their flesh dry. Long Chen could imagine just how terrifying the effects of the myriad evil vine would be if it was placed in a suitable place. Right now, it was probably imprisoned by the humans in the 9 Serenity Demon Mountains, unable to cause trouble. Only when the saint's fruit ripened every 500 years would it show its might. It could be seen that the myriad evil vine was extremely excited. Time waited for no man. There were still quite a few people who rushed through the myriad evil vine's attack range and successfully entered the fog-shrouded forest in front of them. Some of these people were lucky enough to not be attacked by the myriad evil vines, while others were strong enough to directly cut down the vines and then rushed over. Of course, there were some people who were powerful but unlucky. They were treated with special attention by the myriad evil vine, but their fates were not good. They were either whipped to death or sucked dry by the spores. It was their miserable deaths that made many people stop in fear. They no longer dared to advance any further. Only true geniuses or people who desperately wanted to change their fates could obtain the saint's fruit. The cowardly and weak people were stopped by the various tests of the 9 netherworld demon mountain. They did not dare to take another step forward. At the very least, over half of the cultivators were stopped below the myriad evil vine. If they wanted to change their fates, they would have to face the danger of death. Long Chen was the only one who had come here to save someone. He did not come to change his fate, but for something more important. Without thinking too much, Long Chen jumped off the cliff under everyone's shocked gazes. Another cannon fodder. Seeing that a warrior at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm dared to walk in front, the onlookers couldn't help feeling sorry for him. In fact, many warriors at the 4th and 5th level of the divine martial arts realm still stayed where they were and didn't dare to move forward rashly. Generally speaking, only warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm could pass through steadily. However, the warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm were all geniuses among geniuses, and they all had the potential to reach the peak of the divine martial arts realm in the future. Long Chen was bold, but in the eyes of the crowd, it would only be a tragedy at most. Judging from Long Chen's clothes, one could tell at a glance that he was definitely not a member of the 9 great clans. He didn't have the powerful resources of those clans. Even before, there was a child at the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm, who was wearing a tight set of armor, who had unexpectedly rushed through the range of the myriad evil vines. This was the power bestowed by the clans. Long Chen didn't care about what other people thought. Among these 100,000 people, although many of them were older than Long Chen, in the eyes of Long Chen, they were just children. After landing on the ground, the myriad evil vines, which were still far away, clearly appeared in front of him. Every vine was covered with barbs, and it was at least 1 meter in diameter. It wasn't very long, but it was full of power and a terrifying aura. Thousands of vines danced in front of him, and thousands of warriors met again. From time to time, there were people who were lucky enough to rush through, and there were also people who unfortunately died. There were even people who rushed through, but before they could get far enough, they were swept back by the terrifying evil vines. The place where Long Chen landed was very close to the position of the evil vines. The evil vines had already regarded him as an enemy. In the first instant, Long Chen saw 2 thick evil vines unexpectedly whip towards Long Chen. The evil vines hadn't even touched him yet, but the sound of the wind was already blowing fiercely. Long Chen didn't do anything, but he first used his divine breath technique. Although it was only his guess that the other party used something like divine sense to perceive, Long Chen still wanted to give it a try first. The entire 9 secluded demon mountain was under the suppression of the soul-suppressing stone. The terror of the level 9 soul-suppressing stone was unimaginable. Basically, even if Li Xuanji was in her peak state, her divine sense would be suppressed to the point that it couldn't be used. In fact, Long Chen didn't have much hope. After all, if the myriad evil vines used a perception similar to divine sense, the soul-suppressing stone would have suppressed them long ago. How could it accurately grasp everyone's position? However, contrary to Long Chen's expectations, when the evil vines whipped about 10 meters in front of him, they actually stopped. They showed a very human-like side, twisting around in confusion. Then, the 2 evil vines ignored Long Chen and went to attack others. It actually worked. Long Chen was a little surprised. It seemed that the myriad evil vines indeed used something similar to divine sense, but it wouldn't be suppressed by the soul-suppressing stone. Instead, it would be suppressed by the divine breath technique. This showed that the stupid kitten's origin was actually not simple. Kitten was probably a member of the monster race, and an ancient monster race at that. With the success of the divine breath technique, Long Chen only had one more attempt left. After all, it was quite troublesome to face the myriad evil vines. At this time, Long Chen could easily walk through the dense and terrifying evil vines. That kind of terrifying battle was happening beside him, and the place he walked through was like a piece of pure land. Not far away, many people saw Long Chen's situation and were all shocked. Most of these people had previously thought that Long Chen was cannon fodder, but they didn't take action. The myriad evil vines had already frightened them. But at this time, the cannon fodder in their eyes had actually walked past the myriad evil vines so easily. The terrifying evil vines that were whipping up and down seemed to be unable to see him, turning a blind eye to him. The area where the evil vines were located was about a kilometer wide. As long as he could safely cross this kilometer, he could enter the next area. Long Chen estimated that the myriad evil vines were already in the middle of the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain. The higher he went, the closer he was to the holy tree of heaven and earth. Long Chen raised his head and looked up. The sky was still shrouded by the shackles of lightning and thick fog. On the top of the huge 9 Serenities Demon Mountain, there was a vague pressure of heaven and earth. With hope right in front of him, Long Chen quickened his pace. His situation made many people exclaim in surprise. Their faces were dull as they looked at him with envy and jealousy. What's going on with this kid? The myriad evil vines actually didn't sense his existence. How is that possible? He must have something good on him, but he doesn't come from one of the 9 great clans. Many of the cultivators who were still surrounded by the myriad evil vines saw an opportunity from Long Chen. They wanted to understand how he was able to do this, but there was nothing they could do. The myriad evil vines were just too tightly wrapped around them. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives, so they did not have the energy to pay attention to Long Chen. Just when he was about to walk out, something suddenly happened. Everyone began to make a ruckus. Long Chen sensed something and looked back. There was a young man standing on the cliff. When he saw the man, Long Chen squinted his eyes. He understood that any cultivator who could make him feel like this would be a powerful opponent. The battle for the saint's fruit had gathered all the geniuses in the 9 hells before the age of 100. There would definitely be people who could reach the 9th layer of the god martial realm before the age of 1000, just like Li Xuanji. Qin Shi, whom he had encountered before, was known as the disciple of the current world king of the 9 hells demon realm. She had the opportunity and the right to do so, and the young man before him was the same. From the young man, Long Chen saw a tenacity similar to himself. He was born in poverty, but he possessed terrifying tenacity. Only by persevering could he achieve what he had today. If someone like him was an enemy, they would be even more terrifying than those who had endless resources since they were young. This man was wearing a set of silver chainmail. The armor was thin and close-fitting, but there was an astonishing power on it. Clearly, its defensive power was extremely terrifying. In fact, the power of the silver chainmail had even fused with the power of the young man's body, forming a kind of convergence that caused the young man's power to increase exponentially. At the same time, the young man held a silver spear in his hand. The spear was even more terrifying than the silver chainmail. Long Chen had seen Chu Tianga's clear sky sword before. Clearly, the spear was on the same level as the clear sky sword at the very least. In terms of talent, the young man surpassed people like Chu Tianga. From his body, Long Chen felt the pressure of the will of heaven and earth. There was no doubt that this young man's strength was outstanding. He must be a warrior at the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm, a Dharma Laksana of heaven and earth, similar to Qin Shi. The young man had long, silver hair. His eyes were cold and determined, and his appearance was rather delicate. Although he seemed effeminate, there was a sharp sense of heroism in his eyes, just like the silver spear in his hand. It's actually the silver dragon spear, Suzhe. Heavens, it's actually him. He's one of the hot favorites for the saint's fruit. Many people became stunned after the young man appeared. They looked at the young man called Suja with admiration. Of course, there were also people who were jealous of him. Displeasure was written all over their faces. Aside from Qin Shi, this was the second opponent that Long Chen had encountered that could truly make him feel fear. Chapter 1163. That's right. Long Chen could tell from their conversation that Suja was not a member of the 9 clans. Speaking of which, Suja's rise to prominence was rather mythical. He was born into a clan in a small city, but he was not a direct descendant. Instead, he was an illegitimate son of the patriarch. He had been bullied since he was young, so he could be said to have endured humiliation. Although his talent was outstanding, he had no cultivation resources or guidance, so he remained unknown until one day, when he had a conflict with a direct descendant of the clan. He was beaten to death and thrown into a mountain stream. Everyone thought he was dead. Even his father didn't care about the son of the maidservant. However, what shocked everyone was that after 10 years, he returned, wearing the same chain mail and holding the same spear. He became the #1 expert in the small city, and all the people who had bullied him were killed. Even his father's arm had been chopped off by him. Afterwards, he left the small city and wandered around. He became known as the Silver Dragon Spear Suja, gradually gaining his current fame. His progress could only be described as terrifying. He was an insignificant person of humble birth, yet he could rival a disciple of a world king. It could be said that Suja was the idol of all the young cultivators in the 9 Hells demon realm. In particular, his appearance was extremely handsome, even surpassing that of many great clans. The 9 great clans extended an olive branch to him, wanting to marry the most talented woman in their clan to him. However, he declined all of them. However, the 9 great clans didn't make a move to kill this genius. It seemed that it was because the highest existence in the 9 underworlds, the 9 underworlds emperor, had said that no one was allowed to touch him. It was possible for someone like him to become a world king in 1,000 years, so he was a target of great protection. At the same time, from their conversation, Suja seemed to be quite a nice person. He was not a vicious person and was straightforward. He was extremely principled. After listening to their conversation, Long Chen felt like he was on good terms with people like them. Of course, Long Chen did not think about greeting him right now. If he wanted to obtain the saint's fruit, this person would definitely be one of his greatest competitors. If it was a battle to the death, Long Chen obviously would not back down. At this moment, the silver dragon spear, Suja, descended from the sky just like Long Chen, but this time, he attracted earth-shattering cheers. Soon, he descended above the myriad evil vines, still a distance away from the lightning shackles. Standing there, he looked like a god descending to the mortal world. His body flickered with a resplendent silver light. The light was so sharp that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Immediately, the myriad evil vines sensed his presence. In an instant, 10 myriad evil vines headed in Suja's direction. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy was the key to victory in 100 battles. It was also a good thing for him to take a look at the strength of his strongest opponent. So fast. When the myriad evil vines descended, the silver spear in Suja's hand flashed rapidly. The speed at which he brandished his spear made even Long Chen feel ashamed of his inferiority. Rays of silver light slashed down. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the dozen or so myriad evil vines turned into powder and fell downwards. Heavens, he's too powerful. He really is Suja. Cheers rang out in the surroundings. The treatment he received was worlds apart from what Long Chen had received in the past. Suja didn't stop. He turned into a beam of light and flew down. He brandished the spear in his hand and stepped forward. Suddenly, a silver shadow shuttled through the dense myriad evil vines. The vines were shattered by his spear. For the first time, the speed at which the myriad evil vines were destroyed surpassed the speed at which they regenerated. The cheers on the cliff grew louder and louder. In everyone's eyes, Wuxia was basically a hero. Indeed, if he had been alone, he could have easily rushed over. Judging from the direction he was killing, he was clearing a path for everyone. After a quarter of an hour, the path had been cleared. Under Wuxia's command, more than a dozen people had already rushed over. However, in Long Chen's opinion, Wuxia's real purpose should not be this. After clearing for a while, he suddenly entered a tunnel created by the vines and disappeared. There's something in there. Without saying a word, Long Chen followed and also entered the tunnel. Wuxia's diving speed was very fast, but he was still within Long Chen's field of vision. His purpose is to kill the myriad evil vines. Long Chen quickly understood. If he followed the tunnel created by the vines, he would be able to find the body of the myriad evil vines. This kid is really bold, just like me. Long Chen knew that although the myriad evil vines looked very big, there was probably only one body and it was hidden in the belly of the 9 secluded demon mountain. Following Wuxia's footsteps, Long Chen entered the belly of the mountain. Using his spirit-devouring demon eyes, he could see that at least the main body of the myriad evil vines was not within 1 mile. Long Chen sped up. After a few steps, Wuxia actually discovered him. He quickly turned around and blocked in front of Long Chen. After discovering Long Chen's strength, his cold expression eased a little. He said, "Why are you following me? I'm going to kill the main body of the myriad evil vines. It's very dangerous. Hurry up and leave." Long Chen did not want to be entangled with him, so he turned around and left. He only came in to see what was going on. He had no interest in killing the myriad evil vines. However, in this cave, Long Chen vaguely felt that it was a little strange. It seemed that the deeper he went, the colder it became. This kind of cold was not even cold, nor was it ice cold. Instead, it was a strange kind of cold that directly froze the depths of his soul. This feeling of flames suddenly made Long Chen think of Mo Xiaolang. This coldness, why does it feel a little like the 9 hell demon ancestral flame? 9 secluded demon mountain, is it just my imagination? Long Chen stopped. He wanted to go in again and take a look. After some thought, he decided that the saint's fruit was more important after all. It was related to Li Xuanji's life. As for the 9 hell demon ancestral flame, he could check it out when he had the time in the future. It was very difficult for others to discover him with his breathing technique. Thinking up to there, Long Chen turned around and left. When he returned to the surface, many of the vines of the myriad evil vines had already sprouted. However, a large number of cultivators had already successfully passed through the region controlled by the myriad evil vines with Wuxia's assistance, venturing into the depths. Long Chen used his breathing technique and passed through the vines in a very short amount of time. Before him was an even gloomier forest. Just when Long Chen was about to advance, a few cultivators suddenly surrounded him. One of them said with a rather sinister expression, "Brat, take out the treasure that can prevent the myriad evil vines from sensing you." Another person said, "If you take it out, you can live. Also, us brothers aren't bad people. You can join our team. As you can see, this forest in front is where the real fiend race gathers. They love to hunt down lone warriors. Only by forming a team can you survive. We're already treating you very well by letting you join us in exchange for a transcendent artifact." In order to prevent Long Chen from escaping, a few people surrounded Long Chen from all directions. The strength of these people was actually considered very strong among the 100,000 people. The previous leader of the group was already at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Of course, he was only at the initial stage. The others were basically at the 5th level of the divine martial realm. If this force combined, it would be impossible to defeat it without at least 3 cultivators at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen was only a warrior at the third level of the divine martial realm. Therefore, they believed that Long Chen would definitely not refuse their invitation. To their surprise, Long Chen neither agreed nor refused. Instead, he directly made his move. These cultivators were still not Long Chen's match. After about a quarter of an hour, all of them were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. As for Long Chen, he stood unscathed in the middle of them. Not a speck of dust could be seen on his body. It was as if defeating these people did not require any effort at all. The fallen people all looked at Long Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Long Chen did not want to kill them. It was just a trivial matter. After he came in, he only killed 2 people in total. One was Yu Hongdao, and the other was Sheng Guanya. After getting rid of them, Long Chen directly left. Those cultivators who stood in his way crawled away one after another. After Long Chen really left, they looked at each other with lingering fear. Big brother, who is this person? Have you heard of him? No, but I am sure that his strength is not at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm. He should be at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Only a warrior at this level can defeat me with one move. Oh, I did not expect that we would have kicked an iron plate. We actually met someone who can rank in the top 20 among the 100,000 cultivators. This kind of person is either cultivated by the 9 superclans or a genius like Suja just now. No wonder he dared to chase Suja just now. It turns out that he is strong enough. They admired Long Chen's strength and were in awe of him. Of course, what they were most grateful for was that Long Chen did not kill them. Originally, they were the ones who provoked them first, but Long Chen did not kill them. This was already extremely benevolent. Experts had their own tempers, especially those at this level. If it were any warrior from the 9 super clans, they would probably not let them live. What they did not know was that after Long Chen walked a few hundred meters, he was stopped by another group of people. These 3 people were much more important than the previous cultivators. Long Chen had seen one of them before. It was the disciple of the World Emperor, Qin Shi, whom he met in the Shangguan camp. Yanhuang Dragon City, ruling the central state, was a declining family with a long history. Until a domineering dragon broke through the sky and fought with thousands of dragons in the sky, destroying all living things in the world. The current leader sacrificed blood to heaven, and the dragon was sealed in the body of his son. 18 years later, in the New Year's ceremony of the Year of the Snake, the young man who was destined to live and die with the dragon let out an inhuman roar of despair. The land of the 9 states began to tremble. Wang Long pointed his middle finger at the sky. Don't fucking call me a hero, because all heroes are fucking forced. The above was the introduction of the novel Fighting Dragon. Chapter 1164. Qin Shi was also the only person that Long Chen had seen who could rival Su Zhe. Because she was also one of his most important opponents, Long Chen was quite concerned about her. At this moment, Qin Shi was standing in the middle of the 3 people. Her face was calm and expressionless, and her dark green dress was fluttering in the wind. She was actually quite young, and her face had a childish look. She was not as charming as Li Xuanji, but her temperament was similar. This woman had an unapproachable aura. Although she didn't express it in words, the pride in her bones was something that even the disciples of the 9 great families couldn't compare to. After all, she was the disciple of the strongest person in the 9 underworlds, and also someone who had the potential to become the strongest person in the future. That pride in her bones made her despise everything she saw, but she didn't show it. Even if she smiled at you and talked to you, she still thought that there was a hierarchy between the 2 of them. From her eyes, Long Chen could roughly understand her character. He had traveled extensively over the years and met too many people. The more people he met, the more experience he would have. As for the other 2, Long Chen wasn't familiar with them. One of them looked gentle and elegant, and his appearance was somewhat similar to Shangguanye's. However, he was not at the same level as Shangguanye. Shangguanye's elegance was fake, but this man was indeed noble and elegant. This was a unique temperament that others couldn't imitate. At this moment, he was the only one who smiled at Long Chen, giving him a warm feeling like a spring breeze. As for the other one, he was wearing a black suit. His eyes were sharp, and his expression was arrogant. His whole body was sharp, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. One look and anyone could tell that he was the eldest son of an aristocratic family, and he had far surpassed his peers since he was young. A total of 3 people stood in front of Long Chen. At this moment, Qin Shi and the young man in black didn't move. The man who looked like Shangguanye took a step forward and stopped in front of Long Chen. With a smile on his face, he said politely, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Shangguan Feng, a member of one of the 9 big families, the Shangguan clan. As for these 2, they're even more famous. For example, this one," he pointed at the arrogant youngster in black and said, "This is Zhao Yunlong, a young expert from the Zhao clan of the 9 great clans. Within the Zhao clan, at least within 100 years, no one is a match for him. He's the number 1 genius of the Zhao clan in 100 years. As for this one, I don't need to introduce him. As long as you're from the 9 underworlds, you'll know him." He was referring to Qin Shi. "I know, he is the disciple of the World Emperor," Long Chen said. Looking at Long Chen's expression, which was neither servile nor overbearing, Shangguan Feng was very satisfied. Qin Shi was still expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with her. As for Zhao Yunlong, he had a disdainful smile on his face. He crossed his arms and ignored Long Chen. Shangguan Feng was confident that as long as it was a young disciple of the 9 underworlds, they would be shocked by the combination of these 3 people. However, Long Chen's calmness matched his strength. At this moment, Shangguan Feng said with a smile, "We saw your battle just now. According to our estimation, your strength should be at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Among the 3 of us, Zhao Yunlong and I are also at this level. As for Lady Qin Shi, she is outstanding and has already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Our strength is similar. It's also fate that we can meet here." Long Chen roughly understood what he meant. Just now, he had heard from a group of warriors that the real demon race was in front of them. It could also be the last checkpoint of the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. Those who dared to pass through here were basically above the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. Speaking up to here, Shangguan Feng smiled and said, "Oh right, we have already talked about this, but I still don't know your name." Long Chen thought for a while. He didn't want to be seen as an enemy by the disciples of the 9 families, especially by Qin Shi. Therefore, he said calmly, "Jiang Yunfan, from the Jiang family of Dongxing City, which is under the jurisdiction of the Shangguan family. I believe young Master Shangguan knows about Dongxing City." Hearing the name Dongxing City, Shangguan Feng smiled. He vaguely remembered that there was indeed a medium-sized city in the jurisdiction of the Shangguan family. Of course, he didn't know who lived in that city. The jurisdiction of the Shangguan family was 1/9 of the entire 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. It was so huge that he couldn't remember it clearly. However, since he was a warrior from the jurisdiction of the Shangguan family, it was even easier. Shangguan Feng was very satisfied, but Zhao Yunlong wasn't. He shouted, "Shangguan Feng, if you have something to say, just say it. He's just a disciple from a small family. You don't have to waste so much effort." His eyes were full of contempt. He didn't take Long Chen seriously at all. After hearing about Long Chen's family background, he became even more disinterested. It was indeed impressive for an expert from a small family to reach such a level. However, he did not have the heritage of a large clan. In the future, Shangguan Feng and Zhao Yunlong would definitely leave Long Chen far behind under the nurturing of their clans. Sheng Wanfeng was slightly angered, but he did not do anything. He acted as if he had not heard Zhao Yunlong's words. He said to Long Chen, "Actually, Brother Jiang has probably already guessed my intentions. The demons that live here are the Poison Shadow clan. They possess the bloodlines of the Wolf clan and the Bat clan. Not only are they extremely fast, their attacks are vicious, and they are also shockingly poisonous. The demons cannot be compared to regular vicious beasts. Their battle prowess is shocking, and they can often kill cultivators who are stronger than them. Our 9 clans have imprisoned the Poison Shadow clan in the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain for several tens of thousands of years. The Poison Shadow clan's hatred for us humans can already be described as monstrous. The competition for the Saint's Fruit that occurs once every 500 years is their only chance for revenge, especially against the young geniuses of the 9 clans. For example, if we move alone and are surrounded by them, our lives really might be in danger. After all, they are a group of vicious madmen. Sheng Wanfeng and the others just happened to witness Long Chen's battle earlier. They estimated that Long Chen was at the peak of the 6th layer of the Divine Martial Realm. They just happened to run into him, so Sheng Wanfeng suggested that Long Chen join their group. At the very least, one more person would be more protection. With that, Sheng Wanfeng looked at Long Chen with some anticipation. Long Chen was actually weighing the pros and cons. If it was really as they said, the more talented the Poison Shadow clan was, the more they would want to kill them. If Long Chen really came across experts of the Poison Shadow clan, it would be impossible for him to die, but there would definitely be a vicious battle. It might even affect the competition for the Saint's Fruit. Of course, if he advanced alone, he would be able to move quickly. He would be able to reach the location of the Saint's Fruit sooner. However, Long Chen discovered that his greatest disadvantage was that he knew nothing about the 9 Darkness Demon Mountain. Li Xuanji did not know much either, while a disciple like Sheng Guanya even knew about the bloodline of the Poison Shadow clan. He probably knew more about the Saint's Tree in the future. As for when the Saint's Fruit would ripen, Long Chen had no idea at all. Moreover, even Qin Shi was in no hurry. Suzhou had even directly gone underground to kill the myriad evil vine, so there was no need for Long Chen to rush up. The first person to arrive would not be able to obtain the Saint's Fruit. If he stayed with these people, he might be able to obtain even more useful information. After weighing the pros and cons, Long Chen had already made up his mind. On top of that, Qin Shi, Sheng Wanfeng, and Zhao Yunlong were all peak geniuses of the 9 Darkness Demon domain. They were all people of status and thought very highly of themselves. Even Sheng Wanfeng was a very prideful person. If Long Chen turned down their invitation, it would be a slap in the face. As a result, Long Chen made up his mind. He smiled and said, "Since you've invited me so warmly, I'd obviously be happy to join you." He did not say anything else. This was enough. Sheng Wanfeng also smiled when he heard Long Chen's reply. He gently patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, "Then from now on, we're comrades who will fight alongside each other. You're not a member of the 9 great clans, so you might not have enough information. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Thank you." Long Chen nodded. They walked together happily, but Qin Shi remained expressionless. After confirming the matter, she directly turned around and walked in front. Zhao Yunlong also snorted coldly and walked away. Clearly, he was rather displeased that Sheng Wanfeng treated a disciple of a small clan so politely. In his eyes, Sheng Wanfeng had lowered the status of the 9 great clans. No matter what, they were finally on their way. Only now did Long Chen carefully examine the desolate forest. Compared to the forest from before, this forest did not have the stench of decay from poisonous beasts. However, it was extremely gloomy and filled with a somber presence. Even the leaves of some trees seemed sharp. The group advanced without saying anything. Long Chen and Sheng Wanfeng walked at the back, using their spirit-devouring demonic eyes to scan their surroundings. If the so-called Poison Shadow tribe came, he would definitely be the first to discover them. This forest seems to lead all the way to the peak of the 9 underworld demon mountain, where the holy tree is. The Poison Shadow tribe might appear along the way, so we can't slack off. There should be around 3,000 Poison Shadow tribe members, excluding the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Once they reach adulthood, their strength is usually at the 5th grade of the divine realm. According to the demonic race, they are called 5th grade demon gods. However, a portion of them can reach the 6th grade, or even the 7th grade. They're extremely troublesome, and there might be experts that even we can't handle. Fortunately, there are quite a lot of people in this forest, so the Poison Shadow tribe has to split their attention. Sheng Wanfeng explained to Long Chen in a low voice as they advanced. Why did you place the demonic race in this place? Long Chen probed. Sheng Wanfeng smiled. You still don't know? Of course it's to train the younger disciples. Our great demon world has always been at odds with the desolate imperial region, and we've had quite a few conflicts with them. It's very likely that we'll fight the demonic race in the future. Let's play a little game. There are 3 chapters today, and each chapter has more than 100 likes. There will be another chapter at 6 in the afternoon. Only computer users can participate. Chapter 1165. After a slight pause, Sheng Wanfeng continued, as a result, fighting against the demons is a trial that must be attempted in the process of growth. Instead of calling it a fight for the saint's fruit, it's more like a trial for all the young cultivators. To these people, a single trip to the 9 darkness demon mountains will benefit them for the rest of their lives. Long Chen finally understood that the upper echelon of the 9 darkness demon region was vicious enough. They would directly let their disciples experience actual combat and survive the Poison Shadow clan. It would indeed be of great help to every cultivator in the future. A cultivator's mentality and willpower were all battle prowess. They were crucial to becoming experts in the future. In this aspect, Long Chen was the most outstanding one. This was a trial of a huge scale, just like the trials of the 3,000 halls of the True Martial Emperor Palace. The trials of the True Martial Emperor Palace were a type of mission, while the 9 Darkness Demon region gathered everyone together. The latter was a direct competition, so it would be even more difficult, but the effects would probably be better. As long as they passed through this forest, they would be able to reach where the holy tree was. Perhaps everyone had mustered up all their strength to make their final charge. Long Chen asked Sheng Wanfeng a few more questions before continuing on his way in silence. The mist continued to permeate the forest, but the murderous aura in the air became heavier and heavier. Long Chen suddenly discovered that dazzling red flowers had begun to appear in the bushes beneath the countless huge trees. Upon closer inspection, they were actually bright red roses. Raising his head and looking around, the blood-red roses seemed to be everywhere. They were strange and bloody, and they were everywhere. The blood-red roses were rather eye-catching in the gloomy, grey forest. At a closer glance, the roses were actually dripping with blood. Of course, this was not real blood, but a blood-red liquid that was secreted by the blood-red roses. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to become even more terrifying after the blood-red roses appeared. There was a faint rustling sound, which was chilling. The bloody rose has appeared. From now on, this place is the territory of the Poison Shadow clan. Everyone, be careful. Qin Shi's voice suddenly came from the front. It was the first time she had spoken, and her tone was very cold. Walking through this blood-colored rose forest was quite a frightening feeling. After walking for about half a kilometer, Long Chen was startled. There was the smell of blood in front of him. It seemed that the Poison Shadow race had appeared here. As they continued forward, the smell of blood became thicker and thicker. As expected, they soon discovered more than 10 corpses lying on the ground. Their bodies were covered in blood and had lost all signs of life. Other than the smell of blood, there was also a rancid smell. Judging from their dark corpses, they should have been poisoned. The eyes of the deceased maintained a look of horror, but their brains had been hollowed out. Clearly, before they died, they had experienced an extremely terrifying process. Based on the circumstances of their deaths, these people had clearly been killed by the poisoned shadow race. Shifting his gaze away from the corpses, he saw an ancient stone tablet in front of him. A murderous aura emanated from the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were a few words written in bold and flamboyant calligraphy. It read, "Perished land of the human race." The hatred the poisoned shadow race had for humans could be seen from the bloody words. Clearly, they had been treated unfairly here. They had been reared here by humans as tools to train the younger generation without any dignity. They were indeed tools, so it was no wonder why the poisoned shadow race would act so crazily. "You all see it, right? Be careful," Shangguan Feng said. He emotionlessly passed by the corpses and continued onward. All of them were outstanding members of the younger generation, so they obviously would not be affected by these corpses. As they continued onward, Long Chen continued to converse with Shangguan Feng softly. He wanted to learn some information about the saint's fruit from Shangguan Feng, but Shangguan Feng closed his mouth as soon as the fruit was mentioned. He was unwilling to say anything more. Long Chen only knew that the saint's fruit would not ripen in a short amount of time. At the very least, it would not ripen before Shangguan Feng reached the saint's tree. This was a secret. Shangguan Feng did not take Long Chen seriously, so he obviously would not tell Long Chen about it. Li Xuanji remained with her eyes closed in the void realm. She did not move at all. "I've already made it up. I'll be here for at least a day." "Hold on," Long Chen whispered into her ear. "Yeah." She used a slightly nasal voice to tell Long Chen that she was still alive. Long Chen's heart became very heavy when he saw her like that. During the fight for the saint's fruit, everyone was his enemy. Even the people before him were no exception. Long Chen refused to believe that they had no ill intentions towards each other. As a result, he was wary of the people beside him. Around 2 or 3 kilometers later, Long Chen suddenly jerked. He raised his head and clearly, there was a life form in front of him. It had barged into the range of his spirit-devouring eyes. The life form was so fast that it was basically on the same level as the peak of the 6th layer of the divine martial realm. Shangguan Feng had said before that the Poison Shadow tribe had the bloodlines of the Wolf clan and the Bat clan. The Wolf clan bestowed speed, while the Bat clan bestowed poison. This person was clearly from the Poison Shadow tribe. The Poison Shadow tribe probably did not come for Long Chen's group. However, after smelling the scent of humans, it changed directions and quickly headed in Long Chen's direction. Long Chen's behavior caused Shangguan Feng to become rather doubtful. He asked in a hurry, "What's wrong?" As soon as he said that, Shangguan Feng also heard the terrifying sound of something tearing through the air. At that moment, he and Long Chen walked to the side. He was the one closest to the Poison Shadow tribe. Qin Shi and Zhao Yunlong also sensed the existence of the Poison Shadow tribe. Although they were geniuses, it was the first time they had seen a member of the demon clan. Both of them were a little nervous, so they joined up with Shangguan Feng. However, when they discovered that there was only one person coming, they heaved a sigh of relief and revealed relaxed smiles on their faces. "I'll deal with it," said Shangguan Feng, who was the closest to the Poison Shadow tribe. They were all warriors with high statuses. Of course, they didn't want to have to besiege a puny Poison Shadow tribe. Since Shangguan Feng had spoken first, the other two retreated. They didn't have any objections. As for Long Chen, no one asked for his opinion. At that moment, a gust of wind swept past. A figure appeared in front of Long Chen's group. He quickly made his move. However, in just an instant, Long Chen clearly saw the person's appearance. It was a skinny man, about a meter tall. He was lean and had tanned skin. He looked like steel, hard and full of power. His head was slightly long and narrow, and his eyes were sharp like the eyes of a ferocious beast. His whole body was covered in a thick demonic aura. The most obvious thing was that he had a pair of powerful bat wings on his back. They were like two huge blades standing on his back. His hands transformed into claws. The Poison Shadow tribe member attacked Shengguan Feng, who was at the front. Although the monster race could transform into humans, they didn't have peak combat power after that. Generally speaking, they would have two combat forms. One of them was similar to a beast warrior, which was the form this Poison Shadow tribe member was using. In this form, they had super speed and a certain physical advantage. It should be known that the monster race was very terrifying in terms of physical strength. This Poison Shadow tribe member was only a 5th grade Fey god, but he had a physical body equivalent to a 6th grade divine body refining battle skill. If he was a 6th grade Fey god, he would be almost as strong as Long Chen. The other form was, of course, the complete monster beast form. This form had the most terrifying attack power and physical body, but the degree of flexibility would be slightly reduced. Regardless, it was still the strongest form of the monster race. Back then, Xiao Lang was at his strongest when he transformed into the sun-devouring monstrous wolf form. Shengguan Feng didn't say anything and started fighting with this Poison Shadow tribe member. Obviously, the Poison Shadow tribe member had underestimated the strength of Long Chen and the others. He was just an ordinary member of the Poison Shadow tribe member. He had just reached adulthood and was a 5th grade Fey god. At most, he could only deal with a warrior who had just entered the 6th grade divine martial realm. After all, these warriors were still young, lacked combat experience, and lacked mental strength. However, he was naturally not a match for a peak martialist like Shengguan Feng. Shengguan Feng had cultivated quite a few grade 7 divine skill battle techniques. Now that he used them, he was able to suppress the Poison Shadow race member. But what made Long Chen a little shocked was that he didn't find any fear in this Poison Shadow tribe member. He just looked at death calmly. His attacks were very crazy, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. When he attacked, he didn't defend at all. Every move was very ruthless. For a moment, he really suppressed Shengguan Feng. However, Shengguan Feng quickly reacted and regained the upper hand. That Poison Shadow tribe member let out a shrill scream. Seeing that Shengguan Feng and Long Chen were helping him, he knew that he had hit a nail on the head today. If he persisted, he would only die here in vain. So, after fighting for a while, he used a move to force Shengguan Feng to retreat, and then ran away quickly. "You guys wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Shengguan Feng calmly chased after him. Behind him, Zhao Yunlong smiled disdainfully and said, "Shengguan Feng is getting worse and worse. If it were me, I would definitely kill this thing in a few moves. I wouldn't have to spend so much effort." Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Qin Shi ignored him, so Zhao Yunlong accepted it. He didn't expect that Long Chen would also ignore him. Zhao Yunlong glared at Long Chen, clenched his fists, and said to Long Chen, "What are you looking at? Believe it or not, I will destroy your family in Dongxing City." Chapter 1166. His life or death had nothing to do with Long Chen. Besides, Shengguan Feng wasn't too far away from Long Chen's group. In just a few li, he had caught up with the Poison Shadow tribesmen. However, his luck wasn't as good this time. No matter what, Shengguan Feng was the strongest genius in the Shengguan clan within 100 years of age. His cultivation base was almost the same as Chu Tiange's, but he didn't have Chu Tiange's clear sky sword, so he was still a rare opponent. Unknowingly, Long Chen had become a true expert who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Tiange. From now on, he didn't need to sacrifice his blood to fight Chu Tiange anymore. He had always been getting stronger. About 15 minutes later, Sheng Guanfeng came back without any injuries. He had an excited smile on his face, and as soon as he came back, he said to the crowd, "After I subdued that guy, I used my Shengguan clan's secret technique to interrogate him. Guess what kind of shocking news I've obtained from him?" His words had piqued Zhao Yunlong's interest. He hurriedly said, "If you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush." Sheng Guanfeng chuckled, then he walked to the middle of the crowd and said mysteriously, "The poisoned shadow tribesman has left their nest. Only the old, weak, women and children are left in their nest." Speaking up to here, Zhao Yunlong's eyes lit up. "You mean, you know the way to their nest? Every time the 9 secluded demon mountain opens, the poisoned shadow tribesmen will kill a large number of warriors and obtain their wealth. I'm sure there's a lot of wealth in their nest." Although Qinshi didn't say anything, her eyes showed that she was also very interested in the poisoned shadow tribesman's nest. Sheng Guanfeng let out a disdainful smile and said, "A genius from the Zhao clan shouldn't be interested in these wealth. Of course, I do know what's wrong with their nest, and I also know that they've collected a very precious thing in their nest. If even Sheng Guanfeng said that it was a very precious thing, then it must be very precious. Sheng Guanfeng, I know why that poisoned shadow tribesman was able to escape from you. It must be because you let him go, and then you found a place to get the information from him, right?" Zhao Yunlong had a look of realization. Then, he continued, "Tell me the truth. What exactly is in their lair?" Before Sheng Guanfeng could say anything, Qinshi interjected, "Sheng Guanfeng, according to your personality, shouldn't you keep all the good stuff for yourself? Why did you come back and tell us that you want to share it with us?" She was not as reckless as Zhao Yunlong. She was still skeptical about this matter. Sheng Guanfeng said frankly, "Originally, I planned to take it all for myself, but it's too far from here. There will definitely be a lot of poisoned shadow tribe members on the way. I can't take it all by myself. Besides, we're a team now. If there's something good, we should share it, right?" At the end of the sentence, he laughed. "I'm afraid the first half is true." Qinshi didn't give him any face at all. She looked at him coldly and said, "However, if they were in Sheng Guanfeng's shoes, they would have done the same." It was obvious that Sheng Guanfeng had asked for their help because he could not swallow this thing. From the beginning to the end, they did not ask for Long Chen's opinion. It was as if they had forgotten about Long Chen. At this time, Sheng Guanfeng had kept them in suspense. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He shrugged and said, "That thing, you guys definitely won't think of it. It's the Thunder Heart that can form a 9th-grade body refining technique if it is integrated into one's body. Thunder Heart." Hearing this name, Zhao Yunlong's face became fanatical and greedy. Qinshi's expression also tightened. She asked in disbelief, "Are you sure it's the Thunder Heart?" "Of course." Sheng Guanfeng nodded. He couldn't see any flaws in it. Only one person had a strange smile on his face. Looking at the expressions of the three of them, he wondered what Long Chen would think if he told them that he had a Thunder Heart in the great virtual realm. Long Chen guessed that there shouldn't be too many things like the Thunder Heart in the 9 Phantom Demon Mountain. What Sheng Guanfeng said was true. He still could not make a conclusion on this point. They were not in a hurry about the saint's fruit. They were certain that it would take some time for it to ripen, so Long Chen was not in a hurry either. "I've decided to go to their lair to take a look. What do you two think? If you don't have the courage, I'll have to go alone." Sheng Guanfeng looked at the two of them indifferently, waiting for Qinshi and Zhao Yunlong's answer. As for Long Chen, who was standing to the side, he had basically been ignored. "Of course we're going. Wouldn't it be too much of a loss if you, Sheng Guanfeng, obtain such a heaven-defying item by yourself? Zhao Yunlong said without any hesitation. Lady Qinshi, what about you? Sheng Guanfeng asked gently and elegantly. I'll go. Qinshi did not hesitate. Even she was very interested in something like the Thunder Heart. The three of them made up their minds. Just when they were about to stand up, Sheng Guanfeng suddenly thought of Long Chen. He said hurriedly, Brother Jiang, I'm really sorry I forgot about you. We're going to the nest of the Poison Shadow clan. Do you want to come? Before Long Chen could reply, Zhao Yunlong said, Brother Shengguan, there's only one Thunder Heart. The three of us won't even be enough. Isn't this just adding? Before Zhao Yunlong could finish, Long Chen suddenly smiled and said, since we're already here, we obviously have to go. You're right. There's only one Thunder Heart, and even 3 people won't be enough. So what's the harm in adding one more person? We'll work together on the way there. When the time comes, it'll probably be up to everyone's own abilities as to who gets the Thunder Heart. Long Chen's words had successfully stirred up the thoughts hidden in everyone's hearts. Everyone understood very well that if a Thunderbolt core was placed in front of them, no one would compromise. When the time came, the 4-man team would definitely disband and enter a state of chaos. They were now comrades, but when the time came, they would be enemies. After all, no one would want to give up on something like a Thunder Heart. However, it was not convenient to say much about this matter. It was fine as long as everyone knew it. Zhao Yunlong looked coldly at Long Chen and said, when the time comes, the first person I'll kill will be you, the talkative one. After saying that, he let Sheng Guanfeng lead the way. The 4 of them did not say anything else and started to follow Sheng Guanfeng at full speed. Long Chen ran at the back. In terms of speed, he was even faster than Qin Shi. At this time, his speed was no different from taking a stroll. There might be 2 Thunder Hearts. If Sheng Guanyin knew about such a precious thing, he would really come back and tell everyone, and let everyone go to that place to compete. If he couldn't get the Thunder Heart, there would be no benefit at all. Long Chen's mind raced, and he could roughly understand what kind of scheme Sheng Guanfeng was playing in his head. As everyone continued to move forward, they went deeper and deeper into the forest. The blood roses in the forest became more and more beautiful, and the austere aura became more and more frightening. It was as if there was killing intent in all directions. For the sake of the Thunder Heart, everyone's speed became faster and faster. They no longer cared how many Poison Shadow clan members they would attract. The Poison Shadow clan was active in this forest, and a large number of warriors had died at their hands. In fact, to be able to pass through the Sea of Fog, and then through the poisonous beast forest, as well as the place where the myriad evil vines were, was already very difficult. Basically, not many people could reach this point. Along the way, Long Chen and the others encountered 2 teams of martial artists. There were casualties in their teams, and everyone's complexion wasn't very good. It was clear that the battles they had experienced were extremely tragic. The Poison Shadow clan was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Most importantly, if a team was discovered and some members of the Poison Shadow clan tried to escape in a short time, they would attract a large number of their companions until they were all killed. As Long Chen's group of 4 advanced, they encountered a few more waves of Poison Shadow clan members. The highest number they encountered was 5. However, they were not strong. Each of them dealt with 1 Poison Shadow clan member while Qin Shi dealt with 2 Poison Shadow clan members. It did not take long for them to kill off their opponents. Not a single one managed to escape. The Poison Shadow clan's Devil clan was very cold, and they did not show the slightest bit of mercy. Not only did they have a battle state similar to the Beast Warriors, but they were also much stronger when they showed their true forms. Long Chen could be considered to have witnessed the true power of the Devil clan. Between a Devil clan member and a Sword Warrior of the same level, a Devil clan member would not be weaker than a Sword Warrior, but a pure martial cultivator would be at a slight disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Zhao Yunlong became rather impatient. He called out, "Shengwan Feng, just how much further?" "There's no need to hurry. We'll arrive in less than an hour," Shengwan Feng replied easily. Zhao Yunlong raised his head. He could vaguely make out Mou within the chains of lightning. When he saw Mou's position, he said rather impatiently, "If I can't reach the top before the saint's fruit ripens, I'll make you crawl down the mountain. Do you have the ability to do that?" Shengwan Feng rolled his eyes and said with some disdain, "Looks like you're looking for a beating." Zhao Yunlong stopped and stared at Shengwan Feng with a sunken gaze. With just a few words, the tension between the two of them had risen. During this period of time, Long Chen had always been at the back. Basically, even if the Poisoned Shadow clan appeared, it would not be his turn to fight. He seemed to have been ignored by the other three. Originally, Long Chen was worried that they would not be able to make it in time for the saint's fruit to ripen. Fortunately, their path was curved, but it still led to the top. Just as Shengwan Feng and Zhao Yunlong were quarreling, Long Chen's Soul Eye technique had already captured quite a number of people. He was a little apprehensive. This was probably the most terrifying attack they had ever encountered from the demon race. It seemed like their whereabouts had already been discovered by some of the demon race. Chapter 1167. Along the way, they had left behind many corpses of the Poisoned Shadow clan. From this, it could be seen that the intruders knew that these people were extraordinarily strong. Long Chen turned his head and quickly saw a number of afterimages approaching from afar. They quickly shifted their bodies in the blood-red forest. Those afterimages quickly descended around Long Chen and the others, completely surrounding them. There were a total of 7 or 8 people, all of whom were experts from the Poisoned Shadow clan. Everyone's face changed when they encountered such a sudden attack. Shengwan Feng stopped quarreling with Zhao Yunlong and quickly gathered with Qin Shi and the other two. Long Chen looked around. These Poisoned Shadow clan members were basically 6th-grade demon immortals. There wasn't even a 5th-grade demon immortal. Among the 6th-grade demon immortals, there were also weak and strong ones. The strongest one could instantly kill the weakest, just like the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. Among the 8 6th-grade demon immortals present, 2 of them were equivalent to the 6th tier of the divine martial realm, which was the same level as everyone else. However, the fighting strength of the demon clan was sometimes extraordinarily strong. Even Qin Shi didn't dare to act rashly in the face of the powerful 6th-grade demon immortals. In the eyes of these demon immortals, Long Chen saw monstrous hatred. Every demon immortal was burning with a flame of anger. They clenched their claws tightly, making terrifying sounds. 2 of the leaders were dressed differently from the others. They stood together and looked like a pair of brothers. At this moment, they were scrutinizing the crowd and flashed a smile that made people's hair stand on end. One of them clenched his teeth and said coldly, "I didn't expect our luck to be so good. The 4 of you must be the genius warriors of the top 9 great clans. The 9 great clans owe our Poisoned Shadow tribe so much. Today, we brothers will give your clan a big gift." "With just you? Wait until I beat you up. Let's see if you still dare to say such big words," Zhao Yunlong coldly snorted. After he finished speaking, the leader of the Poisoned Shadow clan looked at him with a gloomy gaze and said, "Big brother, leave this human horn to me." The person next to him basically looked the same as him. He glanced around and looked at Qin Shi. Qin Shi had an aura that made him feel fear. If such an expert were to be killed, the 9 Serenity's demon realm would suffer a great loss, and the vengeance of the Poisoned Shadow tribe would be somewhat avenged. Thinking of the vengeance of his tribe, he clenched his sharp teeth and said, "I'll deal with this woman. The rest of you, do your best. Kill the others as soon as possible, then come and help me. They could tell that Qin Shi was the strongest among them. As for Long Chen, he had never caught their attention. In a very short period of time, they had allocated their opponents. The two strongest among them were to deal with Zhao Yunlong and Qin Shi respectively. As for the other 6, one of them was to deal with Long Chen, and one of them to deal with Zhao Yunlong together with their leader. As for the other 4, they all went after Shengguan Feng. In their opinion, a mere human at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm could be easily dealt with by a 6th-grade demon immortal in a matter of minutes. At this moment, a chaotic battle was about to break out. The leader of the Poison Shadow tribe first restrained Qin Shi, who was a big trouble, while the others also went after their opponents one after another. The Poison Shadow tribe had a very strong advantage, and that was that they were very fast and strong. In a short period of time, they could completely separate Long Chen's group of 4. Of course, Long Chen's group of 4 didn't have a united mind. For them, it was best to deal with their opponents separately. Among them, Zhao Yunlong and Shengguan Feng were the main targets. Facing 4 6th-grade demon immortals, Shengguan Feng was surrounded for a moment. Their terrifying attacks completely submerged him. At the same time, Zhao Yunlong also faced the leader of the Poison Shadow tribe. This leader's battle prowess was several times that of the other Poison Shadow tribe members. Next to him, there was another Poison Shadow tribe member assisting him. The poison of the Poison Shadow tribe was causing great trouble for Zhao Yunlong. As for Qin Shi, she did not stand out at all. She dealt with her opponents in a normal manner. She did not seem to be worried for Shengguan Feng and Zhao Yunlong at all. The intense battle immediately turned the surroundings into a mess. Large swathes of trees fell, and the distance between the Poison Shadow tribe members grew wider and wider as they fought. Coupled with the mist in the forest, they were separated by over 20 meters very soon. If someone died, it would be very difficult for the others to take care of them. However, they probably did not plan on taking care of each other. After all, in the fight for the Saint's Fruit, one more death meant one less competitor. To Long Chen, this was only a 6th-grade demon immortal from the Poison Shadow tribe. This was not the first time he had dealt with an opponent like that, but this time, Long Chen dealt with him in an especially clean manner. "You humans are extraordinarily slow," the Poison Shadow tribe member spun around him. The Poison Shadow race spun around him. Because he had a pair of bat wings, his speed was extremely fast. One could only see a blurry afterimage. Is that so? When his opponent began to attack, Long Chen laughed. He actually vanished, and in the next moment, he appeared behind the Poison Shadow tribe member. What? The Poison Shadow tribe member was completely stunned. "You're just too slow." Long Chen did not use the Scarlet Blood Desolation. He casually threw a punch at his opponent, and the great strength of his body caused the air to explode time and time again. "Are you an idiot to compete with a demon with your body?" The Poison Shadow tribe member trembled in fear after witnessing Long Chen's speed. If Long Chen had used a battle skill earlier, it was very likely that he would have been injured. Unfortunately, Long Chen only competed with his body. The Poison Shadow tribe member was pleased. It was rare for him to encounter an idiot, so he needed to treat him well. He turned around and clawed. His claws, which were no different from a wolf's claws, flickered with a terrifying light. One look and one could tell that they were no weaker than some divine weapons. The fist and claw collided. With a cracking sound, the Poison Shadow tribe member's bones were fractured. Long Chen used a strong force to shake off his claws. His fingertips were like electric drills. In the blink of an eye, they pierced into the Poison Shadow tribe member's head. The violent force rushed into the Poison Shadow tribe member's head, causing it to explode. "Who?" Long Chen quickly retreated, leaving behind a corpse on the ground. To be able to kill a demon with his body, Long Chen could be considered a miracle in the true martial domain's human race. Long Chen was better at what the Poison Shadow tribe member was good at. After finishing off his opponent, he looked back and saw that Sheng Wanfeng and Zhao Yunlong were in a bitter fight. Qin Shi was still fighting with ease. Of course, her opponent was also very strong. Even if she used all her strength, it would be difficult for her to defeat her opponent in a short time. As for Sheng Wanfeng, he was surrounded by 4 6th-grade demon immortals. No matter how they attacked, it would be difficult for them to catch up. Zhao Yunlong was in danger. Under the attacks of 2 6th-grade demon immortals, he could be said to be in grave danger. At this moment, they were shocked to see that Long Chen had actually finished off his opponent. His speed was too fast. Zhao Yunlong, who had initially looked down on Long Chen, actually felt some admiration for him now. When Long Chen was dealing with the Poison Shadow tribe member, he had seen it from the corner of his eye. Zhao Yunlong admitted that he would not be able to do such a frightening and clean attack. The people from the Poison Shadow tribe also saw Long Chen's victory. "Restrain him. I'll meet up with you after I kill this one," the leader of the group dealing with Zhao Yunlong said to the other Poison Shadow tribe member who was attacking Zhao Yunlong. Yes. That Poison Shadow tribe member broke through the wind and attacked Long Chen. What puzzled everyone was that Long Chen actually turned and fled. The Poison Shadow tribe member was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly chased after him. The two figures quickly plunged into the mist and disappeared before everyone's eyes. What the hell is this kid doing? Although he had one less opponent, Zhao Yunlong still found it hard to endure. This Poison Shadow tribe martial artist's combat prowess had far exceeded his imagination. Whether it was his speed or his physical strength, they were a headache to deal with. Most importantly, his opponent was actually releasing poison gas. His claws and other attacking methods contained a dark green light. As long as his claws lightly scratched someone's skin, that astonishing poison would enter their body and destroy their blood vessels. If this continued for a long time, no one would be able to endure it. Therefore, everyone had to be very careful in the battle against the Poison Shadow tribe member. There was no one like Long Chen who was so direct. Trying to run? The Poison Shadow tribe member relied on his speed to quickly catch up. His sharp claws transformed into countless claw marks that grabbed at Long Chen's head. With a swoosh, a golden bolt of lightning flashed behind his opponent's head. Long Chen's fist directly hit the Poison Shadow tribe member's head. That terrifying force instantly made the Poison Shadow tribe member feel a fatal dizziness. Long Chen grabbed his head and moved it in front of his eyes. The soul-controlling art of the devouring demon eyes was quickly activated. Under Long Chen's strong temptation, the opponent quickly became addicted. "Is there a thunder core in your lair?" asked Long Chen. "No." After saying this, the martialist suddenly turned his head. At this moment, the dizziness in his head had already disappeared. When he saw that he was actually so close to Long Chen, he jumped in fright. He used a violent force to break free from Long Chen's grasp. With a roar, he retreated rapidly, his body emitting thick, dark green smoke. This was all poison gas. However, this simple poison gas had no effect on Long Chen. Chapter 1168. His current appearance was the most suitable for battle. Among the demon clan, it was not the size that was powerful. Some of the demon clan were very, very small, even like a small bird. But when they unleashed their power, they could still shake the heavens and the earth, killing millions of opponents. A pair of huge bat wings appeared behind the black giant wolf. Hiss! The wings flapped, and the wind howled. The terrifying wind blew the surrounding blood-colored roses away, and many towering trees were uprooted. This was the true combat power of the Poison Shadow tribe. That terrifying physical body, that 1-meter-long claws that were as sharp as blades, and that majestic demonic chi. They were even more terrifying than the current Long Chen. Swoosh! Under the drive of the powerful wings, the speed of the Poison Shadow Clan did not retreat. Instead, it advanced, and its agility did not decrease. It opened its mouth, and a thick black fog swept towards Long Chen. The flowers and trees along the way withered, showing how terrifying this poisonous gas was. With a casual step on the ground, the earth trembled. However, this was not enough to make Long Chen cower. Under the terrifying pressure of the Poison Shadow Clan, a blood-colored long sword gradually appeared in Long Chen's hand. A bloody aura was emitted from this long sword. On Long Chen's body, there was a faint aura of a dragon. This aura was gradually revealed, to the extent that it made the demonic beasts revere it. The black and cold eyes of the Poison Shadow Clan flickered when they saw Long Chen, and they subconsciously retreated. When he realized that he was actually frightened by Long Chen, he was furious. He roared and rushed forward. Under his terrifying body, the earth trembled. The claws that were like blades, a total of 10, danced in the air. It was actually a set of mysterious swordsmanship. Although the demonic beasts did not have the talent of the human clan, after experiencing countless years of battle, they also had their own set of comprehension. At this moment, the comprehension of the Poison Shadow Clan was not simple. Of course, this did not scare Long Chen. God-murdering sword formation, sword explosion. The blood-red sword chi torrent passed by, and the Poison Shadow Clan was no longer there. With Long Chen's current strength, he could easily finish him off with one move. After all, in terms of divine spirit, this Poison Shadow Clan was equivalent to a warrior who had just entered the 6th tier of the divine martial arts realm, which was Yi Zheng's realm back then. Long Chen had killed many of them. After defeating his opponent, Long Chen fell into deep thought. This Shengguan Feng actually used the Thunder Core to deceive us. Just what is his goal? It was impossible to understand just by thinking about it. Looks like I can't follow this guy anymore. I'd better move forward on my own. No, at this point, he even dared to lie to Qin Shi. He must have some basis. Long Chen thought for a while and made a decision in his mind. He couldn't follow Shengguan Feng anymore. If he followed them openly, it would be easy for him to fall into Shengguan Feng's trap. However, he had the Soul Eye technique, so he could follow them secretly. The three of them definitely wouldn't be able to detect him. That way, he could see what Shengguan Feng was planning. Of course, he couldn't just let it go like this. Originally, he wanted to teach Shengguan Feng a lesson, but after thinking about it, Long Chen smiled. This Zhao Yunlong seems to be quite unreasonable. Before I leave, I have to give him a gift. Otherwise, it would seem that I, Long Chen, am stingy. Thinking of this, Long Chen held the Blood Desolation sword in his hand and transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, whistling as he rushed back. While he was fighting with this Poison Shadow Clan, the other Poison Shadow Clan members had pulled away from each other. They had actually transformed into their true bodies to fight with Qin Shi and the others. The Poison Shadow race had the bloodlines of the Wolf race and the Bat race. They all had the strong bodies of wolves and the wings of bats. Under their frenzied attacks, Qin Shi, Shengguan Feng, and Zhao Yunlong could no longer see each other. They could only vaguely hear the movements coming from nearby. They were still nearby. Shengguan Feng was already in an extremely difficult situation while dealing with the 4 Poison Shadow Clan members. During the battle, he had already been scratched by the claw of one of the Poison Shadow Clan members. The Poison Shadow Clan's poison had already entered his body. Fortunately, Shengguan Feng had probably prepared a way to deal with the Poison Shadow Clan's poison before entering the 9 Underworld Demon Mountain. After taking some medicinal pills during the battle, he was still able to deal with it. As for Zhao Yunlong, he was in an even worse state. His opponent was too strong and was the leader of the Poison Shadow clan. At this moment, Zhao Yunlong's body was already riddled with wounds. Similarly, his opponent was also riddled with wounds. As for Qin Shi, she was still easily dealing with her opponent. This Qin Shi is not easy to deal with. Of course, she won't let Zhao Yunlong and Sheng Guanfeng die. After all, she wants to obtain the Thunder Core, and she needs Sheng Guanfeng to lead the way. However, Qin Shi is very happy to see them get injured and learn a lesson. I reckon that Qin Shi will only make her move when they can't hold on any longer. At this time, Long Chen had already appeared in the vision of the three parties. Seeing him finish off his opponent, everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Then let me add some fuel to the fire. Long Chen smiled coldly. With a flash, he rushed towards Zhao Yunlong. "Brother Zhao, let me lend you a hand." When he heard Long Chen's figure, Zhao Yunlong, who was already in a terrible fight with his opponent, seemed to see a ray of hope. He looked at Long Chen in ecstasy. He suddenly felt that Long Chen was actually very cute at this moment. Zhao Yunlong had not taken Long Chen seriously before. He had never imagined that Long Chen would actually become his savior at this time. This kid is really a hothead. If I had encountered such contempt and provocation, I definitely wouldn't have made a move, Zhao Yunlong thought to himself. The Poison Shadow tribesman, who was fighting against Zhao Yunlong, had originally been able to kill Zhao Yunlong and help his big brother. However, now that Long Chen had appeared, the Poison Shadow tribesman was startled. He stopped attacking and looked at Long Chen and Zhao Yunlong warily. At this time, Long Chen had already rushed to Zhao Yunlong's side. He looked at the Poison Shadow clan member warily. "Brother Jiang, let's attack together." Zhao Yunlong was overjoyed as he looked at Long Chen. This hothead had actually come to help him. He was overjoyed and his will to fight reignited. The two of them attacked together, charging towards the Poison Shadow clan member. When Long Chen made his move, he smiled shamelessly. The desolate scarlet blood sword in his hand suddenly changed direction and chopped off Zhao Yunlong's legs. Two white, blood-stained legs flew out. Zhao Yunlong let out a miserable shriek of disbelief, his eyes bulging out of his sockets. He turned around with much difficulty and saw Long Chen smiling faintly. "This is a gift for you." After saying that, a golden bolt of lightning instantly disappeared before Zhao Yunlong's eyes. At this moment, Zhao Yunlong finally realized what had happened. He had thought that Long Chen was a hothead who wasn't ruthless enough. He had never imagined that Long Chen would be much more ruthless than he had imagined. A pair of legs had been chopped off just like that. Although he had a supreme golden body and could recover, that heart-wrenching pain still existed, especially since Zhao Yunlong was still dealing with the Poison Shadow clan member. The eyes of the Poison Shadow clan member glowed with a bloody light. He had also seen this sudden turn of events. The human race is indeed a treacherous and emotionless race. They can even betray their own comrades. This is a good opportunity for me. The Poison Shadow clan member took advantage of this opportunity. His blade-like claws slammed into Zhao Yunlong's body, instantly destroying nearly half of it. Zhao Yunlong let out another earth-shattering scream. He had already lost almost half of his life. By this time, Long Chen had already escaped without a trace. "Jiang Yunfan." Zhao Yunlong's blood-curdling scream came from behind him. Long Chen didn't mind since he wasn't the one calling out. Actually, he wasn't a vicious person. He just wanted to teach Zhao Yunlong a lesson. He knew that Qin Shi would still save him in the end. After all, the three of them were the ones who had agreed to work together. When their lives were in danger, Qin Shi would definitely make a move. Because they had to deal with the remaining Poison Shadow clan members, and Zhao Yunlong's injuries were too severe, they definitely wouldn't continue chasing Long Chen. Long Chen stood half a kilometer away from them and used his spirit-devouring demon eye to see how they would handle this. Indeed, Qin Shi's valiance exceeded Long Chen's expectations. She had rescued Zhao Yunlong in a short time and killed his opponent at the same time. She had placed Zhao Yunlong on the ground and allowed him to recuperate on his own. Only then had she truly unleashed her most powerful attack against her previous opponent. What she had unleashed was definitely a 7th-grade divine technique. Although Long Chen was 500 meters away, he could feel every time the earth shook and the mountains shook. This woman has a world king as her master, so her starting point is much higher than mine. It won't be easy to take the saint's fruit from her. Long Chen actually had another reason for attacking Zhao Yunlong, which was to draw out Qin Shi's true battle prowess. Long Chen had no time to waste on her. Although he couldn't see the battle directly, the rumbling from a kilometer away was definitely shocking enough. Violent attacks after violent attacks and the howls of the Poison Shadow clan members. This battle lasted for another quarter of an hour before it ended. Qin Shi killed her opponent and helped Shengguan Feng kill the other members of the Poison Shadow clan. Then, they brought Zhao Yunlong and left the place immediately. After all, with such a huge commotion, the other members of the Poison Shadow clan might have already found out about it. After learning their lesson, they were very careful and did not leave any traces along the way. Meanwhile, Long Chen followed behind them. With the invincible golden body, a destroyed body could be restored to its original state. Although Zhao Yunlong had recovered from his heavy injuries, he had become extremely weak. It would probably be very difficult for him to recover without resting for a few days. Jiang Yunfan, that bastard. He actually dared to attack me. If I see him again, I'll definitely rip him to shreds, Zhao Yunlong roared out furiously. Chapter 1169. After the previous battle, she was very clear about Long Chen's battle prowess. Not his match. Shengguan Feng was stunned. In other words, even he was not Long Chen's opponent. Just who was this kid? How could such an expert appear in Dongxing City? Qin Shi was very good at judging people. It was impossible for her to be wrong. So why was this cultivator called Jiang Yunfan so powerful? No matter what, this kid dared to trick me. I can't let him have it easy. Once we get out of the 9 underworld demon mountain, I will dig out his background. What Dongxing City? What Jiang family? I will destroy them all. Zhao Yunlong said viciously. This time, he had suffered a terrible defeat against Long Chen. He had never been so heavily injured before. Shengguan Feng and Qin Shi looked at each other. This Zhao Yunlong might seem arrogant, but in fact, his IQ was no match for the other two. Now that he was seriously injured, the two of them were still carrying him. This was already a mercy to him. However, Zhao Yunlong clearly did not think of this. Oh right, Shengguan Feng, you clearly know he's not a good person, so why did you bring him into our group? It's all your fault. Zhao Yunlong put the blame on Shengguan Feng. Shengguan Feng rolled his eyes and said, I saw that he was strong and mysterious, so I wanted to bring him along to test him out. But then I discovered that he really is just a cultivator from a small place. He only has some genius skills, so there's nothing to worry about. It's just that from his performance just now, we've all underestimated him. Shengguan Feng's attitude made Zhao Yunlong very unhappy. Stop arguing. Now is not the time. Didn't you say that the lair of the Poison Shadow clan is just up ahead? Let's quickly obtain the lightning core and then go fight for the saint's fruit. I think the other people of the 9 great clans are already here. I wonder what Suge is trying to do with the myriad evil vine. Qin Shi thought. She felt that something was wrong. Just what was it? She could not understand it at this moment. In fact, The reason why Qin Shi came to the 9 secluded demon mountain with Shengguanya and met up with Shengguan Feng was because Qin Shi was adopted by the Shengguan clan when she was young. She was taken away by the Realm King after she showed her talent. The Realm King of the 9 secluded demon realm didn't belong to any clan, unlike the Yang clan of the profound Yin demon realm. Because of this friendship, Qin Shi did not expect that the Heart of Thunder was actually fake news. Long Chen, who was following behind them, also found it strange. What was Shengguan Feng's purpose in doing this? The Thunder Core was in Long Chen's hands. Therefore, Long Chen did not think that the Poison Shadow Tribe's lair would have a Thunder Core. Therefore, he had used soul control on one of the Poison Shadow Tribe demons. All of this would only be revealed when they reached the Poison Shadow Tribe's lair. Long Chen held his breath. In this boundless fog, the other party would not be able to detect his presence at a distance of 500 meters. They soon arrived at the so-called lair of the Poison Shadow Tribe. What appeared in front of them was a dark cave hidden in the forest. The Poison Shadow Tribe lived in this cave. From this cave, Long Chen heard an earth-shattering rumble. This was the sound of a waterfall. There should be water in this cave. This cave was not difficult to find. At this time, the Poison Shadow Tribe had abandoned the old, young, women, and children. There must be something that Long Chen could not understand. The lair is here. It's so obvious. Zhao Yunlong's face was pale. He was somewhat unwilling to believe it. In fact, if not for the rumbling sound of water coming from inside, this cave could be considered hidden. If you don't believe me, you don't have to come in, Shengguan Feng said coldly. Then, he walked in side by side with Qin Shi. Zhao Yunlong's face froze, then turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and stared at Shengguan Feng's back. He said coldly in his heart, Shengguan Feng, don't let me get a chance. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. After saying that, he followed the others in. This cave was not big. It was only 10 meters wide and 4 meters tall. The sound of water inside was deafening. Following them, Long Chen also walked in easily. He had the divine breath technique. At the same time, he floated lightly in midair. In this place where the sound of water was so loud, it was not easy to detect Long Chen's presence. Moreover, Long Chen used the spirit-devouring demon eye to constantly monitor them. Long Chen knew that his doubts would soon be resolved. The three of them were silent. After walking for about a kilometer in this cave, the rumbling sound in front of them grew louder. Just as Zhao Yunlong's patience was about to run out, they finally saw the end of the cave. This is a hollow mountain belly. There is a waterfall in front, and a deep pool below the waterfall. The lair of the Poison Shadow Tribe is hidden in a cave covered by the waterfall. This place seems exposed, but it is actually very well hidden. With the power of the soul-suppressing stone, who would have guessed that there would be a cave hidden in the waterfall? Shengguan Feng said as he walked. Qin Shi and Zhao Yunlong both had a look of realization on their faces. Soon, they walked to the entrance of the cave. Indeed, there was a huge hollow mountain belly in front of them. This hollow place was not wide, but it was very deep. Perhaps it extended all the way to the foot of the mountain. Everyone was surprised that such a place existed. In front of them was an incomparably huge rock. Above the rock, there was a mountain river flowing from an unknown source. This river gushed down and turned into a waterfall in front of the rock, rushing into the endless abyss below. The water that collided with the mountain wall splashed white water all over the sky. From the abyss below, there was a deafening roar, and water splashed everywhere. Qin Shi and the other two people's gazes simultaneously shifted towards the waterfall. At this point, they should have believed that Shengguan Feng knew the geographical environment of this place from a very far place. Obviously, what he said should be true. The lair of the Poison Shadow Tribe was hidden in this waterfall. Who would have thought that there would be another world inside the waterfall? This place indeed seemed exposed, but in fact, it was very well hidden. Looking at the waterfall, everyone's expressions changed. Something like the Thunder Heart involved the question of ownership. Qin Shi didn't move at first, but looked at Sheng Wanfeng. At this time, the seriously injured Zhao Yunlong was automatically ignored by them. Sheng Wanfeng smiled brightly and said, "Actually, I already have an answer to this question in my heart. Actually, there is a reason why I brought you here. Of course, the Thunder Heart belongs to you, and I don't have the ability to compete with you. However, I also have a request. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given this Thunder Heart to you for nothing. Am I right?" These words were said to Qin Shi. As for Zhao Yunlong, he could only sulk with an ashen face. After all, his life was saved by Qin Shi in the end. "What are your conditions?" Hearing Sheng Wanfeng say this, Qin Shi finally let out a sigh of relief. Previously, she had always felt that something was wrong. Sheng Wanfeng clearly knew that she was strong, so why did he still bring her to the Thunder Heart? After they arrived, who would the Thunder Heart belong to? Now, she had the answer. Sheng Wanfeng smiled and said, "My Shengwan family has also helped you in the past. Of course, this is all in the past, and it's meaningless to talk about it now. I'll be straightforward. I want the Soaring Heaven Stalactite. I've already obtained my family's 8th grade God-tier body-refining battle skill, the Soaring Heaven Divine Body. Only the Soaring Heaven Stalactite can help me succeed in a short period of time. I know that the World King once bestowed the Soaring Heaven Stalactite to you, so..." Qin Shi was speechless. She murmured, "I didn't expect you to actually obtain the Soaring Heaven Divine Body. Congratulations." As for the Soaring Heaven Stalactite, Qin Shi thought about it carefully. Using the Soaring Heaven Stalactite to exchange for the Thunder Heart was actually a great deal. The value of the Thunder Heart far exceeded the Soaring Heaven Stalactite. Sheng Wanfeng's boldness to use the Thunder Heart to exchange for the most suitable Soaring Heaven Stalactite was something that Qin Shi greatly admired. "I can only wait until I obtain the Thunder Heart before I give the Soaring Heaven Stalactite to you." Qin Shi thought about it for a while, then said in detail. "Naturally. Let's go together," Sheng Wanfeng said with a smile. Hearing him say this, Qin Shi felt a little embarrassed. She felt like she was gauging the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. At this moment, all her previous doubts were suddenly cleared up. It seemed that Sheng Wanfeng was still the same as when he was young. He was a good gentleman. Only then did Qin Shi let down her guard against Sheng Wanfeng. As for Zhao Yunlong, he was ignored by the two of them. Just as he was about to speak, Sheng Wanfeng looked at him coldly and said, "As for you, just stay here. Remember, the Thunder Heart is not yours. If you have any ideas, you will only be courting death. Don't forget that we have an agreement in the 9 underworlds. As long as we are in the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain, any life or death is not a grudge, so you understand." What Sheng Wanfeng meant was that if Zhao Yunlong didn't listen to him, he would mercilessly attack him. Zhao Yunlong looked at Sheng Wanfeng, then at Qin Shi, and said with a cold gaze, "Remember this." Sheng Wanfeng snorted coldly. Without another word, he and Qin Shi headed towards the waterfall. Long Chen was already very close to them. Long Chen had heard the conversation just now, but he still found it strange. Was the Soaring Heaven Stalactite really Sheng Wanfeng's goal? But there was no Thunder Heart in the waterfall at all. Long Chen was confused by Sheng Wanfeng. When Sheng Wanfeng and Qin Shi approached the waterfall, everything was finally answered. This was because when the two of them were floating in the air, Sheng Wanya suddenly attacked Qin Shi, who was very close to him. A ray of green light shot out from Sheng Wanfeng's hand and into Qin Shi's body. Because of their previous conversation, Qin Shi already trusted Sheng Wanfeng. She had never imagined that Sheng Wanfeng would make a move at this time. Chapter 1170. Zhao Yunlong, who was still at the entrance of the cave, was looking at them with hatred, but now he was dumbfounded. Sheng Wanfeng had imprisoned Qin Shi. Of course, Zhao Yunlong knew about the green ice crystal in front of him. It was the Shengguan family's devil-suppressing green crystal. It had a very strong sealing ability. Anyone below the 6th level of the divine martial realm wouldn't be able to escape, and it would take at least a quarter of an hour for the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Devil-suppressing green crystal. Qin Shi's expression changed dramatically. She didn't lose her sense of propriety, but she was no longer naive. Judging from the situation, she must have known that she had been tricked by Sheng Wanfeng because of her trust. However, she sneered, "Sheng Wanfeng, do you think this devil-suppressing green crystal can seal me? I'll be out in less than a quarter of an hour, and that will be the time of your death." Sheng Wanyat smiled faintly. He didn't feel any pressure at all. He smiled indifferently, "It's too late to threaten me now. You shouldn't have trusted me. I didn't expect that one of the dignified disciples of the World Emperor would be so gullible." At this moment, Sheng Wanfeng was like a different person from his sincere appearance just now. Sheng Wanfeng smiled, "You must be very curious as to why I used the devil-suppressing green crystal to trap you here. That's because before I came to the 9 underworlds, I used 100,000 divine crystals to buy a lot of information about the 9 underworlds Demon Mountain. This is something that even the 9 great families can't tell their juniors to prevent breaking the rules. Of course, I can't tell you, but I can tell you why Suzhou went to deal with the myriad evil vines. Qin Shi destroyed the devil-suppressing green crystal while looking at him with murderous eyes. That's because I accidentally let him know that the bile of the myriad evil vines can temper the body, allowing the body to reach the 8th level of the divine martial realm from the 7th level of the divine martial realm. This kid is called a genius, but he's so gullible. When he tastes the bile of the myriad evil vines, he'll regret coming to this world. In this way, the strongest opponent will be gone." After saying that, Sheng Wanfeng smiled proudly. After listening to this, Long Chen couldn't help but admire Sheng Wanfeng's excellent strategy. This kind of person was actually very terrifying. However, Long Chen didn't like this kind of person. Qin Shi was still looking at him gloomily, while desperately trying to escape from the demon-suppressing green crystal. "How many people in the 9 great clans can stand shoulder to shoulder with me, Sheng Wanfeng? Even if they have the strength, their brains are all donkey brains. The ones who truly frighten me in terms of strength are you and Suzhou. I've already taken care of Suzhou, and you're the only one left. I thought that you would be more difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect you to be fooled by the soaring heaven stalactite and the heart of thunder. The lair of the poisoned shadow clan is indeed here, but the heart of thunder doesn't exist at all." Sheng Wanfeng was already very proud to be able to do this. He suddenly pointed at the bottom of the waterfall and said, "The information I spent money to obtain is related to the location of the poisoned shadow clan, as well as the frigid pool below. You probably can't feel it right now, nor can you imagine it, but I heard that 10,000 years ago, a fighter at the peak of the 7th layer of the divine martial realm fell into the frigid pool and never got up again. Even with the water from the waterfall, the coldness of the frigid pool below will definitely exceed your imagination. When you destroy the demon-suppressing green crystal, the coldness of the frigid pool below will instantly permeate your body and freeze your soul, preventing you from reincarnating. So, I've eliminated another of the 2 strongest opponents." With that, Sheng Wanfeng finally laughed proudly. 2 fighters at the 7th layer of the divine martial realm, the 2 strongest seeded contestants for the Saint's Fruit, had actually been toyed with by him. Sheng Wanfeng's move was just too beautiful. As a result, even Sheng Wanfeng could not help but admire himself. Qin Shi and Suzhou were so powerful that Sheng Wanfeng knew that even if he worked with the people of the 9 great clans, they would not be able to take the saint's fruit from the 2 of them. As a result, he could only use schemes. He could not rely on the other 9 great clans to be trash to him. To him, other than Suzhou and Qin Shi, everyone else was trash, including Zhao Yunlong, who was still standing there in a daze. He could only personally deal with Qin Shi and Suzhou. Only then would he have the chance to obtain the saint's fruit. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Qin Shi, who was destroying the demon-suppressing green crystal, suddenly stopped when she heard the news about the frigid pool below. She looked at Sheng Wanfeng with some admiration and smiled bitterly. "I've really underestimated you. You're different from when you were young. The current you really is terrifying." Her display of weakness stunned Sheng Wanfeng for a while. He then said, "Thank you for your praise. Let me give you a reminder. Don't destroy the demon-suppressing green crystal anymore. That way, you can survive in the frigid pool for a few days. At that time, the saint's fruit will be in my hands. Even if your master doesn't come, the seniors of my Shengguan clan will bring you out. Remember, don't destroy the demon-suppressing green crystal." Qin Shi was the disciple of the World King. He actually did not dare to actually kill her. He could only use this method to prevent her from participating in the fight for the saint's fruit. He had played it so beautifully. Once the battle was over, his name would definitely shake up the 9 Hells demon realm. After he finished speaking, Sheng Wanfeng did not want to look at Qin Shi's ice-cold eyes. He suddenly punched out, and directly threw the demon-suppressing green crystal that he was controlling in the air towards the depths of the cold pond below. It quickly disappeared, and after a long time, the sound of water entering could finally be heard. Sheng Wanfeng relaxed when he heard the sound. Trust really is the greatest culprit for being deceived. Sheng Wanfeng smiled knowingly. "I really don't understand. Why is this frigid pool so cold? Is there something in there?" Sheng Wanfeng did not dare to go down to see what was down there. His gaze shifted to Zhao Yunlong, who was still staring at him blankly and did not run away. Zhao Yunlong was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly ran away, but Sheng Wanfeng had already rushed in front of him. "Sheng Wanfeng, what do you want?" Zhao Yunlong put on a brave front. "Nothing much. I've long disliked your Zhao clan and you, Zhao Yunlong. Now that I finally have a chance to kill you, how can I miss it?" Sheng Wanfeng said coldly. At the same time, he would also have one less opponent in the fight for the saint's fruit. Zhao Yunlong had been heavily injured and was no longer Sheng Wanfeng's opponent. "Is this why you tried to rope me into your team?" Zhao Yunlong felt a lingering fear. Back then, Sheng Wanfeng had used Qin Shi as a gimmick to attract him into the team. He had agreed without even thinking about it. He never thought that Sheng Wanfeng had already planned this. This guy was just too terrifying. Zhao Yunlong felt like he was being watched by a poisonous snake. "Die." Sheng Wanfeng did not show any mercy. He used all his skills and fought fiercely with the injured Zhao Yunlong in this narrow space. He used all his skills. Zhao Yunlong had been heavily injured. Under Sheng Wanfeng's fierce attacks, he quickly fell to the ground. "Sheng Wanfeng, you will die a horrible death." Zhao Yunlong let out a heart-wrenching roar as the ground shook. "Enough." Sheng Wanfeng's punch shattered Zhao Yunlong's internal organs and sent him flying out of the cave to the surface of the cold pool. "I'll let you accompany Qin Shi and be a pair of lovebirds in the water. How nice would that be?" Sheng Wanfeng let out a savage laugh. "Divine wind control, worldly wind dragon." The palm smashed down, striking Zhao Yunlong's chest. Zhao Yunlong once again let out a blood-curdling screech, as the powerful force directly struck him into the deep cold pond below. A loud rumble rang out, and one could faintly see water splashing up from below. That long, miserable cry lasted for a very long time. "Shangguan Feng, you will die a horrible death." This was Zhao Yunlong's cry before he died. His fate was different from Qin Shi's. Qin Shi had the protection of the demon-suppressing green crystal, but he had probably frozen to death. After dealing with Zhao Yunlong, Shangguan Feng shivered as if nothing had happened. His gaze finally shifted to the cave in front of him. That's right, his fight with Zhao Yunlong had caused a great disturbance. There were children crying in the waterfall, perhaps because they had been frightened. All of this proved that there were indeed people in there. This counts as killing many birds with one stone. Shangguan Feng tilted his head and extended his hand to count. "I sent Suzhi to his own death. I've temporarily sealed up Qin Shi and then finished off that detestable Zhao Yunlong. Now it's the saint's fruit. How can the remaining 7 idiots be my opponent?" Shangguan Feng laughed again when he thought of that. In the end, his gaze stopped on the waterfall and he muttered to himself, "Then there's one last bird. That person said that there is indeed a rare treasure in the nest of the Poison Shadow clan. Just what is it?" Hearing him muttering to himself, Long Chen finally understood that there was indeed a treasure inside, but it was not the Heart of Lightning. Long Chen truly admired Shangguan Feng. It was already not easy for him to do this. At this time, Shangguan Feng had already found the entrance to the Poison Shadow tribe's lair. Without a word, he dove into the water. The water in this waterfall was relatively normal, unlike the terrifying cold pond below. That was why the Poison Shadow tribe could live in this place. In the 9 Serenities Demon Mountain, this was the safest place. Long Chen finally approached. Through his spirit eye, he could see that there was another world within the waterfall. It was also a huge hollow mountain, and there were around 300 to 400 demons inside. At this moment, basically all the adult Poison Shadow clan members had left. Those that remained were basically the old, weak, women, and children who did not have much fighting power. The commotion caused by Zhao Yunlong and Shangguan Feng's battle had already frightened them. When Shangguan Feng walked in, it immediately caused an even greater panic. All the old, weak, women, and children retreated into the depths of the walls. They huddled together as they watched Shangguan Feng's arrival in fear. To the demons here, every human was a demon among demons. They were ugly things that took away their lives. Chapter 1171. At this moment, Long Chen was floating outside the waterfall. The people inside couldn't sense Long Chen's presence, and Long Chen could use his soul eye technique to see what was going on inside. In this hollow cave, the old, weak, women, and children of the Poison Shadow tribe were looking at the young man who had suddenly appeared, Shangguan Feng, in fear. Most of the children were panicking. From their father's descriptions, they had learned from a young age that the human race was vicious and terrifying. Some of the elders who had lived for many years had even more vivid memories. Their eyes were bloodshot. One of the elders from the Poison Shadow tribe walked to the front. He suppressed the fear in his heart and looked coldly at Shangguan Feng. "You. What are you doing here?" Shangguan Feng looked around and sized up the living environment of the Poison Shadow tribe. This place was very simple and crude, similar to what Shangguan Feng had imagined. The fearful gazes of the Poison Shadow tribe members made him very happy. A terrifying aura spread through the hollow cave. After a while, Shangguan Feng smiled gently and said, "Everyone, there is no need to panic. I only have one goal in coming here, and that is to take something away. As long as you hand it over to me obediently, you will be safe. Otherwise, I will kill one of you every 10 breaths." Shangguan Feng spoke casually, as if he was talking about something insignificant. However, every member of the Poison Shadow tribe could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from his heart. "What do you want?" The person who had come was definitely not a good person. The Poison Shadow Tribe elder's heart sank, but he could only pretend to be calm. He hadn't expected such a crisis to occur. The men of the tribe had all gone out to hunt down these sinister and cunning humans. Who would have thought that a human would actually come here? The world inside the waterfall had always been very safe. Shangguan Feng frowned. He thought about the information that person had provided and said, "It is an object that emits blue light. It is in this cave of yours." In fact, he didn't know what that object was, but the person who had sold him the information had said that it was definitely a valuable treasure. Shangguan Feng's main goal in coming here was also to obtain this mysterious treasure. He didn't believe that a piece of information bought with 100,000 divine crystals could be fake. If it was fake, he would skin the person who stole his 100,000 divine crystals alive when he got out. Something that emits blue light. The members of the Poison Shadow Tribe looked at each other. They quickly came to a sudden realization as they thought of something. At this moment, the leading elder hesitated for a moment. He understood that this youth in front of him was extremely dangerous. Although he didn't know what that thing was, if he didn't give it to this youth, as long as he attacked, everyone present would definitely suffer disastrous losses. 10 breaths are almost over, Shangguan Feng reminded him. Every 10 breaths, he would kill one person. I'll take you there. The old man finally gave in. The Poison Shadow race parted to make a path and hid in another corner. After they moved away, a small cave that could only fit 4 or 5 people appeared behind them. Outside the cave, there was a stone. When the old man moved the stone away, a misty blue light was emitted. Shangguan Feng's face lit up, and without saying anything, he rushed into the cave. The blue light instantly enveloped him. After Shangguan Feng went in, the old man of the Poison Shadow clan hurriedly shot a look at a sturdy young man from the Poison Shadow clan who was closest to the outside. That young man understood and hurriedly rushed out of the waterfall, fleeing out of the cave. Long Chen happened to be hiding in the waterfall, so he wasn't discovered by the youth. He knew that the youth had gone out to call for reinforcements. The old, the weak, the women, and the children couldn't just sit around and wait for Shangguan Feng to bully them. If Shangguan Feng stayed here for too long, he wouldn't have a good ending when the experts of the Poison Shadow Tribe returned. Long Chen was also very curious about what that blue light was emitting. At first, he was curious about Shangguan Feng's intentions. Now, he was curious about the treasure he was talking about. Because of this, he didn't leave. The cave wasn't very deep, so Shangguan Feng quickly came out. When he came out, the blue light suddenly stopped. He had probably put it away in his storage ring and disappeared. Shangguan Feng's face was a little confused. It was obvious that he didn't understand what he had obtained. Just because he didn't know didn't mean that the elders of his clan didn't know. If this thing is trash, I'll definitely kill you when I get out, Shangguan Feng muttered to himself. He temporarily put this matter aside. Then, he looked at the rest of the Poison Shadow Tribe. His sharp and crazed gaze made the old, weak, women, and children of the Poison Shadow Tribe a little afraid. At this time, Shangguan Feng didn't leave immediately. Instead, he approached them step by step. His gloomy expression made the Poison Shadow Tribe retreat in panic. I didn't want to touch you, but you guys are too naughty. The Poison Shadow Tribe's little tricks couldn't escape Shangguan Feng's eyes. You've already taken the thing. What do you want? The old man from the Poison Shadow Tribe glared at Shangguan Feng. Just as he had expected, not many people from the human race would keep their promises. He knew that even if he didn't send someone to inform the human race, this young man from the human race wouldn't let them off easily either. What do I want? I'm thinking, if those Poison Shadow Tribe members come back and find out that their families are all dead, what kind of expression will they have? Shangguan Feng's words caused a huge commotion. The demons all retreated. The closer Shangguan Feng got, the further they pushed him away. There were even many children who started crying loudly. What filthy creatures! Shengguan Feng's face was filled with a murderous aura. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the two children of the poisoned Shadow clan by their necks. The two children let out miserable cries, their faces pale with fright. Let them go. Many members of the poisoned Shadow tribe swarmed towards Shengguan Feng. Shengguan Feng stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Those who rushed over were all sent flying back. I'll kill two first. None of you can think of leaving today. Shengguan Feng laughed crazily. He exerted force in his hands, and the faces of the two children instantly turned purple. Despicable humans. The old, weak, women and children of the poisoned Shadow tribe let out angry roars. But it was useless. Just at this moment, a blood-red sword light slashed towards Shengguan Feng's arms from the side. The sword light came too suddenly. Shengguan Feng was startled, and his malevolent face turned incomparably solemn. He had no choice but to let go of the two children in his hands and dodge this sudden attack. A golden bolt of lightning flashed past, and a human figure carried two young children and instantly landed about 10 meters away from Shengguan Feng. This sudden turn of events stunned all the demon race members of the poisoned Shadow clan. Another human had appeared, and they were even more disheartened. They were just about to snatch the two children from Long Chen's hands when Long Chen suddenly came back to his senses and put the two children on the ground. The two little fellows were crying and crying. Suddenly, when they realized that they had landed safely, they immediately ran in the direction of their clansmen. The people of the poisoned Shadow tribe were stunned. Their insults ceased. They gathered together and stared blankly at the young man who had suddenly appeared, Long Chen. They could sense a kind smile from Long Chen. A human is actually helping us? This question appeared in the heads of many of the poisoned Shadow tribe members. They huddled together, waiting to see what would happen. Long Chen's appearance could be described as the only uncertain factor in Shengguan Feng's plan. At this moment, he became shocked for the first time. He looked at Long Chen and asked, "Why are you here?" Long Chen did not answer him. Instead, he asked, "You've already obtained what you want, yet you're moving against the old, weak, women and children. Do you still have the bearing of a cultivator?" It was exactly because he could not stand Shengguan Feng's actions that Long Chen finally made up his mind to take action. Originally, Long Chen did not want to cause any more trouble due to the matter of the saint's fruit, but since Shengguan Feng was like this, Long Chen could only take action now. This was Long Chen's personality. As soon as he took action, he would catch his opponent off guard. The bearing of a cultivator. The demons are the great enemies of our race. That's how many we can kill, yet you're still so naive. Shengguan Feng recovered from his initial shock and thought to himself. Indeed, he did not seem afraid of Long Chen at all on the surface. How could he emerge victorious if he had a guilty conscience before the battle had even begun? Long Chen's eyes were filled with a forcefulness and determination that Shengguan Feng could not match up to. The poisoned Shadow tribe had already sent people to report the situation. Due to 3 reasons, Long Chen was forced to kill Shengguan Feng right now. First, if Long Chen did not do it, he would shamelessly move against the old, weak, women and children. Secondly, killing Shengguan Feng would reduce the number of competitors for the saint's fruit. Thirdly, Long Chen wanted to see just what the blue light was. Thinking up to there, Long Chen directly raised his hand under the nervous gazes of the old, weak, women and children. If that's the case, let's not waste any more words. Come out and fight with me. Long Chen was worried about injuring the old, weak, women and children of the poisoned Shadow tribe if they fought here. Long Chen cultivated the way of slaughter, but he was not a bloodthirsty person. He would not move against the old, weak, women and children who could not fight back. This was a matter of principle. At the same time, he always worried about Xiao Lang. Because of Xiao Lang, Long Chen could not move against the old, weak, women, and children of the demons. This was not something a man would do. However, Sheng Wanfeng was clearly inferior when it came to principles. He was the type of person who would do anything to achieve his goals. He laughed aloud and said, "Get out. Why are you going out? If you want to die, then die here." Chapter 1172. Long Chen's eyes were cold. Sheng Wanfeng's actions had strengthened his resolve to kill him. He had no other choice. Two beams of white light shot out from Long Chen's hands and intertwined in mid-air. In an instant, they transformed into a sky full of white sword light. When the Poison Shadow Clan's demon race saw that Sheng Wanfeng had actually attacked them, they were so frightened that they fled in panic. They had not expected that Long Chen, who seemed to be protecting them, would also attack them. However, they were wrong. Long Chen's brilliant white sword prison formed by his sword qi was blocking them, about to receive Sheng Wanfeng's attack. The brilliant white sword prison was destroyed, but Sheng Wanfeng's attack was also blocked by Long Chen. None of the Poison Shadow tribe members were injured. He actually saved us. They're both humans, but one wants to kill us, and the other wants to save us. That's right. Why is there such a huge difference even though we're all humans? The people of the Poison Shadow tribe were all discussing this. At this moment, they were looking at Long Chen with extremely kind gazes. That was because they knew that if it wasn't for Long Chen, they would be in a terrible situation right now. Why aren't you leaving? As Long Chen faced Sheng Wanfeng's frenzied attack, he turned back and snorted at them. Sheng Wanfeng wasn't strong, but he was very cunning. He didn't attack Long Chen directly, but the Poison Shadow tribe members. This way, Long Chen would have to turn back and save them. Long Chen's words enlightened the Poison Shadow tribe elder. Sheng Wanfeng had used them to fight Long Chen. What they needed to do now was to leave this cave as soon as possible. Long Chen would trap Sheng Wanfeng here. "Let's go!" the elder shouted. He looked at Long Chen with gratitude, and then led the old, weak, women, and children out of the cave, leaving this place for Long Chen to fight Sheng Wanfeng. Under Long Chen's protection, the hundreds of Poison Shadow tribe members quickly retreated. Long Chen didn't regret helping the Poison Shadow tribe. He had his own standards of good and evil, and wasn't bound by any worldly views. Under Long Chen's protection, Sheng Wanfeng could only watch the others leave. After a while, all the Poison Shadow tribe members left, leaving only Sheng Wanfeng and Long Chen. Sheng Wanfeng's face was gloomy. He paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. "You're the only flaw in my plan. I regret not killing you before. You're strong enough. Even if I killed you today, it would have taken a lot of effort." Long Chen did not say anything. The scarlet blood desolation sword in his hand slowly turned from a scarlet sword to a 2-meter-long malevolent halberd. Compared to the cold sword, the halberd had a tyrannical kingly aura, berserk and ferocious. "You think everything is under your control, but in reality, accidents will definitely happen," Long Chen said calmly. "Is that so? You're that accident?" Sheng Wanfeng shook his head. "Qin Shi said I'm no match for you, but I don't believe her. You're not an accident, but a stepping stone for me. Just wait and see." After saying that, Long Chen's body changed. A golden bolt of lightning dashed through the cave. It was hard to see where he was with the naked eye. So fast. He's even faster than the Poison Shadow tribe. Sheng Wanfeng was very impressed. "But under my control, no matter how fast you are, it's like floating clouds. Gravity domain." At this time, Sheng Wanfeng actually used the rare gravity domain. Long Chen was stunned. The gravity on his body had increased by about 10 times. This 10 times gravity affected Long Chen greatly. Even when he stepped on the ground, he found that the ground was cracking. His body now felt like it weighed several tons. His body was not light to begin with. There's actually such a mystical domain. Long Chen was only shocked for a moment. This gravity domain was indeed very good. For other martial artists with weak physical bodies, it was very lethal, but for Long Chen, it wasn't anything special. Even within the gravitational field, Long Chen's speed was still beyond Shenguanfeng's imagination. It was as though his terrifying fleshly body was not bound by the gravitational field, allowing him to move at an incredible speed. At the same time, Long Chen unleashed his devouring blood world, which instantly spread across the entire cave. A blood-red mist instantly blocked Shenguanfeng's vision. What kind of trash domain is this? Shenguanfeng was obviously very confident in his domain. Jiang Yunfan, let me tell you, if you stop right now, surrender to me, and help me get the saint's fruit, I will make your clan the supreme ruler of Dongxing City. Even the nearby cities will be controlled by your Jiang clan. At the same time, you will join my Shengguan clan and receive training far beyond your imagination. You will also have the chance to become a peerless expert in the future. Shenguanfeng was not in a hurry to attack. He understood that if a warrior like Long Chen was loyal to him, the elders of the clan would definitely welcome him. Can you shut your mouth? Under the devouring world of blood, as long as Shenguanfeng didn't go out, Long Chen would be invincible. Long Chen didn't have much time left. At this time, he brandished the combat skill in his hand. A domineering aura that looked down on the world burst out from his body like a dragon descending. Looking at Long Chen, Shenguanfeng had an illusion. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't Long Chen, but a giant beast from ancient times. The bloody and ferocious aura swept across his body like a wave of heat. Jiang Yunfan, you really are looking for death. Shenguanfeng laughed. From the look in Long Chen's eyes, he knew that Long Chen would definitely not surrender. He laughed crazily and attacked ruthlessly. Gravity domain, heaven and earth reversal. Divine wind control, heaven and earth wind dragon. The two attacks came at the same time. Gravity field, heaven and earth inverted. Long Chen suddenly felt as if his feet were facing the sky and his head was facing the ground. This sudden feeling of confusion could easily distract him and make it difficult for him to control his own body. At this moment, Shenguanfeng activated his killer move. This was the move he had used against Zhao Yunlong before. It was definitely a 7th grade divine skill. This move, Divine Wind Guard, instantly caused the belly of the mountain to tremble. Countless rocks fell down with a loud rumble. The waterfall outside also exploded with a loud rumble. Shenguanfeng was in the center of the storm. At this moment, his face was ferocious. He struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the wind between heaven and earth swept up, condensing into a giant wind beast, and charged towards Long Chen. Long Chen was facing a double attack, but he was expressionless. He had broken through to the peak of the celestial realm and then cultivated the 9-dragon scripture. Now, his strength was basically invincible under the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. In front of him was the giant storm beast. In Shenguanfeng's eyes, Long Chen was about to be torn apart by the storm, but he still slowly waved the blood-colored halberd in his hand, displaying the 9-dragon scripture. Unlike the blue flames from last time, this time, as Long Chen's battle skill danced, a blue icy mist shone from his chest, and a 2nd dragon scale shone. Long Chen did not directly use the power of the 2 dragons. To deal with Shenguanfeng, the power of 1 dragon was enough. However, Long Chen did not use the mysterious sky blue fire dragon, but a new move that he had learned. As Long Chen's halberd evolved, there was a whistling sound in the blue icy mist, as if there were countless angry waves descending. As long as it was the way of the weapon, it belonged to the way of the sword. At this moment, a blue dragon appeared out of nowhere in the sword way of the halberd. Ice-armored sea dragon. With a soft cry, Long Chen seemed to be immersed in a dream. He moved his feet and moved towards Shengguan Feng with the battle skill in his hand. There was an explosion above the blood-red sky, and a divine dragon with blue ice armor attached to it. Its eyes seemed to hide an endless sea, which made extremely violent roars. Explode! The halberd, which had the power of a dragon, slashed down. The ice-armored azure sea dragon charged out furiously, baring its fangs and claws. It broke through Shengguan Feng's grade 7 divine skill and easily slammed into Shengguan Feng's body. Shengguan Feng's body was smashed into pieces. After everything disappeared, only Shengguan Feng's head remained, which had been impaled by Long Chen's halberd. Rumble. The angry waves dispersed. Shengguan Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning on a clear day. Everything that had happened just now was like a dream to him. He had unleashed the attack that he was most proud of, but what happened next? Long Chen brandished his halberd and slashed down. A divine dragon covered in ice armor rushed out and used its sharp claws to tear apart his attack. It even tore his body apart. That terrifyingly low temperature was almost the same as the cold lake below. Shengguan Feng couldn't move at all. He had lost. Taking a deep breath, Shengguan Feng finally admitted Qin Shi's words. This terrifying young man who had suddenly appeared, Long Chen, was indeed stronger than him. Shengguan Feng had been unable to resist a single move. However, as soon as he thought of what would happen next, Shengguan Feng was stunned. Both of his eyes were lifeless as he looked at the lifeless Long Chen. Suddenly, he realized that he was about to die, and this caused his hair to stand on end. He hurriedly begged, "Jiang Yunfan, please don't kill me. I can really give you glory and wealth. I can forget about today's battle. You are indeed a genius who is stronger than me." Long Chen did not say anything. He smiled coldly at him, then dragged the scarlet blood Tenhuang out of the waterfall. When he was outside, Long Chen realized that not all of the poisoned shadow tribe had left. The children had probably been moved, but there were still many old people standing at the cave entrance, watching nervously. When they saw Shengguan Feng's head on Long Chen's halberd, they all heaved a sigh of relief, then cheered. This was the first time they had cheered for the human race. The cheers made Shengguan Feng feel even more terrified. "Jiang Yunfan, don't you want the saint's fruit? Now that Suzhou and Qin Shi are gone, no one is your opponent with your strength. I can help you obtain the saint's fruit." Long Chen brought him out. Shengguan Feng seemed to realize what Long Chen was going to do. Chapter 1173. There's one thing you haven't figured out. Long Chen stretched out his scarlet blood marrowless and whispered in Shengguan Feng's ear, "I'm not Jiang Yunfan, I'm Long Chen. Of course, you don't know me because I'm from the true martial emperor palace." Shengguan Feng's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. The whites of his eyes were frightening. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly swung the blood desolation blade in his hand, sending Shengguan Feng's head flying high into the air. Long Chen abruptly leapt into the air, and swung the blood desolation blade down, directly smashing into Shengguan Feng's head. Shengguan Feng let out an earth-shattering scream, and under the terrifying force, he was sent flying towards the frigid pond below. The ending he had bestowed upon others was also bestowed upon him by Long Chen today. This could be considered retribution. Shengguan Feng's scream lasted for a very long time before he finally crashed into the cold pond, creating a loud splash. After that, there was no more sound. Lowering his head, an ice-cold aura assaulted his senses. Long Chen shivered. In his hand was a storage ring that belonged to Shengguan Feng. After probing it for a bit, Long Chen realized that there was quite a bit of wealth inside. Long Chen wasn't interested in some of the Shengguan clan's combat techniques. At this time, Long Chen put away the spatial ring and looked around. He said to the elders of the poisoned shadow tribe who were looking at him with reverence and worship, "The trouble has been resolved. You can all go back now." Shengguan Feng had schemed so much, but he had never imagined that he would end up like this. Those who schemed against others would be schemed against one day, and this was the end. Under Long Chen's command, the people of the poisoned shadow tribe let out cries of alarm. It wasn't safe outside, so they hurriedly brought their clansmen in and entered their waterfall. When everyone entered, the elders of the poisoned shadow tribe stayed behind. One of them said, "I heard from our benefactor that our benefactor's name is Long Chen." Long Chen nodded and said, "Don't tell anyone, I have something to do. I'll be leaving first." While talking to the elders, Long Chen was studying the blue object that Shengguan Feng had just obtained. He had already placed it in the Great Void Realm. After checking Shengguan Feng's belongings, Long Chen was interested in two things. One was the divine crystal worth over 100,000, and the other was the blue object. The thing floating in the Great Void Realm was actually a blue stone the size of a thumb. However, compared to the Thunderbolt core, this thing seemed to be prettier. This was a heart-shaped piece of warm jade. It looked man-made, but it was actually formed naturally. However, some parts of it had been carved by someone, which was why it had such a perfect shape. A black rope made of an unknown material was strung around the blue warm jade, and it could be worn around the neck. A black rope made from an unknown material was strung around the neck. Feeling it in his hand, Long Chen roughly understood that there had been a mistake. It was just an ordinary piece of jade. Holding it in his hand and feeling it, Long Chen roughly understood that there had been a mistake. It was just an ordinary piece of jade. Long Chen did not pay too much attention to it after placing it back in the Great Void Realm. However, at this moment, Li Xuanji slowly opened her eyes. Her cloudy eyes stared at the hovering jade pendant peacefully. Suddenly, she moved her lips gently and said, "Why do you have the heart of everlasting protector?" She seemed a little strange. "What is this?" Long Chen asked curiously. He was very happy that Li Xuanji could still speak a complete sentence. In her current state, it would definitely not be a problem for her to last until Long Chen obtained the saint's fruit. "I just happened to hear a story, a very beautiful love story. The story would definitely be very long. It would definitely be very difficult for Li Xuanji to tell it at this moment, so she did not want to." Her face shone with happiness and yearning. "Anyway, it's a good thing. Even if a cultivator's god-martial soul is shattered, their consciousness will still exist in this world for a short period of time. If they're willing, they can send a strand of their soul into the heart of everlasting protector to protect the other forever. The advantage is that the wearer will have a protective power to protect them from time to time. The strength of the power is uncertain, but the disadvantage is that the person whose soul is scattered can only stay here forever, unable to reincarnate." Li Xuanji thought of a legend. Tears flickered in her eyes, which made her beautiful eyes seem even more translucent. Long Chen's body trembled. He knew that Li Xuanji was not in good health at the moment, so she couldn't explain it clearly. However, he understood that if he became the owner of the heart of the everlasting guardian, and if one of his loved ones died, as long as she was willing, she could use a wisp of her soul to enter the heart of the everlasting guardian and protect him forever. The price was that she would never be able to reincarnate. If the soul is still present, is there a chance to save it? The punishment of never being able to reincarnate was just too heavy. Long Chen was very curious about this, so he asked. Li Xuanji originally wanted to answer immediately, but her eyes swiveled. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "There is. It's said that once a cultivator reaches the peak of cultivation, they can fend off the world and change their fate. With a soul fragment in hand, reviving someone is obviously a piece of cake. Long Chen only listened to her words, but did not see her sly expression. This time, she was obviously lying, because whether there was a chance to save her, in fact, she did not know. Moreover, the god martial spirit had been shattered, leaving behind only an unconscious incomplete soul, the kind that would soon dissipate. Even if she had the eternal guardian heart, how could she come back to life? The world would not allow someone who could change their fate to exist. However, Long Chen did not think that much. He shook his head and said, "No matter what, it's still disappointing. I had thought it was a treasure, but I never thought it would be useless." "Who says it's useless? If I didn't obtain the saint's fruit, the power of 100,000 evil beasts would have damaged my god martial soul. Wouldn't I be able to use it on the day my soul disperses?" Li Xuanji closed her eyes and gently smiled. Long Chen's eyes turned cold. He said with some displeasure, "Don't say that again. I will definitely do what I promised you. Moreover, haven't the two strongest opponents been finished off by Sheng Wanfeng already?" Fortunately, there was Sheng Wanfeng, so the chances of Long Chen succeeding were extremely high. "Alright, I'm just joking with you. Moreover, the Heart of Everlasting Protector can only be activated by two people who love each other. Even if my soul disperses, I won't be able to enter if I don't love you and you don't love me," Li Xuanji joked. "I see. Then he's even more useless." Long Chen casually tossed the Heart of Everlasting Protector into a corner of the Void Realm. Even if the Heart of Everlasting Protector did not have any restrictions like love, Long Chen did not believe that he would be able to use it. Qin Shi and Suzhou were done for. The saint's fruit was basically in the bag. As he spoke to Li Xuanji, Long Chen was actually conversing with the old men from the Poison Shadow clan. They invited Long Chen warmly, but Long Chen did not have the time. Due to his conversation with Li Xuanji earlier, he was in a rather bad mood. Just when he was about to leave, a terrifying presence descended. A figure immediately appeared at the entrance of the cave, and a chilling killing intent immediately landed on Long Chen. Long Chen was surprised at first before realizing that it was a tall, burly member of the Poison Shadow clan. He was in the prime of his life, and his bat wings were dyed with blood. Clearly, he had killed quite a few humans earlier. In his arms was the young man from the Poison Shadow clan who had gone to report earlier. He had probably been attacked by the humans and was currently on the verge of death. "Despicable human, go die." The terrifying middle-aged man charged at Long Chen as soon as he saw Long Chen. Long Chen squinted his eyes. This guy was just too powerful. None of the people from the Poison Shadow clan that Long Chen had encountered before were his opponent. It was very likely that this guy was a rare 7th-grade demon god. "Patriarch, you've misunderstood." The old man hurriedly stood in front of Long Chen. Only when he saw this did the middle-aged demon stop. He looked at everyone in doubt. "This young man is the one who helped us. He's already killed the young man who attacked us earlier on. He's the one who saved us. If not for him, our elderly, women, and children would have all died." The few old men explained the situation very quickly. The middle-aged demon from the Poison Shadow clan was taken aback. He had not expected things to turn out this way. He looked at Long Chen with a puzzled expression before saying, "Come in and talk." With that, he led the rest of the Poison Shadow clan into the waterfall. Long Chen hesitated for a moment before entering. No matter what, he had saved the Poison Shadow clan. A patriarch like him shouldn't do anything to him. After entering, the place was in a mess because of the battle. The patriarch surveyed his surroundings and instructed his men to clean up the place. He then walked over to Long Chen and sized him up. While the other members of the Poison Shadow clan were cleaning up, they were also looking over curiously. Earlier on, the patriarch had already confirmed from the mouths of the others that Long Chen had saved the Poison Shadow clan. "This is what he took from you." Long Chen took out the eternal guardian heart and handed it to the Poison Shadow Tribe's patriarch. Looking at this scene, Li Xuanji let out a bitter smile. She had to admit that this young man was terrifyingly resilient. Chapter 1174. I'll give it to myself. Long Chen did not think too much about it. He placed the Heart of Eternity back into the Void Realm. Li Xuanji smiled when she saw the item reappear before her. Even though she was no longer beautiful, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. The patriarch of the Poison Shadow clan no longer had any intentions of dealing with Long Chen. He studied Long Chen for a while again and said, "The saint's fruit will ripen in around 2 hours. Something will happen at that time. You should be able to arrive before that." "Thank you," Long Chen said gratefully from the bottom of his heart. The saint's fruit was extremely important to him. "It's no problem. 500 years ago, I also personally witnessed another group of people fight over the saint's fruit. Over 500 of my clansmen died that time. Do you know why?" The patriarch stared at Long Chen deeply. Since he had personally witnessed it, the patriarch clearly understood a lot about the saint's fruit. It was not easy for him to find someone to ask about it, so Long Chen gave up on the thought of leaving immediately. He asked, "Why?" "We killed them." The patriarch of the Poison Shadow clan smiled helplessly. "This is a mission given to us by the humans. They want us to kill 5,000 young human fighters before the saint's fruit ripens. If we kill a few less, we'll be punished, and we'll lose a few more people. It must be said that the humans hate their juniors very much, but they treat us even more viciously. For this complete victory, we've prepared for 500 years, just to kill 5,000 people this time. Thank you for saving these children and old people. To be honest, we're on opposing sides. I never thought that the person who saved me would be a human." The patriarch smiled helplessly. Reaching there, he gritted his teeth and said, "But even with that being the case, I still want to kill 5,000, or even more of my clansmen will die. There aren't many of us left, and I don't want our branch of the Poison Shadow clan to be wiped out here, so, in return, I'll tell you some information about the saint's fruit, but I'll have to leave again after that." What he meant was that he wanted to go out and slaughter the humans again. This was something that Long Chen couldn't stop. The experts of the 9 underworld demon territory were here to let the younger generation grow through real battles. As for the Poison Shadow clan, they were here to survive. There was no right or wrong. The weak would be eliminated, and only the strong would survive. Survival, this word. Come to think of it, I also live for the sake of survival, so I understand you, and I also understand you, Long Chen said with a bitter smile. The Poison Shadow race's patriarch smiled knowingly. Talking to you, I can tell that you are different from others. You are someone who will become a true peerless expert. That is because true experts do not rely on their strength, but on their character and their heart to protect. Long Chen did not really understand what he meant. Wasn't strength the only way to become a true expert? As he pondered, the patriarch did not have much time left. He said gruffly, "There are a few things you need to pay attention to regarding the saint's fruit. First, the saint's tree has offensive power. You should have seen the myriad evil vine before. The saint's tree is also a creature of that type. Its branches and trunk can transform into venomous insects and snakes. Not only do they possess terrifying offensive power, but they're also extremely venomous. In the beginning, they only look like branches and leaves, but when the saint's fruit ripens, the tree's weapons will awaken as well." The first time did not exceed Long Chen's expectations. The saint's fruit would not be taken away for nothing. However, he thought of something else. If the saint's tree of heaven and the myriad evil vine were the same creature, would the saint's tree of heaven and earth not be able to discover him if he used his breath of soul? This was a very likely possibility. Long Chen rejoiced inside. If that was the case, his chances of obtaining the saint's fruit would be extremely great. At this moment, the patriarch of the Poison Shadow clan mentioned the second point. As for the second point, only a few of the cultivators who can enter know about it. When the saint's fruit is taken away, the saint's tree will become enraged. It will ignite its own energy and form a spherical domain. This is an invisible space, and basically all the people around the saint's fruit will be sucked into it. The restrictive power of the domain is extremely terrifying, and it's impossible to break through it without reaching the 8th layer of God's martial realm. As a result, people from the 9 clans will appear at this time and announce a new rule, which is a free-for-all. The last person standing in the domain will obtain the saint's fruit. Reaching there, the patriarch looked at Long Chen in pity and said, in other words, if you want to obtain the saint's fruit, being the first one to pluck it doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to obtain it. After all, refining it requires time. Everyone is in the domain, so no one will let you refine it for nothing, right? As long as you defeat everyone, you'll truly obtain the saint's fruit. This news definitely exceeded Long Chen's expectations. Just as the Poison Shadow clan's patriarch had expected, Long Chen's expression became extremely grave. If my guess is correct, I should be able to obtain the saint's fruit first with my breath technique without any suspense with my speed. Now that Suzha and Qinshi have been eliminated, none of the cultivators from the 9 clans should be at the peak of the 6th layer of God's martial realm. Although I'll have to face the attacks of at least 7 peak 6th layer God's martial realm cultivators, it shouldn't be a problem with the endless replenishment from devouring the world of blood. This was what Long Chen thought. Although the final rule had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations, it was still within Long Chen's control. In the end, the people who could truly obtain the saint's fruit would still be those who possessed extraordinary strength. Without strength, it would be useless even if they obtained the saint's fruit. And to me, if I can obtain the saint's fruit first, then it would be considered a success. Xian Ji can refine it in the Void Realm. As long as it's in the Void Realm, there's still Kitten who controls it. No one can take it out. The Void Realm was different from ordinary spatial rings. Thank you, Patriarch. These 2 pieces of information are very important to me. If I can obtain the saint's fruit, I'll have to thank you first. Go. I still need to go kill people, said the Patriarch. Long Chen did not waste any time. Under the curious gazes of the other youths, he turned around and left the lair of the Poison Shadow clan. He turned into a golden bolt of lightning and made his way to the peak of the 9 Darkness Demon Mountain. Soon afterwards, the patriarch of the Poison Shadow clan left as well. They were all fighting for survival. Of course, right now, Long Chen was fighting for Li Xuanji's survival. An hour after Long Chen left, bubbles suddenly appeared in the depths of the pool. The bubbles grew larger and larger before producing a terrifying explosion in the end. They never thought that there would be another disturbance. This time, the children of the Poison Shadow clan had learned their lesson. They no longer shrieked and instead gathered together obediently. They stared at the cave hidden in the waterfall in fear. After a very long time, there was no other disturbance. Everyone finally let out a breath of relief. The danger had been resolved. However, before this, the place where the myriad evil vines were located trembled greatly. Finally, the cultivators trapped beneath the vines discovered that the rampaging vines had suddenly gone on a terrifying rampage. After a very long time, all the vines collapsed to the ground. They lost their luster and life, turning into withered vines. They were no different from ordinary trees. After a while, a figure with a murderous aura crawled out from the ground. Long Chen's current speed was so fast that even if the Poison Shadow clan saw him, they would not be able to catch up. He rushed upwards as fast as he could. Originally, the Patriarch thought that Long Chen would need 2 hours to reach the peak, but he never thought that Long Chen would only need an hour to reach the top. When he reached this place, he was already in the middle of the clouds. Looking down, he could see that the mountains were small. The dark green clouds were extremely cold, making one's hair stand on end. The dark moon in the sky seemed like it could be plucked by stretching out one's hand. When he arrived at this place, the surrounding forest was much taller. The heaven and earth sacred tree was probably the largest tree here. At this moment, Long Chen could roughly sense the disturbance. He scurried to the top of a nearby tree. This was the place where the lightning shackles were the highest. The lightning here was more than 200 meters above the ground, and the trees here were generally more than 100 meters tall. Standing at the top of the tree, Long Chen could still sense that the lightning shackles were within reach. A destructive lightning aura burst forth in the sky above him. However, Long Chen's gaze was attracted by a towering ancient tree in front of him. It was a snow-white ancient tree that shone with a milky white radiance. It did not look like a tree, but an exquisite white jade in the shape of a tree. The milky white radiance emitted from it illuminated the world. The ancient tree's trunk and leaves seemed to be translucent. From afar, Long Chen could see the veins and the resources flowing through them. This was the heaven and earth sacred tree. A pure and holy aura assaulted Long Chen's face. This was a kind of spiritual energy. Long Chen felt as if he had been reformed. His entire body felt comfortable, and his heart involuntarily felt moved. As the saying went, when things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. The heaven and earth sacred tree emitted such a pure and holy radiance in this dark green world. There were no blemishes at all, making it hard for people to profane it. If he had not met the patriarch of the Poison Shadow clan, Long Chen would definitely believe that this tree was holy and harmless. However, Long Chen now made a mental note. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. The holiness could only be an illusion. When people did not expect it, it could cause fatal danger. Chapter 1175. Only those above the sixth layer of the God Martial Realm would be able to compete with it. Within a radius of a kilometer around the holy tree, even the ground glowed with a white light. Not a single blade of grass grew during this period of time, so the ground was extremely clean. Long Chen arrived at a place where he could see the holy tree very quickly. After charging out of the forest, he was greeted by a white, glowing world. He was extremely calm at the moment. I can already see the holy tree. Just hold on a little longer, Long Chen said to Li Xuanji in the Great Void Realm. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Just focus a little more. Li Xuanji opened her blurry eyes slightly. There were two items in front of her, the Heart of Lightning and the Heart of Everlasting Protector. If Long Chen obtained the Saint's Fruit, then she would be able to use the Heart of Lightning in the future. However, if Long Chen failed, then what awaited her would probably be the Heart of Everlasting Protector. Li Xuanji blinked her eyes and pursed her lips. In the end, she still managed to smile. She looked at the Heart of Lightning because she believed that Long Chen would definitely succeed. At this moment, Long Chen stepped onto the ground that was glowing with white light. This open space was much softer than he had imagined. Perhaps it was because of the existence of the holy tree that the empty ground glowed with white light. Long Chen did not pay any attention to this. He raised his head and squinted his eyes because he saw a similarly pure white fruit that seemed to be the core of the saint's fruit growing at the very top of the beautiful tree that shone with white light. It was the saint's fruit. A vast aura of righteousness radiated from the saint's fruit. The holy tree was 500 meters tall. What terrified Long Chen was that from 400 meters onwards, the densely packed chains of lightning directly wrapped around the holy tree, entangling with its leaves. This meant that if Long Chen and the others wanted to obtain the saint's fruit, they would need to pass through the region enveloped by the chains of lightning. At that time, the entire holy tree might even awaken and its leaves would turn into venomous insects and beasts. Long Chen understood that if that was the case, the opponents he would have to face would not only be the other young fighters, but also the holy tree. He needed to be even calmer at a time like this. When they arrived here, there was not much fog. Long Chen did not need to use his devouring demon pupils. With a glance, he could roughly see that there were only 7 people here, divided into 3 groups and standing together. Behind the land shrouded by the white light, there were more than 10 warriors who had just entered the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm watching. With just a glance, Long Chen roughly knew what was going on. It must be the 7 warriors at the peak of the 6th tier of the divine martial realm who had occupied the territory closest to the sacred tree of heaven and earth. The others could only stand 3 miles away from the sacred tree of heaven and earth due to their tyranny and the fact that they were no match for them in terms of strength. Only Long Chen had rashly entered this area. As expected, there were people who discovered him very quickly. Other than Zhao Yunlong and Sheng Wanfeng, there were 7 people left among the 9 great clans. These 7 people were probably the representatives of the other 7 clans. As for the others, even if they were from the 7 clans, they did not have the right to stand so close to the holy tree and wait for it to ripen. This was all because of their strength and status. At this moment, the 7 of them were gathered together, trying to figure out why Suzhe, Qinshi, and the others had not arrived yet. The saint's fruit would ripen in around an hour. If they did not arrive by then, the saint's fruit would not belong to them. The 2 geniuses at the 7th layer of the god martial realm were the most popular candidates for the saint's fruit. How could they know that Qinshi and Suzhe had been tricked by Sheng Wanfeng, or that they had been dealt with by Sheng Wanfeng, and that Sheng Wanfeng had been dealt with by Long Chen? When they saw Long Chen, a person they had never seen before, charge into their designated area, they never imagined that Long Chen had dealt with Sheng Wanfeng, who had dealt with 2 great experts. 3rd layer of the god martial realm. Not only the 7 people, but the other young geniuses who had been sent out from the White region also stared at Long Chen in surprise. Clearly, Long Chen did not have any martial intent, so he could only be considered to be at the 3rd layer of the god martial realm. For a cultivator at the 3rd layer of the god martial realm to make it this far was already impressive. After all, many cultivators at the 3rd layer of the god martial realm could not even make it through the first stream of mist. Most of them died in the poisonous beast forest, so how was it possible for them to make it to the peak of the 9 Hell Demon Mountain? Even if a cultivator at the 5th layer of the god martial realm came here, they would be extremely surprised. Moreover, Long Chen had recklessly charged into the range of the white light. This was a place that only the greatest geniuses could set foot in. At this moment, there were disciples from 3 big families walking towards Long Chen. They were 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom were at the same level as Sheng Wanfeng and Zhao Yunlong. One of the women was 1 step ahead of them. She stuck out her chest and looked at Long Chen proudly. She asked, "What's your name?" "You're at the 3rd layer of the god martial realm, but you can come to this place." "Not bad." Long Chen quickly replied, "My name is Jiang Yunfan, I come from Dongsheng City." "Dongsheng City? Never heard of it." The woman curled her lips. As she had expected, Yi Chen was indeed a bumpkin from a small place, not worthy of her attention. She waved her hand and said, "This is a place where only the greatest geniuses can stand. With your talent, you should stand at the foot of the mountain. Get out of here quickly, don't make me kick you out." These 2 men and 1 woman probably formed a small team. Because the woman was beautiful, she was usually the leader. The 2 men did not say anything, but with their arrogant and disdainful eyes, they chatted cheerfully with the woman next to them. They did not take Long Chen seriously at all. After the girl in red finished speaking, the 3 of them were about to turn around and leave while laughing. But soon, they looked back in shock. The woman's eyebrows began to show anger. She hated nobodies who did not know what was good for them. At this moment, she said in a deep voice, "I, Leng Chan, never repeat myself. If you are still standing here in 3 breaths, I will make you disappear from this world forever. She did not believe that this lad at the 3rd layer of the god martial realm would not leave after such threatening words. What was more unexpected was that Long Chen waved his hand indifferently and said, "Since you said that this is a place where only the greatest geniuses can stand, then all the more I can't leave. This place belongs to me. If you want to leave, you can leave by yourself. Do you think you can make me disappear by yourself? Have you eaten too much shit?" Long Chen's indifferent words immediately caused a great uproar. Ling Chan, the eldest daughter of the Ling family, one of the 9 super clans, was said to have eaten too much shit by a bumpkin at the 3rd layer of the god martial realm who came out of nowhere. Such a vulgar word was used to describe this beautiful young lady. The crowd could not wrap their heads around it for a moment. They looked at the indifferent and arrogant Long Chen in astonishment. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Did I hear it wrong? That's the eldest daughter of the Ling family, the one who is famous for her bad temper. I heard that many servants of the Ling family were beaten to death if they did not do what she wanted. How dare he ask Ling Chan to eat shit? Everyone looked over in shock. The surroundings suddenly became incomparably quiet. Even the other 6 top figures felt like they were in a dream at this moment. Long Chen felt as if something had been knocked over in this young lady named Ling Chan. Her anger surged out and swept toward Long Chen. "I will tear you into 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces." She was originally a great beauty, but now she looked at Long Chen with a ferocious expression and lost all her beauty. At this moment, the crowd realized how terrifying this rumored overbearing and rude young lady of the Ling family was. "Miss Ling Chan, let me help you get rid of this lad and make him disappear," an elegant young man next to her said. "Let me do it. You are too soft-hearted." "You can't help Miss Ling Chan vent her anger," another man said with an evil smile. "Get lost, I'll do it myself," Ling Chan yelled again with a ferocious expression. The 3 of them were of equal status, but because of Ling Chan's beauty, the 2 of them had their eyes on her and wanted to get her into bed, which was why they were very polite to her. However, she was being so shrewd and had asked them to get lost. The 2 of them snorted coldly and retreated after losing face. Ling Chan did not even have a brain when she was angry. She had offended the allies that she had worked so hard to form. She would probably only be able to vent her anger by cutting Long Chen into pieces. Seeing the ferocious look of this tigress, the crowd thought that Long Chen would be scared out of his wits. However, Long Chen did not. He shrugged as if nothing had happened and said innocently, "Did I make you angry? It's not good for your health to get angry so easily. No wonder you look like you're in a hurry despite your young age." Being called old by a lowly person in public was something that no girl could tolerate. As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, Ling Chan finally couldn't hold it in any longer and exploded. She let out a furious roar and directly attacked. A pair of pure white hands transformed into sharp claws, and a chilly wind blew in all directions. Claw shadows filled the sky, threatening to tear Long Chen apart. Bone-crushing claw. Chapter 1176. However, he had no problem fighting against Shengguan Feng with this move. However, he was still lacking compared to Long Chen. Long Chen dared to be so arrogant because he had the right to be so. The Scarlet Blood Eternal suddenly appeared in his hand. God-slaying sword formation, sword explosion. The God-slaying sword formation was attached to Long Chen's Scarlet Blood Eternal. As Long Chen waved it, there was a terrifying explosion. Countless sword chi exploded into pieces and swept toward Ling Chan. With a loud boom, the torrent of sword chi slammed into Ling Chan's body. The terrifying sword chi came so suddenly that before Ling Chan could react, the terrifying force had sent her flying. Of course, it was also because she had underestimated Long Chen. Hiss. A terrifying scream was heard, and a golden bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the torrent of sword chi. It was so fast that while Ling Chan was still in a state of shock, a blood-red sword light pierced through her throat and stabbed her into the ground. A man appeared next to her. His cold eyes almost made Ling Chan stop breathing. The main reason why she had been defeated so quickly was because of her rival in love. Otherwise, Long Chen would have had to use the 9-dragon scripture to subdue a martialist of such a level. Only the mysterious killer move like the 9-dragon scripture was Long Chen's trump card. Even so, this scene left almost everyone dumbfounded. In just one move, Long Chen had subdued Ling Chan and pierced her throat with his sword, pinning her to the ground. This was a scene that no one dared to imagine. It could be said that there was no one present who could achieve this. This was simply a myth. No one could believe their eyes, but the scene in front of them was so real. Even Ling Chan herself could not believe that this was the case. How is this possible? How is this possible? Could it be that the strength of this young man is far beyond the LV3 divine martial realm? If that's the case, it would explain why he was so arrogant just now. Who the hell is he? Even the other 6 top martial artists were momentarily stunned. Long Chen twisted his scarlet blood sky desolation and withdrew his sword. This sword strike was only a small injury to his opponent, who had a supreme golden body. If I wanted to just now, I could have blown your head off with a single slash. Now, do you think that I have the right to stand here? Long Chen said with a smile as he looked at Ling Chan provocatively. Ling Chan's face was deathly pale. She had indeed been on the brink of death just now. Her underestimation had led to her death. Fortunately, Long Chen had shown mercy. However, this did not mean that she would forgive Long Chen just like that. On the contrary, Ling Chan was on the verge of losing her mind after receiving such a huge humiliation. You're courting death. Ling Chan reacted instantly and leaped up from the ground. Long Chen was a step faster than her. He kicked her soft and perky buttocks and sent her flying. At the same time, he burst into laughter. 2 men scrambled to catch Ling Chan. At this moment, Ling Chan was like a lunatic. It took them a lot of effort to hold her down. Calm down first, Ling Chan, don't be blinded by hatred. Otherwise, you'll fall into his trap even more. This guy's strength is at least at the peak LV6 divine martial realm. He defeated you by taking advantage of your underestimation. If you continue to underestimate him and think that he's just an insignificant ant, you'll lose even more miserably. You should treat him as an opponent of the same level. These words gradually calmed Ling Chan down. Although her buttocks were still hurting, she had passed the hurdle in her heart when she saw Long Chen's indifferent look. As the people beside her had said, the more she underestimated her opponent, the more miserably she would lose. The others also gathered around and looked at Long Chen unkindly. They were all members of the 9 super clans and would stand on the same side in the face of external enemies. The 2 sides faced off just like that. Long Chen played around with the scarlet blood desolation in his hand as he also looked at the 7 of them scornfully. He said arrogantly, as long as you're powerful, everyone has a rule to stand here. I didn't kill her after defeating her, which is only to prove that I have the right to stand here. The saint's fruit hasn't ripened yet, so it's not the time for a final battle. Do you really want to fight it out now? It had to be mentioned that after Long Chen's lightning-quick actions earlier, everyone became rather fearful of him, especially those who were not on good terms with Ling Chan. The only ones who were on good terms with Ling Chan were the 2 people in her group. Fair enough, you do have the strength to stand here. That was just a test. Although you've temporarily defeated Ling Chan because she underestimated you, it doesn't mean you're more powerful than her. Let's fight it out once the saint's fruit ripens, said one of the men. One of the men said. Long Chen did not know a single person from the 9 clans. There was only one person who refused to accept this, and that was Ling Chan herself. To her, This was a great humiliation. Just because others did not want to take revenge did not mean she did not. She could not hold back. Let me go. At that moment, she broke free from the two people who were grabbing her and stared at Long Chen with a gloomy gaze. Ling Chan, what do you want to do? Now's not the time to fight. One of the men on the side also acknowledged Long Chen's strength. It was not a wise decision to fight now. If they expended their battle prowess for a single Long Chen, how were they supposed to compete for the saint's fruit when the time came? That's my problem. Piss off, Ling Chan glared at them angrily and directly made her way toward Long Chen. The two men looked at each other. They knew that Ling Chan was being unreasonable, but they never thought she would go to such a level. To the descendants of large clans, the allure of beauty was nowhere near the allure of the saint's fruit. Since Ling Chan wanted to give up on the saint's fruit in order to vent her anger, they chose not to stop her. To the others, it just happened to be two less opponents. As a result, no one stopped Ling Chan's actions. Long Chen had actually never thought that the woman would be so persistent. It was said that she had been spoiled. Without a doubt, a trial like the Nine Serenities Demon Mountains was extremely suitable for her. If she could endure it, she would have improved without a doubt. However, she could not, so she chose the path of death. Perhaps only death could make her cast aside her pride and truly understand that the most important thing to a cultivator was not their status but their heart of strength. In Long Chen's hand, the desolation of scarlet blood gradually transformed from a sword into a halberd. Very soon, Ling Chan arrived 20 meters away from Long Chen. Her eyes were sunken, almost to the point of bleeding. Ling Chan said, "There has never been a person that I want to kill. You're the first." Long Chen replied with a smile, "But you're also the last, because you won't have the chance to kill anymore." What Ling Chan hated the most was Long Chen's indifferent attitude. She needed others to respect her, not to smile mischievously. She stopped talking, because she knew that the more she spoke, the more she would infuriate Long Chen and make him lose his sense of propriety. Bone Demon Technique. Forming a seal with both hands, Long Chen was shocked to discover that the woman's body had actually started to form white bones. A white smoke rose, and after the white eyes dissipated, Ling Chan's body was actually surrounded by a layer of bones. It looked like a cold skeleton, and it was extremely hideous. An evil aura was emitted from her body, and there were black runes flickering on her white body. The Bone Demon Technique was a secret technique of the Ling clan. After using it, one's body would be impervious to swords and spears, and one's physical strength would increase tremendously. After using it, one would have boundless strength, like a demon in human form. However, it was nothing to Long Chen. Die! Ling Chan's ferocious roar came from the cold skeleton. Her speed seemed to have increased by a few times, and she appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant. Her terrifying claws were aimed at Long Chen's head. "Let's compete in speed." Long Chen smiled, and with a turn of his body, a golden bolt of lightning flashed past. Ling Chan's claws stabbed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. One could imagine how strong she was. Bone-shattering claw. Ling Chan did not give up after the first attack. She continued to charge forward, and frantically executed the bone-shattering claw. The claw shadows that were much more terrifying than before filled the sky, and rained down on Long Chen, leaving him nowhere to escape. "Can you still defeat me this time?" Ling Chan's laughter could be heard in the sky. When she went crazy, she did not look like a girl at all. Long Chen did not like such a vengeful woman. He did not intend to kill her at first, but he had no other choice now that he had been forced into a corner. The Nine-Dragon scripture was activated. The sky was filled with claw shadows. The Dawn Dragon halberd rose high into the air and a blue mist was emitted from the dragon scales on his chest. It condensed into an illusory dragon shadow above the desolation scarlet blood. As the Dawn Dragon halberd danced, a divine dragon soared into the sky. 9 Dragon Scripture, Ice-Armored Sea Dragon. In an instant, everyone felt as though they had descended into the sea. The seawater surged violently, and the towering waves swept towards the sky. With a terrifying roar, there was an explosion. The power of the 9 Dragon Scripture was beyond everyone's imagination. Long Chen used the 9 Dragon Scripture to shatter Ling Chan's attack. The sharp halberd pierced Ling Chan's Bone Demon technique in front of everyone. The Bone Demon technique exploded immediately, and Long Chen's eyes darkened. He flipped the halberd in his hand and tore Ling Chan's body apart immediately. This was the power of the 9 Dragon Scripture. A single use of the 9 Dragon Scripture had drained almost a quarter of Long Chen's strength. If he were to use the second stage of the 9 Dragon Scripture and summon the mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon and the Ice-Armored Sea Dragon, it would consume all of Long Chen's strength. Long Chen could only use a quarter of his strength now that the battle was about to begin. He believed that he would be able to recover his strength before the final battle. Ling Chan, one of the 9 great clans, had died at the hands of Long Chen. Chapter 1177. They were also one of the 9 great clans, but the internal conflict between them was extremely great. Basically, no 2 clans would compete with each other for their own interests. Although the various clans had banded together for the Saint's Fruit this time, they all had their own plans. Ling Chan had only herself to blame for what she had done this time. The others had tried to stop her, but she could not take it lying down and died in exchange. Everyone was secretly shocked, but at the same time, they were secretly delighted that they had one less opponent to deal with. However, they were slightly worried because Long Chen's battle prowess seemed to be greater than any one of them. Even cultivators with the ultimate golden body had died so easily to his mouth. They were certain that this young man's strength was not at the 3rd layer of God martial arts. He was most likely at the peak of the 6th layer of God martial arts. However, it was impossible for him to reach the 7th layer of God martial arts. Only 2 people in the 9 Hells demon domain had reached that level within 100 years. If that was the case, killing Ling Chan would be even easier. Long Chen stowed the scarlet blood ether away. His current bearing had changed drastically, which was a psychological effect on everyone. It was as if Long Chen possessed a natural pressure. Everyone watched as Long Chen stowed Ling Chan's spatial ring into his bosom. Over 100,000 divine crystals from before and 50,000 divine crystals from Ling Chan are all used to feed Xiaojin. It'll definitely have an astonishing explosive power when I use it. Long Chen was actually extremely calm inside. Directly killing Ling Chan in front of everyone was basically a show of strength. Long Chen was not afraid of being surrounded because he had killed Ling Chan, as he could tell with a single glance that these people were in a state of disunity. He would not be able to make them work together to attack him unless he had the Saint's Fruit. Raising his head, the Saint's Fruit was almost ready to ripen. An invisible pressure descended on everyone's heads. Why aren't Qinshi and Suzhi here yet? Very soon, everyone cast aside the matter of Ling Chan and asked their questions in surprise. If Qinshi and Suzhi were not present, their chances of obtaining the Saint's Fruit would increase drastically. Something as unimaginable as this could actually happen. That's impossible. With Suzhi and Qinshi's strength, it's impossible that they couldn't make it here. Could it be that they encountered the Poison Shadow Tribe's patriarch? I heard that their patriarch is a 7th grade demon immortal. He's strong enough to deal with Qinshi and Suzhi. Impossible, my luck is so bad. No, I heard others say that Suzhi went underground to deal with the myriad evil vines. Could he have been killed by the myriad evil vines? When this person said that, everyone thought that it was possible. However, Long Chen felt a cold aura coming from behind him. He knew what Suzhi and Qinshi were doing. However, at this moment, he suddenly turned around and saw a silver-haired young man slowly walking over. It was Su Zhe. Currently, his clothes were in tatters, his hair was disheveled, and his skin was tanned. He seemed to be in an extremely horrible shape, but what made Long Chen feel fear was that his gaze was extremely cold. It was filled with an unyielding tenacity, arrogant and calm. It was extremely similar to Long Chen's. Su Zhe had probably experienced no less than Long Chen in order to climb his way up from an insignificant figure to his current level. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that Su Zhe was the first person to make Long Chen feel that his physical body could actually threaten him. The first time he saw Su Zhe, he did not have such a strong and frightening physical body. His tanned skin was covered with scars as a foul smell filled his face. It smelled like bile. Shengguan Feng once said that he lied to Su Zhe that the bile of the myriad evil vines could be used to refine the body. Did Shengguan Feng really get it right? From Su Zhe's situation, it was clearly true. After being cleansed by the myriad evil vines, Su Zhe's body had already reached a level similar to Long Chen's. This was rather terrifying, as it meant that his strength had increased once again. Su Zhe's arrival had caused everyone's original wishful thinking to decline. Next, it was up to Qin Shi. If Qin Shi did not arrive, then it would be troublesome. Su Zhe had no competition, so obtaining the saint's fruit would be as easy as flipping his hand. At this moment, Su Zhe's expression turned cold. He looked around and said, "Where's Shengguan Feng?" From his voice, which was filled with killing intent, everyone understood that Shengguan Feng must have offended Su Zhe. Everyone looked at each other. Under Su Zhe's pressure, a cultivator said, "He's with Qin Shi and Zhao Yunlong, but he still hasn't arrived." "Qin Shi isn't here." Su Zhe was startled. He knew that he had been tricked by that cunning Shengguan Feng. Fortunately, it was a blessing in disguise, and he had truly obtained such a tough body. However, Shengguan Feng had actually tricked him. He still needed to take revenge. What he did not know was that Shengguan Feng had already died to Long Chen's hands. The saint's fruit was about to ripen, yet Qin Shi still had not arrived. "Since you're not coming, I'll take the saint's fruit then." Su Zhe raised his head and looked at the saint's fruit locked in chains of lightning. He smiled in satisfaction. At this moment, he saw Long Chen and found him to be rather familiar. Long Chen gave off a similar aura to him. He was not like a noble young master or young mistress, which made Su Zhe feel extremely comfortable. "I'm Su Zhe. What about you?" Su Zhe smiled at Long Chen when he was 5 meters away from Long Chen. "Jiang Yunfan," Long Chen replied indifferently. There was nothing to talk about. No matter how good their relationship was right now, it would be a battle to the death in a little while. It had to be said that Long Chen feared Su Zhe very much. However, since he had appeared and had become stronger, Long Chen had no reason to retreat. Originally, he thought that if Qin Shi and Su Zhe were not present, it would be easier for him to defeat the other disciples after obtaining the saint's fruit. However, now that a 7th-layer God Martial Realm cultivator had joined in, even if Long Chen obtained the saint's fruit, he would have to face the encirclement of everyone else, including Su Zhe. His original plan had been disrupted once again. Fortunately, as long as he obtained the saint's fruit, he would be able to let Li Xuanji refine it first. As for whether he could survive the upcoming battle, it would all depend on whether he was tough enough or not. Long Chen did not know whether it was worth it or not. He only knew that this was what he should do. If he retreated this time, he would retreat with every word, just like how he followed Lingxi without any hesitation in the past. This was something that a man should do. Although Li Xuanji's eyes were closed in the Great Void Realm, she knew everything that was happening around her like the back of her hand. "It's very likely that you'll lose your life. Do you still want to continue?" She spoke very softly. It could be heard that her life force was becoming weaker and weaker. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she struggled internally. Her dark green hair was scattered on the ground, no longer glossy. Long Chen was stunned. He smiled and said, "I've already come this far, so I can't give up no matter what." I already knew that the chances were slim, but I still didn't retreat, especially now. He spoke as if it did not matter at all. Li Xuanji had a lot on her mind. She said, "But I still don't think it's worth it. You don't have to give up your life for me. I'm not belittling myself, but I really don't deserve this." Long Chen had thought about these questions many times. Was it worth it? He found that it gave him a headache in the end. Don't say any more. I don't want to think too much. I just want to do things according to my heart. If the heavens wanted me dead, I wouldn't have lived until now. Li Xuanji shook her head and said, "It's not like that. Everything has its priorities. There must be someone more important in your heart. The soul and the sword that you chased back then, and your sister, they both need you. If you lose your life for me, wouldn't you be letting them down? Have you ever considered their feelings? Who am I to them?" Towards the end, she became a little emotional. Long Chen understood that she grew up in hardship. She had never experienced kinship, friendship, and love. Her entire world was blank, and there was no one who treated her especially well. She was not used to Long Chen suddenly taking such a risk for her. To her, this was a little too extravagant. Go back. It's not too late to regret. Your sister's cultivation has improved so quickly. Something must have happened. Li Xuanji closed her eyes tightly, her heart was dead. Her words caused Long Chen to sink into silence. Yes, in Long Chen's heart, there was someone more important than her. Whether it was Lingxi who was waiting for the powerful, or his brother Mo Xiaolang who had gone through thick and thin with him, or his sister who had no idea what had happened to her, everyone needed him very much. But now, he was taking such a risk for the sake of a woman. This did not seem to be worth it. However, there are some things in life that cannot be chosen rationally. Don't say any more. The real battle has not begun. Before I fall, you must not say that I have failed. After a pause, Long Chen exhaled and said, "Don't ask me if it's worth it or not. As long as you live, and I live, it's worth it." Li Xuanji did not say anything. She slowly opened her eyes, and there was a sense of loss in them. Was this the feeling of being protected and cared for by someone like this? She suddenly felt like crying, but she did not want to show her weak side in front of this man. She suddenly felt like there were many things she wanted to say to Long Chen, but they were all stuck in her throat in the end. The saint's fruit was about to ripen, and the final battle was about to begin. All the things she wanted to say were reduced to a few words in her mouth. "You're right. I believe you." These 4 words gave Long Chen immense strength. He smiled in his heart. Now, he would have to fight a bloody battle. Chapter 1178. Long Chen could not take a step back as he stood before a crippled woman with a ruined family. Time gradually passed. Suzhi seemed to sense Long Chen's hostility, which triggered his own as well. That made sense. Before the saint's fruit, there were only enemies and no allies. What made Suzhi feel fortunate was that Qinshi had not come even at the very last moment. To him, the saint's fruit was like a turtle in a jar. Time gradually passed. Everyone stared nervously at the sky. 400 meters above their heads, the chains of lightning rumbled with terrifying rumbles as countless destructive bolts of lightning swam about. Just when the time was up, before the saint's fruit had ripened, the entire tree actually began to change. It went from a pure white to a sinister black. A black mist rose up from the ground and swept through the entire tree. It began to spread from the roots as the black mist spread all the way to the crown. As long as the black mist touched the branches and leaves, they seemed to come alive. They began to sway and radiate with a heavy aura of malice. The countless branches and trunks began to change. They turned from trees to venomous beasts, insects, and snakes. The long branches and leaves turned into long, bloody snakes. Spiders, scorpions, venomous leeches, and other dark creatures crawled all over them. The pure tree had become an evil hell on earth. Such a huge, black tree was currently wailing and swaying. It was as terrifying as it could be. The lightning on the chains entangled with the venomous creatures, making it even more vicious. As Long Chen remained vigilant, he also noticed that every single venomous creature actually had a thick, black line that was connected to the tree. This meant that no matter what kind of venomous creature it was, they were all a part of the saint's tree. When the saint's fruit was about to ripen, the saint's tree turned into the evil tree of heaven and earth. Boundless evil qi burst forth from the ancient tree and spread out in all directions. Everything within a 10-mile radius was enveloped by the evil qi. This evil qi invaded one's body. If one didn't have a strong physique and strength, they wouldn't even need to do anything. They would just collapse to the ground. At the very least, an ordinary cultivator at the third tier of the divine martial realm would not be able to get within 10 miles of the holy tree. As the saint's tree changed, the color of the saint's fruit at the very top did not change at all. The fruit that was originally wrapped in a thick layer of skin actually began to crack. When the skin fell off, a pure, white, spherical fruit suddenly rose up and slowly revolved in the surroundings. Among the countless filth and dark creatures, the contrast between the holiness and the rich fragrance of the holy tree of heaven and earth was so great. The rich fragrance penetrated the stench of countless poisons and spread in all directions. For a moment, the disciples that were still in the 9 netherworld demon mountain could smell this extremely comfortable and refreshing fragrance. This was a rich fragrance that could intoxicate people. Everyone knew that the saint's fruit had ripened. The young men and women who were still trying their best to advance all stopped. They stared at the heavy fragrance at the top of the mountain blankly. They knew that they were not fated with the saint's fruit. That beautiful dream of suddenly becoming a super genius was shattered. I really wonder just who is fighting for the saint's fruit right now. Almost everyone had the same question in their minds. At the top of the 9 netherworld demon mountain, Long Chen's gaze was attracted by the slowly revolving fruit in the sky. Standing so close, Long Chen could even smell the fragrance. Almost every breath he took made him feel refreshed. The divine energy in his body flowed much faster and he was filled with power. The divine energy he had expended during his battle with Leng Chan had already gradually recovered. Everyone began to move as soon as the saint's fruit appeared. Although everyone started at the same starting line, the difference in speed allowed Long Chen and Suzhe to leave everyone else in the dust. Suzhe turned into a silver streak of light, while a golden bolt of lightning appeared beside him. Their speed was actually similar. The two of them took the lead and reached the foot of the saint's tree in an instant. At this moment, using the power of their legs to erupt with speed was much faster than simply taking to the sky. Some of the disciples of the 9 clans chose to take to the sky, but unfortunately, as soon as they took to the air, Long Chen and Suzhe had already reached the saint's tree. Suzhe's speed was within everyone's expectations, but Long Chen's speed exceeded everyone's expectations as well. The golden bolt of lightning was basically no slower than the silver light. In reality, Long Chen was very surprised as well. His speed had only reached such a level after being constantly tempered by the golden lightning dragon. Suzhe was actually able to match him in both speed and physical strength. This was absolutely impressive. He was a super great opponent. He played a very important role in why Long Chen was able to obtain the saint's fruit. As for the others, with their terrifying speed, they were soon left far behind. Suzhe was also filled with shock. He really did not expect that this strange warrior, who seemed to be only at the 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm, would have such a terrifying speed. He was absolutely confident in his speed. In his opinion, even Qin Shi could not compare with him in terms of speed. However, Long Chen could actually do it. Suzhi did not have the time to be surprised. As they approached the saint's tree, it immediately launched a fierce attack on them. Those huge venomous snakes opened their bloody mouths and dripped black saliva towards the two of them. Many huge spiders and scorpions fell from the sky, and many black toads with lumps all over their bodies spat out black venomous saliva. The venom of these creatures was the heavenly bane poison produced by the saint's tree itself. It was extremely terrifying. If a normal person were to be touched by even a tiny bit, their skin would fester and they would die. Even with the invincible golden body, it would be very difficult to escape from this fatal poison. However, Long Chen's dragon constitution was extraordinary. Basically, all poisons affected him. Of course, even so, he could not tolerate these disgusting creatures spitting venom on him. With a clang, Long Chen drew the scarlet blood desolation, which transformed into the lightest and most portable sword. At the same time, Suzhi's silver dragon spear appeared in his hand as he charged forward. Under the terrifying attacks of the two sword and spear shadows, the venomous creatures that approached them were all chopped apart, turning into black venom that fell to the ground. However, the saint's tree did not lack venomous creatures. The more they were cut off, the more they would pounce on them. The closer they got to the top, the greater the resistance they would encounter. One after another, the poisonous creatures were bloody and terrifying. Long Chen had directly brought out the god-murdering sword formation, in order to barely block the attacks of so many poisonous creatures. The black venom that they spat out was like rain. Of course, although his speed was affected, he was not any slower than Suzhi. Compared to the others, he was much faster. Suzhi's situation was basically similar to Long Chen's. When his spear shadows danced, there were basically no venomous creatures that could get close to him. However, there were just too many venomous creatures, which actually affected his speed for a moment. At this moment, Long Chen and Suzhi both saw each other as their only opponents. "I've underestimated you before. You're not bad." Suzhi laughed maniacally. The silver dragon spear in his hand pointed downwards, and rays of silver light shot downwards. Those martial artists from the 9 super clans who were still rushing upwards were instantly knocked down by the spear's aura. "This is our battlefield," Suzhi said with a bright laugh. He was very bold. It was Long Chen's good fortune to be able to become an opponent with such a frank person. At least, this Suzhi was very open and aboveboard. Of course, this did not mean that he was easy to deal with. Under the blood-red sword light, the venomous creatures exploded. On the other side of the saint's tree, Suzhi used all his strength, but he could only advance at a speed similar to that of Long Chen. He wanted to leave Long Chen behind, but he was unable to do so. If this continued, it was very likely that Long Chen would encounter him next to the saint's fruit. At that time, if he did not trust him and the saint's fruit was taken, it would be a great loss. Finally, Qin Shi was nowhere to be found. Suzhi was determined to obtain the saint's fruit this time. "Go down." The silver dragon spear turned around and actually shot towards Long Chen. Seductive Moonlight. The name Seductive Moonlight was elegant, but it was a battle skill, and a very powerful one at that. Under Suzhi's usage, the light from the several dozen spears seemed to pour down like moonlight, shooting towards Long Chen. He was surrounded by the seductive moonlight from all directions. There were also spear shadows within the spear shadows. The barrage of attacks made it impossible for Long Chen to escape. It was fine if Suzhi did not attack, but once he did, he definitely wanted to knock Long Chen down. The seductive moonlight seemed simple, but it was at least a grade 7 god-tier skill. That hazy moonlight seemed real, and it was easy for people to be intoxicated by it. This was Suzhi's martial path. It was a little illusory, but it was mostly filled with beauty, just like the moonlight. Every time Long Chen fought, he would activate the true martial emperor's soul because it was a precious opportunity for him. This close combat with Suzhou also made Long Chen feel a lot of emotions. Long Chen stabbed out with his sword, immediately turning it into a blood-red halberd. The halberd was mighty and domineering. Compared to the silver dragon spear, it had an additional bloodthirsty aura. The so-called silver dragon spear had nothing to do with dragons, while Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation was evolved from the horn of a real red-horned demon dragon. Scripture of the Nine Dragons. Chapter 1179. Long Chen was no weaker than Suzhou when he used the Scripture of the Nine Dragons. It could be said that Suzhou had underestimated Long Chen slightly. Just standing under the moonlight was not enough to deal with Long Chen. The terrifying flames of the mysterious jade fire dragon were the weakness of some venomous creatures. A large swath of them was reduced to ashes by the flames. In order to deal with the others' attacks, the two of them became flustered and flew backwards. Seeing that the people below were about to catch up, Suzhou finally stabilized himself. He stared at Long Chen in shock. Long Chen's greatest strengths were his speed and body, but Suzhou was more or less the same in these aspects. Long Chen did not have much of an advantage in these aspects. However, Long Chen did not lose to Suzhou immediately due to his great willpower. At this moment, the two of them had been sent flying by the others' attacks. As Long Chen spun around, he stepped on the head of a snake that had just charged over and shot upwards. They were currently over 300 meters above the ground. 100 meters above them was the lightning chain, and another 100 meters was where the saint's fruit was. Everyone else was at least 200 meters below. "You want to run?" Suzhou sneered and hurriedly caught up. With their previous attacks, many of the venomous creatures nearby had died. They used this opportunity and climbed another 20 meters in a short amount of time. However, at this moment, many venomous creatures surrounded them again, entangling them. "Have fun by yourself. I'm not going to accompany you." After using his war halberd to cut a giant scorpion that was pouncing at him into two, Long Chen smiled strangely and charged forward once again. Suzhou was not worried. Surrounded by the venomous creatures, neither of them could move quickly. However, what happened next stunned Suzhou. Long Chen did not use any defensive measures at all. He directly charged upwards, but the venomous creatures seemed to be unable to see him. They brushed past him without any intentions of attacking him. Instead, even more venomous creatures charged in his direction. How is this possible? Suzhou's eyes widened. How could something that shouldn't have happened just like that? How could these poisonous creatures not see Long Chen? While he was puzzled, Long Chen had already rushed 50 meters away, leaving Suzhou, who was closest to him, far behind. It was actually very simple. It was because Long Chen had used the divine breath technique. The holy tree of heaven and earth was similar to the myriad evil vines. They used a method similar to the senses of the soul, but it was not. However, Long Chen's breath technique could hide him from their senses. As a result, it was as if Long Chen did not exist in the eyes of the holy tree of heaven and earth. The holy tree of heaven and earth had no intelligence, so all the poison it had used on Long Chen was used on Suzhou instead. "Don't even think about leaving." Seeing that Long Chen had actually left him behind, Suzhou panicked and finally used his trump card. The sharp silver spear aura shot out as he wildly danced, forming an umbrella-like millstone with a diameter of more than 30 meters above his head. The millstone was filled with terrifying sharpness. The mocking silver aura engulfed all the poisonous creatures in the surroundings, killing all the poisonous creatures that approached Suzhou. Immediately, the sky was filled with poisonous blood and dismembered corpses, causing the people below to cry out in misery. They had to deal with the poisonous creatures around them as well as dodge the poison that fell from the sky. It was already difficult enough, and there was no hope of obtaining the saint's fruit. Now, there was even less hope. They all raised their heads. Suzhi has actually used this move. What about Jiang Yunfan? Ah, he's actually above Suzhi. Ah, the poisonous creatures are actually not targeting him. Everyone was truly dumbfounded by how he could even suppress Suzhi. This Long Chen was just too crazy. They could not help but admire him. However, if the saint's fruit was taken by someone like him, they would be even more dissatisfied. Brothers, even if he obtains the saint's fruit, he definitely won't be able to keep it. Let's work harder. Someone called out, and everyone charged up even more madly, one after another. Suzhi seemed to have gone crazy for the sake of obtaining the saint's fruit. He faced the huge, silver millstone, which shone with resplendent light. As long as the poisonous creatures approached him, they would be completely annihilated before they could even get close to him. Suzhi's speed immediately increased by quite a lot. Jiang Yunfan, don't even think about getting ahead of me. Suzhi's terrifying roar rang out from below. Long Chen lowered his head to take a look. The young fighter at the 7th layer of the god's martial realm was indeed terrifying. The entire saint's tree had basically been torn apart by him. As a result, the rocks and poisonous blood flew in all directions. Long Chen suspected that even if he fell down, he would be torn to pieces by the terrifying millstone. It's futile. Long Chen sneered. Their speeds were originally about the same, but Long Chen had opened up a distance of over 30 meters. More importantly, Suzhi still faced a certain amount of resistance, while Long Chen did not face any resistance at all. Without another word, he directly stepped on the poisonous creatures and charged into the clouds. The terrifying chains of lightning were right in front of him. He needed to pass through the chains of lightning in order to obtain the saint's fruit. There was no other way, so he could only take it head-on. Fortunately, Long Chen's body had once been tempered by the golden lightning dragon, so he possessed an impressive resistance to lightning. Other people might not be afraid of the chains of lightning, but he obviously was not. There were still 30 meters left. Long Chen's speed exploded once again. He charged toward the rumbling bolts of lightning as if he no longer cared about his life. As for Suzhi below, he could only watch on helplessly. From the very beginning, Long Chen was fated to be faster than him due to his breathing soul. Obtaining the saint's fruit was no problem, but the greatest problem was whether he could keep it or not. In other words, he needed to keep his life. After all, as soon as he obtained the saint's fruit, he would definitely hand it over to Li Xuanji to save his life first. Although Li Xuanji did not mention it, Long Chen already knew that she was at the final juncture. The friendship between the two had always been faint, just like the conversation between them. However, their hearts were hot-blooded. Just when Long Chen thought he was about to succeed, a huge incident occurred. A pitch-black figure actually charged in his direction from the distant sky. Her speed was no slower than his and Suzhi's speed. At the same time, she also possessed a presence that made Long Chen feel extremely fearful. Qin Shi. When the figure arrived within a kilometer of Long Chen's spirit-devouring eyes, Long Chen immediately sensed her identity. Long Chen was rather surprised. He had never thought that she would be able to climb out of the pool of ice. Sheng Wanfeng believed himself to be clever, but he had never thought that his two great plans would both fail. Suzhi had profited from the disaster, while Qin Shi had actually broken free at the final juncture. No one stopped her. She had a smooth journey, directly charging toward Long Chen from the sky. Her appearance was far too unexpected for Long Chen. Long Chen did not react in time, and she arrived nearby. That pair of ink-black eyes in the dark night, in the depths of coldness and fierceness, were similarly filled with astonishment. She had never thought that the young man that even she did not think highly of would be able to reach such a level, leaving Suzha in the dust. In fact, when she was in that terrifying icy pond, she had already sensed Zhao Yunlong's decline. She knew that it was Shengguan Feng's doing. However, when Shengguan Feng's head fell to the ground with a blood-curdling screech, she was stunned. She had originally thought that it was done by someone from the poisoned Shadow tribe, but before Shengguan Feng died, he had screamed out the name of Jiang Yunfan. Qinshi understood from this that the mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This so-called Jiang Yunfan was the oriole in the end. He possessed unbelievable abilities. The more people underestimated him, the more miserable their defeat would be. Fortunately, Qinshi had returned alive. Ordinary 7th-layer God Martial Realm cultivators might not be able to come out, but she could. After all, she was one of the disciples of the World King. Although there were many disciples of the World King, she was the most outstanding one below 100 years old. The World King had given her quite a few things. After emerging from the icy pool, she had hurried over as fast as she could. When she arrived in the end, the saint's fruit had not been stolen. However, what appeared before her was the scene of Suzha madly chasing after Longchen. Qinshi picked up a bargain. She didn't have to compete with the others and directly flew to a height of more than 300 meters. As a result, while Longchen was still in the midst of his surprise, he encountered this person who should not have appeared. Apologies, forbidden space. Qinshi did not say anything else and directly struck out. She struck out with her palm, and the surrounding air seemed to explode. It turned into a tide and surged towards Longchen. The poisonous beasts around Longchen were all shattered by the air. Tai-Bai Sword Prison. At this critical moment, Longchen could only use the Tai-Bai Sword Prison to protect himself. However, Qinshi's attack contained the power of a worldly expert and the will of the world. At that moment, Longchen felt like he had become the enemy of the world. The Tai-Bai Sword Prison, a 6th-grade technique, was directly shattered. The power that far exceeded Longchen's pressed down on him. Boom! Longchen's entire body trembled as his blood and qi surged. That terrifying force directly knocked Longchen away, and the vibrations in the air didn't stop. Longchen was sent flying more than 40 meters away, and Qinshi took his place. The 7th layer of the God Martial Realm is actually so much more powerful than me. Longchen was aghast. He knew that the higher one went, the greater the gap between each cultivation realm would be. Longchen's advantage in challenging those with higher cultivation realms would become weaker and weaker. For example, Suzha's physical body had already reached a similar level to his. Suzha's physical body had already reached the same level as his. Right now, the only thing he could rely on was the Scarlet Blood Ether and the 9-Dragon Scripture. Chapter 1180. This battle became even more exciting after Qinshi's appearance. Qinshi's attack had caused Longchen's blood to boil and his internal organs to be injured. He had almost spat out blood, but he did not give up. Seeing that he had already been pushed back more than 40 meters, he clenched his teeth and suppressed his boiling blood, rushing forward again. Even the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm could not make Longchen take a step back, because he was a man of faith. Before achieving his goal, no suffering could make him retreat. He had made a promise before, and now it was time to take responsibility for it. After Longchen was eliminated, Suzha and Qinshi encountered each other. With Qinshi's sudden appearance, Suzha became even more nervous. As soon as the two of them saw each other, they started fighting crazily. They were truly evenly matched in terms of strength, so they were equally matched. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, because they were fighting under the shackles of thunder and lightning, the warriors of the 9 great clans stopped at a distance, not daring to approach. This was because the scene of their fight was too terrifying. Even the poisonous beasts and creatures that approached would be killed instantly, so it was the same for them. Originally, they thought that the two experts would not come. Unexpectedly, they both came in the end. Qin Shi, in particular, took the initiative as soon as she arrived and sent Long Chen, who was about to obtain the saint's fruit, flying. At this moment, everyone was watching their fight and had already forgotten about Long Chen. Their fight obviously made Long Chen feel shocked. In reality, Long Chen was much younger than them. When he reached their age, Long Chen would definitely be able to do things countless times better than them, so he was not discouraged or envious. In terms of genius, there were not many people who could compare to him. Looks like I'll have to burn money to get rid of these two guys first. They had originally planned to use it later, but since Wuxia and Qin Shi were fighting, they wouldn't let anyone enter the thunder shackles. If anyone approached, they would probably join forces and attack that person immediately. In their minds, only the strength of their opponents could be recognized. At this moment, Long Chen approached without any regard for his life. He floated in the air, and the ferocious poisonous beasts could not sense his existence. Seeing that Long Chen was so close to watch the fight, the people below were confused. What is he doing? Although he may be invincible in the 6th level of the divine martial realm, he basically has no power to fight back against a cultivator who controls the will of the world. He still wants to overestimate himself. Where did this guy come from? How can he be so arrogant? Arrogant? I think he has no idea of death. As they spoke, the remaining 6 members of the 9 super clans also gradually approached. Their gazes were unfriendly, and they were also looking for an opening. If Qin Shi and Wuxia were both injured, then everyone would be happy. As for Long Chen, because his strength was a level higher than everyone else's, he became a thorn in everyone's side. Long Chen had no other way. Among the things he knew, this was the only way to subdue the two experts in one move. I fed you 100,000 divine gems. I hope you don't disappoint me. Standing outside the fighting range of the two experts, Long Chen stretched out his left and right arms. Golden lightning flashed on his arms, and an unprecedentedly strong golden light shone from Long Chen's hands. Crackle! Golden lightning began to surround his body, and a golden ball of lightning formed out of thin air. The terrifying golden lightning used this ball of lightning as a foundation to wander around. The energy of this golden lightning didn't seem to be any weaker than the purple lightning in the sky. Under the shackles of countless purple lightning bolts, a dazzling golden ball of lightning formed out of thin air. Other than Wuxia and Qin Shi, everyone else was stunned as they stared at Long Chen, who was within the ball of lightning. At this moment, Long Chen was only a blurry shadow. The golden ball of lightning grew larger and larger, and the pressure it exerted on everyone became more and more terrifying. Some people even saw golden dragon scales covering the ball of lightning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The world was filled with such ear-piercing sounds. Wuxia and Qin Shi sensed the increasing power around them, which was not inferior to the pressure from the lightning chains above their heads. They slowed down the pace of their battle and prepared to join forces to eliminate the threat of Long Chen. What is this kid doing? Wuxia's eyes flashed with a silver light. At this moment, his pupils dilated again. A terrifying dragon roar suddenly filled the world. It was deafening. Many people immediately covered their ears. Then, they saw the golden ball of lightning suddenly transform into a terrifying giant beast. This was a divine dragon completely formed by golden lightning. Its body was over 100 meters long, and there was a real pressure on the body of the divine dragon, as well as a frightening power. Terrifying golden lightning revolved around the golden lightning dragon, roaming around it and emitting ear-piercing sounds. What the hell is this? Qin Shi's expression changed. Just as she was about to make a move, the huge golden lightning dragon let out another earth-shattering roar. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it swooped down towards the two of them. The terrifying pressure directly affected the two of them. Suzhou and Qinshi felt as though the entire world was filled with this kind of golden lightning. Divine space restriction. Qinshi punched out again, causing the air to vibrate. Wave after wave of energy surged towards the golden lightning dragon, trying to disperse it. At the same time, Suzhou also used his silver dragon spear to resist. In their opinion, Long Chen's attack couldn't hurt them at all. This time, they guessed wrong. The golden lightning dragon had absorbed the power of 100,000 divine crystals. The power of 100,000 divine crystals erupted and turned into golden lightning. It could only be described as terrifying. The golden lightning dragon flew into a rage and swooped down. Qinshi's divine space restriction and Suzhou's attack seemed so pitiful. Suzhou and Qinshi's expressions changed drastically. They just remembered that they had a chance to salvage the situation, but it was already too late. Rumble. The golden lightning flashed and destroyed more than half of the holy tree of heaven and earth. The venomous insects and snakes were all reduced to dust by the golden lightning. Even the venomous blood completely dissipated. Everyone seemed to see an additional lightning shackle in the sky. Qinshi and Suzhou were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Although they had used protective measures at the last moment, it was only in an emergency. It wasn't worth mentioning. The Golden Thunder Prison Dragon's main force was directed at them, sending them flying. Their figures were charred black and emitted thick smoke, as if they had been roasted. Of course, the two of them still showed signs of life. The Golden Lightning Dragon's rampage finally came to a stop. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at each other. No one could react for a moment. Who would have thought that such an insignificant person would be able to launch such a terrifying attack? Although the attack didn't seem to have come directly from his body. While they were dumbfounded, Long Chen glanced at Qinshi and Suzhou. Of course, they were still alive. As a matter of fact, their injuries were not as severe as Long Chen had imagined them to be, but it was enough. As long as he could get rid of them, it would be time for him to obtain the saint's fruit. Under everyone's gazes, Long Chen directly charged at the lightning shackle. Sensing his existence, the lightning shackle immediately seemed to go crazy. Surrounded by countless venomous creatures, the violet lightning shot towards Long Chen. This was the might of the heavens and earth. Amidst the frenzied rumbling of the purple lightning, Long Chen felt incomparably small. If one were to say that this purple lightning could blast him into pieces, Long Chen would definitely believe it. The only thing he could do against the lightning shackle was resist. Long Chen was very proficient in this aspect. His physical body had already surpassed the average 7th grade body refinement technique, and even the 8th grade body refinement technique. His dragon physique surpassed many people. If Qinshi could endure it, then Long Chen would definitely be able to. Boom! 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 Terrifying sounds of lightning rang out in the surroundings. The dense bolts of violet lightning began to coil around his body. They flickered, giving Long Chen a bone-piercing pain. However, he could still endure this pain. Long Chen charged into the lightning shackle, and everyone went crazy. They hurriedly charged upwards. The two people who had been blown away by Long Chen fell to the ground like charcoal. However, when they hit the ground, the charcoal split open and two pure white figures emerged. They hurriedly covered their faces with their clothes. With the invincible golden body, Long Chen had not completely destroyed them, but he had heavily injured them. Although they had reformed their bodies, their faces were pale and their battle prowess had decreased drastically. They would need some time to recover completely. However, when they saw that Long Chen had already entered the lightning shackle, they could no longer hold themselves back. They no longer cared about their wounds and charged upwards. They had never thought that they would fall to Long Chen. Just who was that mysterious youth? How did he have so many tricks up his sleeve? At this point, Suzhou and Qinshi had no choice but to treat Long Chen as an extremely difficult opponent. If Long Chen obtained the saint's fruit first, it would be rather troublesome. Right now, Long Chen was enduring the bombardment of the lightning shackle as he gritted his teeth and advanced. The violet lightning coursed through his muscles, giving Long Chen a pain that felt like knives were cutting into his skin. Long Chen gritted his teeth and charged upwards with all his might. After paying 100,000 divine crystals, the saint's fruit was finally in sight. The range of the lightning shackle was only about 20 meters, but these 20 meters were like hell. In the great void realm, Li Xuanji's eyes were already moist as she watched Long Chen endure such pain. No matter what, she was still a girl. Seeing how desperate this man was, many of the shackles in her heart gradually loosened. Chapter 1181. It could be said that she would have lost her life long ago if it were not for Long Chen's encouragement. It was only through clenching her teeth time and time again that she managed to survive until now. Many times, she would feel very tired and just want to sleep, but she did not want to die when she saw the lightning heart and the Everguard heart. She felt like she had not lived long enough. Long Chen's persistence became her persistence. At a time like this, no words were enough to express her feelings. On one side was death, and on the other was a young man who charged forward desperately. Li Xuanji suddenly felt like she was so important when she saw the densely packed wounds from the lightning. The patriarch's old man handed the clan to me because I'm very important. He's risking his life for me because I'm very important. So I really do exist. In a corner that Long Chen could not see, tears silently moistened her eyes. Even though the sky was dark, she felt like she could close her eyes at any time. She was like a candle that swayed in the wind. Long Chen's efforts had become a lampshade that protected her. Roar! With a roar, golden lightning wrapped around Long Chen. The violet lightning retreated, and those that were too slow were directly devoured by the golden lightning. After releasing the power of 100,000 divine crystals, the golden lightning dragon fell into a short slumber. Now that it had awakened, it seemed like a king. It chased away all the violet lightning that had ravaged Long Chen's body. I never thought that the golden lightning dragon could actually devour the lightning. This gave Long Chen a huge surprise. The golden thunder dragon coiled around his body, and the other purple thunderbolts didn't dare to approach him. Below, Suzhou and Qinshi had already caught up and were about to enter the lightning shackles. With the golden thunder dragon's protection, Long Chen rushed out of the purple lightning shackles range with a single step. The saint's fruit. He had finally succeeded. Long Chen cried tears of joy. The saint's fruit was just too important to him. After all this time, he had finally fulfilled his promise. His blood surged as the golden lightning dragon took him into the clouds. The white saint's fruit was right before him, giving off a fragrance that almost made Long Chen faint. Although there were many poisonous beasts here, none of them could sense Long Chen's existence. Below, everyone became stunned when they saw that Long Chen had already arrived before the saint's fruit. Afterwards, they all gave up. Under their numb gazes, Long Chen directly grabbed the saint's fruit without saying anything at all. The thing connected to the fruit was a black vine, so Long Chen actually failed to break it under his tug. That made sense. Only such a tough vine could protect the saint's fruit. Without saying a word, Long Chen turned the scarlet blood heaven desolation into a sword and cut the vines apart. Only the scarlet blood heaven desolation had such sharpness. And again, the saint's fruit. I'll refine it. At this moment, Long Chen closed his eyes. The surroundings shook as he stood at the peak, yet he was so calm. That holy white fruit appeared in the great void realm, right in front of Li Xuanji. The white light illuminated everything around Li Xuanji. Her eyes had already become blurry from tears. She had never cried before, so she could no longer feel sad this time. The man had paid such a heavy price to obtain this tiny fruit for her. Just like what he had said, he had made a promise. He would obtain it no matter what. She had already become so withered that she seemed like an old woman. At this moment, the saint's fruit turned into a milky white liquid and directly entered her mouth. Immediately, the withered tree was revived, and the beauty shone with a new luster. The milky white light turned into a cocoon, enveloping her. Long Chen believed that she would return to her original appearance when she woke up. Long Chen was already extremely satisfied with what he had done. However, the true challenge would come next. In reality, obtaining the saint's fruit was nothing. What was important was protecting it. Li Xuanji understood this as well. When the white cocoon wrapped around her, she knew that she was safe and that she was about to be reborn. But at this time, Long Chen was about to fall into an unprecedented crisis. He wanted to be the only victor among the 2 7th-level Divine Martial Realm martial artists and the 6 6th-level Divine Martial Realm martial artists. She could not do anything. Even with the saint's fruit, she would not be able to recover in a short amount of time to save Long Chen. All she could do was pray silently, praying that he would survive, or she would not even have the chance to repay him. You have to survive. I believe in you. From the moment I saw you in the Xianing demonic realm, I knew that you were a miracle. Who would have thought that someone else was hiding on Long Chen? Everyone believed that he did not have the time to digest the saint's fruit right now. Actually, even the disciples of the 9 clans did not know that the saint's fruit would appear after it was plucked, as even the seniors could not leak it to them. As a result, when Long Chen took away the saint's fruit, a new change occurred in the surroundings. This was something that no one had expected. Long Chen squinted his eyes as he observed the changes in the surroundings. Li Xuanji had already obtained the saint's fruit. Even if Long Chen lost, she would still be reborn. Long Chen finally felt relieved. All he needed to do was fight to the end. It had been a very long time since he had felt such pressure. When the saint's fruit was plucked, an invisible energy enveloped the surroundings. The black mist retreated from the saint's tree as soon as possible, shrinking back into the ground. The saint's tree returned to its holy state, shining with a dazzling light. At the same time, a white, half-transparent ball of light, over 500 meters in diameter, enveloped the entire saint's tree. It was as if it did not want the person who had obtained the fruit to escape. Basically, everyone was enveloped by the ball of light. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be dumbfounded. They looked at their surroundings and were completely numb. Their seniors had never told them that something like this would happen after the saint's fruit was plucked. Some people were in the surroundings of the ball of light. They used battle skills in an attempt to break through the barrier of light, but they discovered that no matter how powerful their attacks were, they were like rocks sinking into the ocean. They did not even produce a sound. What's going on? What is this? It's so mysterious. Doesn't that mean we're trapped here? Basically, the entire region around the saint's fruit is enveloped. Even that kid, Jiang Yunfan, seems to be trapped. This person had only mentioned it unintentionally, but it made everyone's eyes light up. If Long Chen could not leave, did that mean, at this moment, a loud voice rang out. Obtaining the saint's fruit doesn't make you the victor. The true victor must defeat everyone and reign supreme. The last person standing in the ball of light will be the possessor of the saint's fruit. At that time, we will open the ball of light for you, said Jian Chen. This sentence rang out in everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned at first, then they revealed expressions of wild joy, especially Qin Shi and Su Zhe, who were already disappointed. Their defeat was too humiliating. Long Chen had taken a step ahead of them, and they had originally thought that there was no hope. They had never expected that there would be such a rule. This meant that obtaining the saint's fruit depended on battle prowess. In terms of true battle prowess, Qinshi and Suzhi were clearly superior to Long Chen. This guy has schemed so much, but he never thought that it would all be for naught in the end, Qinshi sneered as she looked at Long Chen in the sky. Suzhi did not panic either. The experts of the Nine Hells Demon region did not give him a time limit, so he did not need to panic. He just needed to focus on recovering. As long as he was still standing, no one would be able to obtain the saint's fruit in the end. Suzhi knew that his only opponent was Qinshi. They were not in a hurry. To them, recovering to peak condition was the most important thing. As for Long Chen, he would let those idiots toy with him for now. Once they were tired, he would beat them all up. That would be the time for him and Qinshi to fight. As a result, Suzhi and Qinshi actually walked to a place and faced each other. They then sat down to recover. The 6 cultivators from the 9 clans looked at each other. They looked at Long Chen in the sky as envy appeared in their eyes. "I have a suggestion," a young man said calmly. "Say it." "We 9 clans are one. This is a great opportunity, so we should work together against a common enemy," said another person. "You're right," said the others. In the Nine Hells Demon region, the 9 clans were the main forces, while the World King was only the apex. If the 6 of us fight alone, we definitely won't be Qinshi and Suzhi's opponent. The only way is to work together. We'll take the saint's fruit from that kid Jiang Yunfan first and kill him before working together against Qinshi and Suzhi. Or we can have them kill each other first. Once we've dealt with the 3 of them, we'll use a battle of elimination. The final victor will take the saint's fruit. That way, the saint's fruit will still belong to the 9 clans no matter what. What do you all think? Everyone hesitated. Working together was indeed the only way. No matter what, let's take the saint's fruit first. That kid Jiang Yunfan has always been in the limelight. I can't stand him. Before, he actually killed Leng Chan right in front of us. Clearly, he's looking down on the 9 clans. We can't let a person like that walk out alive. That's right. If the 6 of us at the 6th layer of the God Martial Realm work together and use the ultimate skills of our clans, we won't be afraid of a single Jiang Yunfan in a chaotic battle. If everyone uses their full strength, dealing with him will obviously be extremely easy. At this crucial moment, we must all work together. With just a few words, they had banded together. When they looked up, Long Chen was still standing there, looking down at them from above. There was only one thing in his eyes, and that was battle intent. "Get your ass up here." Chapter 1182. Looking at this man who was standing there looking down on all living beings, and thinking of the golden thunder dragon that he had suddenly used before, the 6 martial artists were not as calm as they looked on the surface. As for Long Chen, he had completely thrown caution to the wind. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. No matter what, Li Xuanji would break out of the cocoon and be reborn one day. As long as others did not kill him, he would not fall. 6 experts at the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm. Back then, Jiang Qing and Chu Tiange had almost taken half of Long Chen's life. Today, he was facing almost 6 martial artists at the same level. This was the devil domain of the 9 underworlds in the Supreme Shadow Realm. Just a few months had passed, and Long Chen had already become so powerful. However, this was indeed the first time in many years that he had encountered such a difficult battle. A martial artist at the level of Shangguan Feng, Long Chen could only be considered to have a slight victory. If 6 people were to come at him together, he would not be confident. At this moment, the only thing he had was an undefeated will and hot blood. Iron bones and tenderness. Although Li Xuanji was recovering in the cocoon, she knew everything that Long Chen was facing outside. "Don't worry so much. Just focus on recovering your body." This was what Long Chen told her. It seemed that no one had ever given her such a peaceful feeling. The scarlet blood heaven appeared in Long Chen's hands. The bloody and murderous aura burst out, making him look like a god of death. The spherical space with a diameter of 500 meters was enough for them to fight. Moreover, there were 6 martial artists, so Long Chen was not worried about the consumption of divine essence at all. Of course, although Long Chen was terrifying, in the eyes of the 6 martial artists, he was still a turtle in a jar. It would be a piece of cake to kill him. They were all super geniuses cultivated by the 9 great families. They were the top experts within 100 years of age and had the opportunity to reach the level of Li Xuanji in the future. Each of them had received countless times more training than Long Chen. The resources he possessed were also something that Long Chen could not have imagined. The 6 of them didn't act impulsively. They slowly surrounded Long Chen with cold eyes. At this time, although there were still a lot of internal conflicts, they had no choice but to unite to face Long Chen, who seemed to have gone mad like a wild beast. Long Chen looked fierce on the outside, but he was very calm on the inside. From the beginning to the end, his opponents were only the 2 experts below him. As for these 6, they were troublesome to deal with. Even if Long Chen only used the 9 dragon scripture to kill them, it would take him a long time. Therefore, he was prepared to fight a long battle of attrition. At the same time, these people were also his practice targets. Everyone's comprehension of the martial Tao far surpassed Long Chen's. They had already condensed their peerless golden bodies and were preparing to comprehend the Dharma idol of heaven and earth. However, Long Chen was still trying to figure out what martial intent was. Martial intent was a means of violence, but it was also the power of defense. Long Chen looked around disdainfully. Although his enemies were all experts, he was unyielding and fearless. This state of mind was very consistent with the word martial intent and martial intent. It could be said that at this time, his will was like the martial intent. The 4th level of the divine martial arts realm was the extreme realm of martial arts. What was the peak of martial arts? Long Chen was thinking about this question now. The 4th level of the divine martial arts realm could be said to be the peak of martial Tao. Starting from the wind, fire, and thunder tribulation, it was actually the beginning of the divine path. From passing the tribulation to condensing the peerless golden body, comprehending the will of heaven and earth, forming the divine kingdom of heaven and earth, and even forming the nirvana golden wheel and shattering the void. A warrior's will determined many things. Many times, the breakthrough to the divine martial arts realm could not be achieved through long years of cultivation. Comprehension was more important. At this time, Long Chen began to shift his attention from his enemies to himself. He used the true martial emperor spirit to see through everyone and then pondered what his martial intent was. Why did he fight? This time, it was to protect Li Xuanji. What kind of martial Tao was the greatest? It was not to kill, but to protect. Long Chen might have been enlightened. He had found his way to be the strongest. Next time, he might have to protect Yang Lingqing, or Xiao Lang, or Lingxi. It was because of protecting that he became stronger. In the future, this will could even make Long Chen protect the world. Long Chen also found the reason why he wanted to help Li Xuanji. Yes, it was the word, protect. In his consciousness, the enemy had already disappeared. Long Chen's focus had shifted to how he could allow his comprehension to rush to the peak. If he did not make a breakthrough today, he would not be able to survive at all. This restrictive field could only be broken by the power of the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm. The saint's fruit had been eaten by Li Xuanji. Qin Shi and Suzhi would not let him go. Either he became stronger or he died. At the moment of life and death, Long Chen's ancestral dragon bloodline was stimulated. His eyes gradually turned blood red. Everyone looked at this young man in fear. We can't be intimidated by him. Brothers, let's attack together. One of the young martial artists roared as if he was tearing something apart. In this space with a diameter of 500 meters, a casual word could make this empty space shake. His ears were full of buzzing sounds, as if there were countless flies and mosquitoes. At the same time, everyone made a move. For a moment, fatal attacks were aimed at Long Chen. Calamity kill. Blue hell cut. Catastrophe in all directions. In order to kill Long Chen, almost every attack was a fatal one. They had already surrounded Long Chen, so it was even more safe now. Devouring Blood World, when besieged, this was Long Chen's greatest advantage. He didn't choose to clash head-on with his opponents, but instead used his superior speed to fight a battle of attrition. Under the effects of the blood-swallowing world, the martial artists present would only grow weaker and weaker because of the lack of blood essence. But with the support of 6 martial artists' blood essence converted into spirit essence, Long Chen would become more and more valiant as he fought. Martial Way. True martial emperor soul opened. Before facing the attacks of these 2 experts, what Long Chen had to do was to use these guys as cultivation tools. Although it was dangerous, it was only in danger that the other party would use an absolute killing move. When the killing move was displayed, the other party's martial arts comprehension would also be exposed in front of the real martial emperor soul. The devouring blood world was very large. Long Chen and the others were fighting in the upper part of the light sphere. The entire upper part was covered by the devouring blood world. The devouring blood world did not cover Qinshi and Suzhe. If their essence blood was consumed, they would definitely be able to feel it. For now, Long Chen did not dare to provoke them. Suzhe and Qinshi sat around the holy tree to heal. They turned a deaf ear to the movements above. No matter who obtained the saint's fruit, they would kill them after they recovered. It was better for them to fight. Suzhe and the others would not have to spend too much effort and would not offend the 9 great clans too much. After all, the 9 great clans were the top forces of the 9 underworlds. In the last 500 years, there were also 2 experts in the 7th tier of the divine martial realm, but they were from the 9 great clans. This proved that the 9 great clans were still very powerful. Under the devouring blood world, Long Chen turned into a terrifying golden lightning and circled around each warrior. He did not use any killing moves, but used his superior speed to dodge others' killing moves. Swish. With the effect of the soul-calming stone and the blood mist blocking their vision, it was simply impossible for them to surround Long Chen again. At this time, Long Chen rushed behind one of the martial artists, the scarlet blood heaven desolation in his hand transforming into a sword. Sword images unfolded as he engaged in close combat with the other party. His cold eyes were like a silent but bloodthirsty vicious beast, causing fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Their movements were extremely large, often wanting to end Long Chen's life in a single move. Martial Way of the Universe, Violet Qi from the East, Divine Fist of Desolation. Vaguely, one of the cultivators howled. He immediately gathered the energy of heaven and earth and punched at Long Chen. Instantly, the air trembled. The power contained in that terrifying punch had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Under this punch, even the sphere of light outside trembled. Everyone else quickly dodged. Clearly, this was a 7th grade divine skill. Too slow. Under the devouring world of blood, Long Chen's eyes were ice cold, his mind was calm, and he could control it with ease. At this moment, he was dodging at an extremely fast speed, rushing past the inner surface of the ball of light. The force of the desolate god fist brushed past his shoulder and collided with the formless ball of light. Long Chen was almost hit. This kind of 7th grade divine skill displayed by a warrior in the exceptional 6th tier of the divine martial realm, if he was hit head-on, he would at least be half dead. This thrilling feeling at the critical moment of life and death brought many things to Long Chen. If he had not been studying the martial way of the universe with the true martial emperor soul, Long Chen would have been able to dodge more perfectly. Divine Fist of Desolation. There is a desolate aura from the ancient times. The reason why the fist aura was so powerful was not only because of the divine spirit, but also because of the will of the ancient brutal earth beast. This is also a kind of martial will. Uncle Han said that the comprehension of each tier of the divine martial realm could accompany him for a lifetime. In this divine fist of desolation, if he did not use the emperor's spiritual qi, the power would be reduced by at least a quarter. If he did not use the martial will, the power would be reduced by another quarter. What Long Chen lacked was this kind of will. Now, Long Chen understood what kind of will was the most powerful force. However, although he understood it, he still needed a stimulation that could make him sublimate if he wanted to really touch the edge of that layer and really comprehend it and integrate it into his own martial way. What on earth is it, martial will? Dodging countless killing moves, Long Chen was a little anxious and even confused because he found that he could not find his own way. It's because they are too weak. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.